The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
Albany, July the 4th, 1831. The reading of the Declaration of Independence in the Methodist Church was really a fine spectacle. There was, in the reading of these promises of independence so well kept, in this return of an entire people toward the memories of its birth, something deeply felt and truly great.
The 4th of July in Albany, 1831. A study in American independence. Item 3 in the series Democracy in America, prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of 1831, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in American independence. The 4th of July in Albany, 1831.
What is it? What's the matter? Are they at the barricades?
Quiet, Beaumont. This is not France. We are in America. It is Independence Day, 1831. And the loyal citizens of Albany seem to be saluting the dawn with a fusillade of artillery.
Not a very pleasant awakening for me. The guns made me dream of the Reign of Terror.
The Reign of Terror was over years before you were born, Beaumont.
I know, but my family has told me many stories of the Revolution.
So has mine. My own father and mother, imprisoned, barely escaped the guillotine. My grandfather, my great-grandfather, an uncle and an aunt, all guillotined. And since then we have had Napoleon, the restoration of the Bourbon, the July Revolution last year, Louis Philippe back again with his damned umbrella. All that in 40 years. When we were living on the estate at Verneuil, there was an evening which I shall never forget, though I do not think I was very old. Napoleon still ruled Europe, and Waterloo was still only a village near the outskirts of Brussels. There was a family celebration. I don't know what it was, but I do remember that the chateau was full of people, most of them relatives. It was evening. The servants had been sent out, and the whole family had collected around the hearth. My mother was singing the royalist song from the opera Richard Coeur de Lion. It made them think of the misfortunes and the suffering of His Majesty King Louis XVI at his death at the guillotine. As my mother sang, each person in that room was weeping, not over the private misfortunes every single one of them had suffered, not even over the many relatives every single one of them had lost in the civil wars and upon the scaffold. No, they were weeping rather over the fate of this man who had died more than 15 years before. Many of those who were weeping over him had never seen him. But Beaumont, these were the ladies and gentlemen of France, and this man had been the King of France. No wonder the Count, my father, was somewhat taken aback when I proposed a visit to America to study equality. Equality he himself had closely studied already, and its supposed associations with liberty and fraternity.
And yet, equality in America led to no reign of terror.
Evidently not. It is strange how the very same principle can lead to such widely differing results.
Now they're ringing the church bells, and it cannot be 6 o'clock yet. How these Americans are full of zeal. And how fortunate they are to have a fine day in Albany for their celebrations. Oh, come to the window, Tocqueville, and enjoy the morning. Throw away your nightcap as I have done, and throw away your gloomy memories with it. Today, we are in America. And in America, the only revolution was a glorious one.
So glorious, in fact, that it was not even a revolution. It was a war of independence.
I stand corrected. Look at all the flags. I wonder if it's going to be hot today. I hear there will be processions today and a band. Well, let us get dressed quickly and go downstairs. How I long to hear that band. Come along, Tocqueville, a little more brandy. You'll never be able to stand the strain of an American celebration unless you're first 45 with an American breakfast.
No, thank you. I'm not hungry. Thirsty.
Oh, come, Tocqueville. You must bring your mind back from France. This is July the 4th, not July the 14th. Independence Day, not Bastille Day. We are about to witness the national celebration of a happy democracy.
And how much of this happiness and democracy can we teach to France? Now we have a constitutional monarch with an umbrella. Now we have the beginnings of a democracy. Will that make us a happy and contented people, Beaumont?
I don't know. What little I've seen of it among the Americans makes me think it certainly suits them. Whether it suits us, well, that is something else again. It depends what we do with it.
You may be right.
Well, I shall keep an open mind. Pass the cold beef.
Morning, gentlemen. Early breakfast, that's the thing.
Mr. Flagg.
What a pleasant surprise.
Nothing like a good breakfast to start a good day. Mr. Tocqueville, Mr. Beaumont, meet the Lieutenant Governor of the state of New York, Edward P. Livingston.
Delighted to make the acquaintance of the countrymen of Lafayette.
Oh, of course. Delighted, sir, to make your acquaintance.
You must forgive our early intrusion, but Mr. Flagg felt, and I agree, that you must be spoken to at once before you'd made other arrangements.
Spoken to, sir?
Well, we're very anxious that you gentlemen will march with us and with various other dignitaries at the head of the procession. Mr. Flagg felt, and I agree, that it would be most fitting.
And a friendship between the nations, a very fine thing.
I agree.
Sir, we should be most honored, but will not such a thing sadly disturb your table of precedence?
Table of precedence? Oh, not here, not over here. Plague take such a thing. The nearest we get to a table of precedence is that meeting we had last night in your house, Ned.
I agree.
And, you know, we just sat down with half a dozen of the leading citizens and thrashed it all out, where the wagons were to go, where the 4th of July orator was to march. I hope you're ready for some long speeches. And that just about settled it. Wait a minute. I forgot the militia.
You're right. We'd better get along and see that they're going to turn out on time.
Militia, what is that? To maintain order?
Maintain order? What for? It's just for show. The militia's the National Guard. You're aware the Constitution gives every man the right to bear arms. Citizen army, that's the militia, citizen army.
Do you not have an army in France?
Oh, indeed, yes. We have an army and an armed police force, several police forces. But we have no such thing as a citizen army. There have been occasions when the army has ruthlessly suppressed the citizens.
Happily in the past.
In the past, yes. Come, Beaumont. You must excuse us, gentlemen. This Independence Day of yours is awakening in my breast feelings of patriotism and remorse. No doubt I shall feel better when the actual ceremonies begin.
Now then, where's the Lieutenant Governor?
Here I am, Azariah.
Oh, good for you. Now, we shall be in front, the Lieutenant Governor and you gentlemen and I, and the Chancellor and the Comptroller and all those people. Then we shall have the fire department.
All of them?
All 9 companies.
What if there's a fire?
No American house dare burn on the 4th of July. Fire department has a new banner and a miniature engine, very fine. Then the Sons of St. Andrews. There they are, over there. What time do you have now?
5 and 20 of 10.
What time does the procession start?
10 o'clock sharp, Mr. Beaumont, with any luck. And if they can get all the wagons and floats ready on time.
Look, step over this way, gentlemen, and take a look at the printer float.
We should be very glad to. Come, Beaumont.
Now, here, gentlemen, look. Look at all this.
How splendid. How superb. But what does it all mean?
I know what some of it means, but the master printers can tell you what it all means. Hey, here now. Here's your chance. Distinguished visitors from France come to see America. Tell them what all this means.
Well, this, like, is the wagon of the Association of Printers and Albany Typographical Society. At the front end, we got a gilt bust of Benjamin Franklin. I guess you should know him all right.
He spent a great deal of time in France. But while recognizing that Franklin was a great man, why do you choose to carry his bust on the printer's wagon?
Because he was a printer himself, that's why. In this country, men can rise to greatness and still be proud of their old trades. Now, in the center of the wagon, you'll observe we have a flagstaff set up and the flags of various nations. The U.S. colors, of course.
And those are France.
And Belgium. And what is that other one?
Well, that will be the flag of Poland, sir. Gallant country, very brave. Keen interest here in Polish independence.
That's the truth. There's a keen interest here in countries that are like, well, fond of liberty themselves. Or fighting for liberty. Or anything of that kind.
No call for you to fret, gentlemen. Your flag's there. France has overthrown her tyrants.
Has she? I do not think that the American Revolution and the French Revolution are truly comparable.
Now, I want you to come with me this way. See, this way.
Oh, but I want to make some notes.
Oh, this will give you something worth noting, Mr. Tocqueville. Now, look, near the head of the procession, we have a carriage with the veterans of the War of Independence. There are very few left now. After all, it's 55 years ago. But there's one old fellow that's very spry, considering very well preserved. He's the man you should see before the procession starts. He'll be too tired when it ends and may have drunk a great many toasts into the bargain, if you take my meaning. Old soldiers, you know, military reunions. Let's catch him now.
Mr. Flagg hurried us past the other groups that were forming for the parade. The Mechanics Benefit Society, the Painters Association, the Apprentices Society. And I could not help reflecting, as we walked along, how unlike France this country has become. The American Revolution produced a Washington, not a Napoleon. It had no reign of terror, and General Washington was followed not by counter-revolutions and plots within plots, but by an orderly succession of constitutional presidents. Then we reached the place where an old gentleman was sunning himself beside his carriage, waiting for the procession to start.
And these gentlemen are from France to study whatever we have to offer.
It is an honor, sir, to meet a survivor of the armies of the American Revolution.
No such thing.
I beg your pardon?
No such thing. It wasn't a revolution. That's what the British called it. We called it by its right name, the War of Independence.
I stand corrected. And only this morning I corrected my friend, Monsieur Beaumont, for the same error.
Did you see General Washington?
I surely did. I was a drummer boy in the retreat across New Jersey. That was a cold campaign, that was. December. We all thought the game was about up then. Later on, we heard the general about thought so, too. I was writing dismal letters to his friend about it. You heard of Tom Paine?
Tom Paine? The infidel?
Well, I don't know whether he was an infidel. I never got to ask him. I know he was all for an independent America, and I know General Washington thought a lot of him. Of course, he was a friend of his. Right in the middle of that New Jersey campaign, when we was all cold and sick and miserable, the general paraded us by regiments. Well, we hoped we were going to get an issue of brandy or rations or powder or something we could have used. But what we got was something written by this Tom Paine read out to us.
A very famous passage. These are the times that try men's souls.
We knew that without some scribbler telling us so.
Well, no doubt he was trying to put heart into you. You have heard of our great General Napoleon. He was always addressing his troops to put heart into them.
And he got beat in the end, though, didn't he?
He did. But he knew that the armies did not run on speeches. An army, he once said, marches on its stomach.
Well, the general knew that, too. He was the greatest man the world has ever produced.
And he served only 2 terms as president. And then he went home to Mount Vernon and lived as a private gentleman.
Now, there they go with some more of those confounded firecrackers. I hate the things. I'd rather be back in a retreat across New Jersey than to listen to those infernal contraptions. Every 4th of July, this place is like a town under siege. One damn fool after another, firing off muskets from the front door and pistols from the window. Rockets come whizzing into your bedroom and blazing grasshoppers jump at you on the sidewalk. I'm scared to death the horses are going to bolt and all us veterans will be killed at one go. When we fit the war, we never reckoned that for the rest of our lives, every living soul from the senator to the chimney sweep would let off his patriotism in gunpowder.
Yes, well, it's 5 minutes of 10. Time to be moving along, gentlemen. You'll be walking near the head of the procession with the lieutenant governor and myself. Oh, just one thing before we go. Look at that.
An old flag, torn and scarred.
Yeah. Those holes were made by bullets.
Some of them certainly were. That's a flag that's come down from the War of Independence. You have no idea, gentlemen, what it's like to overthrow a tyranny.
I could have told him that in France we had had too much experience of overthrowing tyrannies. But why should I worry him with the dark thoughts that preyed upon my mind? In America, these old soldiers who fought with Washington are themselves looked on as precious relics, and whom all the citizens delight to honor. And at 10 o'clock sharp, a band struck up, and the procession moved away, with Beaumont and myself marching proudly near the head.
So here we are, Tocqueville, marching in the 4th of July parade in Albany.
We swing around here onto North Pearl Street. Now look behind you in a moment. Gentleman marching behind.
Oh, yes. The preoccupied-looking gentleman.
Yeah, that's the one. Mr. John B. Van Shake, leading lawyer in town. He's the Independence Day orator. I believe he has some telling remarks prepared on the independence of the Poles and also on this little revolution of yours last July.
Last July? Oh, yes. The July Revolution. The July Revolution. Do you remember, Beaumont, our talk after last July? We are resolved, then, Beaumont.
Absolutely resolved.
I've already explained to my father that my position as a magistrate of France has been rendered intolerable by the July Revolution.
To say nothing of their testing our loyalty by making us take the oath of allegiance twice. That was nothing but a deliberate insult.
It certainly didn't make us any more loyal. My friends are sufficiently outraged at my having taken the oath once.
Brother's hand is set against brother.
Our position in France has become intolerable. This trip to America will form a sort of voluntary exile.
To study the American prisons. Well, that is a legitimate occupation for a pair of young magistrates.
I think we have more to learn from America than information about prisons.
What?
The principle of equality. It may be that in America we can get a glimpse of the destiny of France.
The exercises will begin with a prayer from one of the Protestant ministers.
I noticed that they begin everything with a prayer.
Probably things don't go any the worse for it.
Let us pray. Almighty God, the fountainhead and origin of human liberties here on earth, the foundation and the buttress of all just governments, we humbly thank Thee for having preserved our nation for yet another year. We pray further that the liberties and freedoms so dearly won by our forefathers will be maintained under thy guidance and extended to thy glory, not only within our own nation, but to the other nations of the earth, and especially we pray at this time for the people of Poland. In the name of Jesus Christ our Lord, amen.
Amen. Judge Waterton will commence the exercises by reading the Declaration of Independence.
When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That
of all the events which occurred, I was most impressed, first, with the honor and respect accorded to the veterans of the war, and secondly, with the reading of the Declaration of Independence itself, which was done with warmth and dignity. It was really a fine spectacle. A profound silence reigned in the meeting. When, in its eloquent plea, Congress reviewed the injustices and the tyranny of England, we heard a murmur of indignation and anger circulate about us in the auditorium. When it appealed to the justice of its cause and expressed a generous resolution to succumb or free America, it seemed that an electric current made the hearts vibrate. This was not, I assure you, a theatrical performance. There was, in the reading of these promises of independence, so well kept, in this return of an entire people toward the memories of its birth, in this union of the present generation to that which is no longer, sharing for the moment all its generous passions, there was, in all that, something deeply felt and truly great.
And a right ought to be free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is and ought to be totally dissolved, and that as free and independent states they have full power to levy war, conclude peace, contract alliances, establish commerce, and to do all other acts and things which independent states may of right do. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor.
Amen. Fellow citizens of Albany, the 4th of July oration will now be delivered by our silver-tongued 4th of July orator, Mr. John B. Van Shake of this city.
Hello, Americans! Consider, first of all, ancient Egypt. Oh, my fellow Americans, how readily does ancient Egypt spring to the tongues, the hearts, and the eyes of every one of us here today. In this very
They should have stopped with the reading of that noble declaration, but no. No sooner was it concluded than a lawyer stepped up to make us a long rhetorical harangue in which he pompously passed the entire universe in review to get to the United States, which in all respects he made the center of the world. This had all the appearance of a farce, though of course we see such things in France at the funerals of our great men. I came out cursing the orator whose flow of words and stupid national pride had succeeded in destroying a part of the profound impression that the rest of the spectacle had made on me. But before we left, the proceedings ended with an ode called The Progress of Liberty, set to the tune of our Marseillaise, and accompanied by an orchestra which consisted, I assure you on my word of honor, of nothing whatever but one single flute. Tocqueville, what did you make of our day?
For me, a day of contrasts. I saw and heard America, but I thought of France. It was a strange irony that these two lines of thought should have intersected at last in that peculiar ode to American liberty that they sang to the tune of the Marseillaise.
And think of all those toasts, the symbolic 13 toasts, to Washington, to Lafayette.
And the 13th, the fair sex, always entitled to our protection.
So far, so good. But surely the voluntary toasts were the most peculiar, when the most directly opposed political sentiments were solemnly proposed in perfect and rapid succession.
That was simply because, on Independence Day, all shades of political opinion unite in praising the Union. Well, there is more brilliance in our ceremonies, but in those of the United States, there is more truth. I am still trying to compose my thoughts after the stimulation I have received from the sacred day of the nation of equality. What are we to make of it all? The nations of our time cannot prevent the conditions of men from becoming equal, but it depends upon themselves whether the principle of equality is to lead them to servitude or freedom, to knowledge or barbarism, to prosperity or wretchedness.
You have just heard The 4th of July in Albany, 1831, a study in American independence, item 3 in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. For information about the use of these de Tocqueville dramatizations for study or discussion, and how to secure these new materials about American democracy at a reasonable charge, write to the American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. Now this is Ben Grauer inviting you to join us next week for Item 4, The Arc of Civilization, on Democracy in America.
Come in. Welcome. Welcome to Mystery Theater. I am Hyman Brown. One of the perpetual mysteries in life is explored in a game of solitaire. In a few moments of reflection, haven't you sometimes wondered, what if I hadn't been there at that particular moment? Or what if I had been? What would have happened if I had been there with someone else? Or if no one was there to help me? Would the same thing have happened under different circumstances? Or would everything be changed if? This is the game that is played in our mystery drama.
Goodbye, Dave. Boy, am I glad to see you open your eyes. You mean hello, don't you?
No. I heard what they said.
What? Who said?
I don't know. Those voices. They said I didn't have a prayer.
You dreamed it, my friend. You've been unconscious for hours.
Where are we?
In the base hospital.
I'm going to die.
Sure. We're all going to die someday. But not this time around. You just lie still, old buddy. You can tell me later how it feels to have my blood in your veins.
Our mystery drama, Fateful Reunion, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elizabeth Pinnell and stars Robert Dryden and Jennifer Harmon. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Our opening scene took place some 50 years ago when two very young draftees, as members of the Allied forces, were thrown together in the landing at the beach in Normandy. Since then, the bonds of friendship have never been broken. Now, they are middle-aged men, and they've gone their own separate ways. But over the years, one solemn promise has always been kept. No matter what's going on in their lives or where they are, they meet for a reunion on June 6th, D-Day.
I thought I was a goner that time for sure. You saved my life, David.
Blood saved your life. If it hadn't been mine, it would have been someone else's.
Oh, but you were my buddy.
Damn right I was. After you'd saved my life. Hanging upside down with my parachute all tangled up in that tree. I must have looked pretty funny.
You did.
I thought you'd never find your pocket knife.
Well, raise the glass. Happy 31st reunion.
Ah, good Lord, Dave, what's happened to time? Can you believe that many years have gone by?
In some ways, I can.
An awful lot has happened.
How things been going with you in this past year, Gary?
Oh, can't complain. Lucy's a jewel, as always. Although I realize I won't have her much longer.
Nonsense. She and Doug will be living here in New York, won't they?
Oh, speaking of New York, it was darn nice of you to make the trip here this year.
Great for me, too. Chance to visit the big city, see my son.
Hi, gentlemen.
And your charming daughter.
Uncle David. How good to see you.
Oh, don't I get one, too?
Of course, Dad. Guess I'm supposed to say Happy D-Day, but I'm not going to.
Oh, what's wrong with a couple of old Army pals getting together?
Everything.
Now, don't knock it, Lucy. Without our yearly get-togethers, you, my dear daughter, would never have met a certain young man who happens to be my best friend's son.
I give up.
Incidentally, where is my son?
Oh, I meant to tell you. He's working late. I'm going to meet him at the office, and while you two are having your own party, we're going to one. But not in honor of D-Day.
Well, I suppose other things did happen on this date.
Mm-hmm. Like last year when Doug and I got engaged. But please stay right where you are while I get dressed. Before you take off, I want to use you as guinea pigs.
Lucy, what in the world are you doing in that weird getup?
Can you guess what I'm supposed to be?
Well, the headgear and all those beads make you look like a gypsy.
Right. And what do you think I have under this striped scarf?
Well, if you're a gypsy, it must be a crystal ball.
Right again. Voila!
Why, that's no crystal ball. It's a computer.
Also correct. The 21st century's answer to the all-seeing eye of past, present, and future.
Yeah, I'll bet.
No, really. It's fabulous. Doug's been working on this for a long time.
Well, I know he works on computers, but why all the gypsy stuff?
Well, we're going to a fundraising thing where I'm supposed to tell fortunes. And believe me, our booth is going to bring in $1 million.
Well, I'll admit your costume is startling, but...
Not the costume, Dad. This gadget. You've never seen anything like it.
Looks like most calculators are small computers to me.
Oh, but it's not. This is a truth machine.
Oh, I see it has a tape. That's handy.
Shows how it works.
Well, I'll have to put on the big act. Ah, mighty computer, it is Madame Lucy who calls you. Reach into your fabulous brain and tell us true whatever we want to know.
Get a load of that phony act.
Yeah.
The gentleman to my right, tell us his first name, color of his eyes, and the color of his hair. Take a look at that.
Name, David. Eyes blue-green. Color of hair, gray. Why, that's amazing.
Let's see that tape.
The gentleman to my left, first name, color of eyes, and color of hair, if you please.
I'll be darned. Name, Gary. Color of eyes, hazel. Hair, question mark?
I'll ask that again. Color of his hair, if you please.
It's got your number, Gary. The tape says, the man is bald.
Oh, that's very funny. The whole thing's a frame-up. Obviously, Lucy's fed data into this machine.
Honestly, Dad, I have no idea how it works. It just always comes up with the right answer.
All right. Ask it where my home is, what I do for a living. Oh, I know. My wife's name. I'll bet it can't answer that.
The gentleman named David. Tell us, O mighty one, what is his occupation? Where does he live? And what is the name of his wife? There you are. Mr. David is a bank president in Des Moines, Iowa. His wife's name is Jean.
I'll be darned. It's quite a trick.
Oh, I don't think there's any trick to it, Uncle David. This is different. It's your turn, Dad. Just try to stump it.
Okay. Here's something that machine would never know. Ask it the license plate number of my car.
What is the license plate number of my father's car?
The tape says 892 NYX. Is that right, Gary?
Yeah, of course it's right. Now I know this is a frame-up. You and Douglas got together and fed it answers to all the usual questions any fool would ask. It'll be great at your party if you know everybody there.
It isn't like that, Dad. Truly it isn't. Why, this computer can actually predict. No, not predict, but actually tell what will happen in the future.
Uh-huh. All right, let's test its brain power on that score. Ask where our reunion will be held next year.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Mighty computer, where will Gary and David meet for their next D-Day reunion?
Here, I'll tear off the tape. You read it, Dave.
What does it say?
It says, there will be no reunion next year.
Now I know it's a hoax.
I don't understand. How can you say that?
Well, I'm beginning to agree with you, Gary. Lucy, if you and Doug really didn't feed that computer bank, ask it why there'll be no reunion next year.
I will. Not that.
Well, what's the matter, Pat?
Oh, it's come out all gibberish. The machine must have jammed or something. I'll have to ask Doug to unscramble it.
Sounds mighty suspicious. I'll take that computer business up with my son tomorrow. Right now, can we drop you off in our cab?
No, thanks. Doug won't be through for another hour. Oh, give me a big hug, both of you. I hope you have a wonderful evening.
Coming.
You certainly have a complicated lock on that door.
No, just security measures. We close up tight at 5:30. How are you, love?
Miserable.
Oh, what's that? Come on in for a minute.
I don't want to go through with any more of that computer thing tonight.
Honey, wait a minute. What's wrong?
First of all, open the bag and take out the computer.
All right.
I hate that black devil.
What? You hate this revolutionary piece of equipment which may have the potential of changing the course of the whole world?
I don't think anyone should look into the future. You can't change something that's destined to happen.
Well, who's talking about predestination?
You put those answers into that box, didn't you, Doug?
I helped put it together, if that's what you mean, but this particular computer is brand new. It goes way beyond anything I've ever worked on.
But you do know how it works.
Well, not exactly, no. That's why we're so excited. The damn thing actually seems to have a mind of its own.
Doug, you must stop experimenting with this monstrous thing.
Never. Lucy, I simply don't understand what's gotten into you. Hey, we've always been honest with one another, haven't we?
I always thought so, up till now.
Well, what's so different about now?
Oh, I don't pretend to know anything about computers, but I do know they can't think for themselves.
No, not exactly.
This computer was programmed to give certain answers, wasn't it?
It was fed thousands of facts and figures by a team of researchers, but we have no control over the choices its mechanical mind will make.
Don't you see how dangerous that is?
No, I don't.
Well, fortunately, our fathers both thought it was a hoax.
Oh. Something happened when you used the computer today, didn't it?
Oh, Doug. They wanted to know the answer to the question, where will they hold their reunion next year?
Oh, those old soldiers, wouldn't they just?
Don't laugh, Doug. You ask it that question. Go ahead, ask it.
Okay. Where will my dad and Lucy's dad hold their usual reunion next year?
Go ahead, Doug. Read what it says.
There will be no reunion next year. Well, what do you know?
Don't you see? They said it was a frame-up. They accused us of collusion to try and keep them from having a D-Day meeting. Did you do it, Doug?
Lucy, I swear I had nothing to do with it. Oh, come on. There's nothing to get so upset about.
Only there is. Because they asked one more question. And I got an answer which I refused to accept.
All right. What was the question?
You ask it. Go ahead. Ask the machine why there will be no reunion.
Okay. Well...
And please, God, the answer won't be the same as it was the last time.
All right. Let's see. Oh, no. The tape says, because one of them will be dead.
Well, now you know why Lucy was so upset when she crumpled the tape and pretended it was nothing but gibberish. Well, perhaps that's all it really was. Computers have been known to get things mixed up, just the way people do. On the other hand, this computer may be right. One big difference between computers and people is the psychological effect an idea can have when it is implanted in the human brain. We'll learn more about that when Mystery Theater returns with Act 2. A computer can be a very useful tool if you're trying to balance the books or solve an abstract problem. And the idea of a computer which would figure out human problems seems like an innovation to be highly desired. But right now, a young technologist is confronted with a whole new aspect of the mechanical brain. It's unsettling to be told by a doctor, fortune teller, or even by a robot that someone dear to you is going to die.
You don't believe that, do you, Doug?
I don't want to believe it.
Well, somebody must want to frighten us. Somebody who fed data into that machine.
Honey, I keep telling you, this computer doesn't work like that. It has freedom of choice.
So do I. And I will not accept the word of a thinking machine. Our fathers are still young. It isn't as though one of them were ill or is in any kind of danger.
Wait a minute. You're sure that neither your dad or mine saw what was on that tape?
They saw the tape about no reunion, but I tore up the other one. The tape that said one of them would be dead, and pretended that there was no answer.
But there was an answer. And that means now we have to ask another question.
I don't want to hear anymore.
Lucy, we have to. We must find out so maybe we can prevent it from happening.
What question do you propose to ask?
I have to ask the computer to tell us which one will die.
I don't want to know.
Well, I do. And I'm going to find out.
Don't tell me. Please don't tell me.
Well, look at that, will you? He's never done this before. Honey, please take your hands away from your ears and listen.
It was all a mistake, wasn't it?
I don't know. The tape says, I cannot tell you.
There, you see? It is a hoax.
No. This computer is programmed to respond. I'll make it tell me. Come on. Which one will it be? Which one?
It sounds angry.
No, I'm the one who's angry, and it better tell me this time.
I guess you better tell me what it says.
At least it apologized.
Come on, Doug. Computers don't...
The tape says, sorry, but I cannot answer your question.
Well, then. If it can't answer that one, it can't answer anything.
That's not so. It's always given straight answers before. You know it has.
Sure, when it was fun and games.
All right, maybe we're taking this too seriously. I could be wrong, about what a computer can do. Oh, good Lord, look how late it is. We promised to raise some money for a good cause.
Do you think I can still go through with it?
Sure. Just sidestep any serious questions. You know what I mean? Pretend it is just a trick if you have to. There may be a lot more to this machine than anyone has dreamed of.
Taxi! Taxi!
You did say we're going to that place where the boots are good.
I hope it's still good. Haven't been there for years. Hey, cab.
Get in, Gary.
Thanks.
Hey, where to?
Hey, you know the restaurant Monsieur Henry's?
Sure, fancy French place, otherwise known as Mr. Henry's.
Old times coming back. He reminded me of someone.
Yeah, who?
That little French nurse. One with the big brown eyes.
Whatever made you think of her? Wait a minute. We're going in the wrong direction. He's taking us uptown.
Can't prove it by me. I never know north from south in New York.
Driver, where are you going?
Well, you said Monsieur Henry's, didn't you?
Yes, it's on 52nd Street.
I never heard of it being there. The only one I know is on East 86th Street.
Well, that's not where we want to go. Go back to 52nd between 5th and 6th.
Well, you should have told me sooner, mister, but there's a two-way street coming up. Maybe I can still make the light.
Watch out for that truck!
Well, we lived through another close one. Cheers.
Cheers, I think. If that trailer truck had been going any faster... Well, you were sitting on the bad side.
Could have been me, could have been you, or both of us.
Yeah.
You know, I got to thinking about that computer thing.
So'd I. Could have been telling us there'd be no reunion this year.
Well, here we are, though. So let's eat and count our blessings before this lucky day is over.
Madam Lucy, you were sensational.
Not much thanks to your marvelous computer. When the tapes came out blank, I had to make up the answers.
Well, you're a born fortune teller, that crazy computer. Almost as if it refused to operate because I'd insulted it. Okay, tomorrow, back to the drawing board.
Hey, I have an idea. Let's pick up our dads. They've had enough time to hash over the old war stuff.
All right, you know where they are?
Turn here. They used to go to that French restaurant. Oh, what's the name? I think it's in the next block.
Oh. You mean up there where all that crowd is?
Why, yes. That's where it used to be.
Oh, honey, I don't want to get mixed up in all that mess. I mean, it looks like police cars and an ambulance.
Oh, Doug. I have a terrible feeling. Drive up there.
Well, honey, I can't. Look at it. The block is jammed.
That's their restaurant. And something's happened.
Now, Luce, baby, take it easy.
Can't you get any closer?
With all those cars in front of us?
The ambulance is pulling away. And there go the police cars.
Look, Lucy, I think you picked the wrong block. That's no French restaurant.
I know it. It says Club Shenandoah.
Well, then, let's go on to your apartment, okay?
No, Doug. We've got to find them.
But if you don't remember where that restaurant is...
I do remember. It was right here. The name's been changed, but this is the same place. We've got to go in and see if they're in there.
It's all right, folks. Excitement's over. Enjoy your supper. Have a round of drinks on the house. Music for dancing until 3. Yes, sir. Table for 2?
Actually, we were just looking for some people.
Lucy, I don't think they'd be in a place like this.
Well, it's not the way it used to be, but you know how they are for going back to their old home.
Okay.
There's another room out this way. And if you find your friends, we'll be glad to give you a bigger table.
All right, thanks.
This doesn't look like their kind of crowd, but what if...
Honey, look, let's get out of here, all right?
Wait. That ambulance. What if it had something to do with them?
Your imagination is running wild. Now, come on, let's go.
Not yet.
Maybe you folks would like to stop at the bar?
No, thank you.
But if you haven't been to the Club Shenandoah before...
What happened here before we came in?
Oh, don't worry, lady. We run a nice place here. It was just an unfortunate accident. Could have happened anywhere.
Well, there was an ambulance. Someone must have been sick or had an accident.
It was just his tough luck.
Whose tough luck?
A man got hurt. Wait a minute. Who are you, lady? Somebody from the press?
No, but I have to know who was hurt and where they've taken him.
Well, how should I know?
Come on, Lucy, let's go.
No, it's important.
We just want to make sure it had nothing to do with our friends, you know?
Well, there were these 2 young fellas at a table over there. And to tell you the truth, I didn't like the looks of them from the time they come in.
Well, see, now you can relax. Lucy, they were young fellas. Now let's go over to the bar.
Not till I find out some more.
Lady, you must be an ambulance chaser.
It's a dreadful thing to say. I hate violence.
Well, these 2 characters got violent.
You mean they had a fight?
They got in an argument. None of my business to know what it was about, but one of them picked up a steak knife.
I guess I don't want to hear any more.
Of course, I'm not sure he would have used it. That is, if the old guy hadn't interfered.
What old guy?
Well, maybe not old, but there were these 2 middle-aged men sitting at the next table.
What did they look like?
Oh, conservative-looking gentlemen. Nice, quiet customers.
Go on.
Well,
Go on.
You understand, I wasn't right there. I didn't see what actually took place. Not till somebody yelled, they were stabbed. Well, it seems these 2 older guys got very upset when they saw the young man waving a knife. So one of them jumped up and tried to stop him.
Oh, no.
Maybe it was a brave thing to do, but to my mind, it was pretty stupid.
Well, wouldn't you have tried to stop him if you'd been standing there?
No, I wouldn't have tried to knock the knife out of his hand the way that man did.
Oh.
But which one got hurt?
And the young fella just sort of automatically slashed out at the older guy.
Was he
No, he wasn't dead when they took him away, if that's what you want to know.
Where have they taken him?
Well, to a hospital, of course. Oh, I wouldn't know which one.
And the other man, I mean, the one who was with him, where's he?
The other older fellow went out with his friend.
Oh.
And the 2 young punks were hauled off by the police.
Well, you must have the names of these people.
Look, if you're not the police or the press, get off my back. You can read all about it tomorrow morning.
Please, we just want to know for sure.
Lady, I only work here. The proprietor's gone with the police to make a report. I tell you, I never saw any of these guys before. None of them were regulars.
This man who was slashed, surely you know what he looked like.
Sort of heavy set and bald.
My father. We have to drive straight to the hospital.
Honey, how can we? We don't know which hospital.
Well, where's the nearest one?
I haven't the slightest idea. Besides, that doesn't mean anything in New York. In emergencies, they go anywhere.
Well, then drive to the police station.
I don't know where that is.
Find it and hurry.
Lucy, please. You've gone off the deep end.
Well, how would you feel if it was your father?
Oh, what an idiot thing to say. They're both so close to me, I'd be undone if anything happened to either one of them.
But something has happened, Doug. I know it.
Oh, honey, you've jumped to a big and frightening conclusion without any proof.
2 men, one of them bald.
Yes, there could be thousands out on the town.
Where are you going? Oh, there's nothing we can do except get to a telephone and wait.
Lucy seems so certain that something has happened to her father. Of course, she's been influenced by a suggestion of disaster, further enhanced by an evening of fortune-telling. It is true, as Doug has said, that Lucy was jumping to a hasty conclusion. But when 2 old soldiers are commemorating D-Day, might they not be the first to come to the defense of someone who appeared about to become a victim of battle? We have another premonition to share with you presently when Mystery Theater returns with Act 3. Many a mathematician has taken delight in relating our actions to the movements of pawns in a game of chess. The game we are playing might be compared to the thoughts of a wakeful chess player who, after spending an evening at the board, is tossing and turning as he replays the moves to himself and speculates, what if I had done this? Or what if I had moved in that direction? And right now, it's our turn to make the next move into the final act of our mystery drama.
Oh, Doug, I hope we're doing the right thing. I can't bear to think...
Give me your key, will you?
Look, you will call the police right away, won't
Just
you?
take it easy, Lucy.
The way I see it, it was just a technical maneuver.
Hey!
Not at all. If you have a piece of paper, I'll draw a map and I'll show you.
Dad! Uncle David!
Well, good heavens, who'd you expect?
Hi, Dad, Uncle Gary. Wow, are we glad to see you.
Your enthusiasm is overwhelming.
Well, you're all right, aren't you, both of you?
Well, of course we're all right. But how did you know about our accident?
Accident? I'd call it more than that. The knife. Oh, Dad, why did you do it?
What knife? Why did I do what?
Well, the man in the restaurant said that
What's the matter with you 2 kids?
They told us at the Club Shenandoah.
Club Shenandoah? Well, where's that?
But Gary, that's the place we didn't go to.
Oh, the terrible-looking spot that used to be Monsieur Henri.
Yes. Yes, weren't you there?
That honky-tonk? We took one look and then found a nice quiet spot over on Madison Avenue.
But, Dad, Uncle Gary did say something about an accident.
Oh, a minor skirmish in a taxicab.
You weren't hurt.
Well, I had a bloody nose.
And I got a crick in my neck. But what's that to a couple of old war horses?
Now, come on, you long-faced characters. This is an evening for celebration.
It certainly is.
I think I'll hang these bells on that branch up there. Oh, I do love Christmas. And, Doug, when we have our own house...
Ah, that's exactly what I was thinking, Lucy. And when is that going to be?
Soon. But I had to be with Dad these past months with Mother gone, especially at Christmas.
I know.
You could have gone home. It was nice of you to stay. Pop appreciates it.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere except with you.
Oh, let's set a date, Doug.
Now you're talking. Got any specific date in mind?
What else but June 6th?
How can we have a wedding on the one day our dads go off for their private reunion?
Well, who said anything about a wedding?
You mean you'll do it my way? No fanfare, just a justice of the peace?
Exactly. We'll make it our day, not theirs.
Oh, honey, you are terrific.
Hello? Yes? Yes? Oh, no, where? Oh, but why shouldn't I be worried? Of course, I'll be right there.
Hey, what was that all about?
It's Dad. He's in the hospital.
But who were you talking to? What happened?
Well, that was Dr. Daniels. He said not to worry, but, Dad, he's had a heart attack, and he's in St. John's Hospital.
Oh, honey.
He's going to die, Doug. I know he's going to die.
Now, Lucy, stop that. I'm taking you to the hospital. Let's go. Promise you will sound cheerful, Lucy. You heard Dr. Daniels.
I can't get it out of my mind.
Now, forget your premonitions. Dr. Daniels said your dad is in better shape than either one of us, and that if he takes it easy, he can live to be 100.
Oh, okay. Dad?
Well, come in, sweetie. I'm sorry to pull a stupid stunt like this on Christmas Eve.
How are you, sir?
I'm fine.
Oh, Dad, how can you say that?
Well, I guess I've just been working too hard. Doc says after a few days' rest, I'll be back in top form.
I'm going to stay here with you.
Nonsense. From the looks of the nurses around here, I'm going to have a ball.
Uncle Gary, I'm going to call my folks for Christmas. Shall I tell Dad that you're in the hospital?
You tell him just one thing, my boy, that I'll see him on D-Day.
Lucy, where's your dad?
Why, he's at work, of course. What are you doing here this time of day?
I thought he might have heard the news before I did. Have you had the radio on?
No, I've been vacuuming, doing my spring cleaning.
I tried at every payphone along the way, but the lines were all tied up. Let me use your phone, huh?
Calm down, Doug. What's the matter?
A bomb. They said it went off in the executive offices.
What executive offices? What are you talking about?
Oh, busy signals. Again, it's no use. I was out on the road. The report came through on the car radio. A bomb in Des Moines, in Dad's bank.
Not your father.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
But you don't know. What was the rest of the report? Well, look, I'll turn on the radio.
No, please don't. I want to get it straight from the source. I tried the bank and the paper and the police.
Didn't you call your home?
How? How could I do that to Mother?
Well, you must call her, Doug. Dial her direct right now.
No, wait a minute. I got another idea. Hello? Dad? Well, yes, on the car radio. I was out of the office. I've been trying desperately to reach you. Are you all right? Oh, thank God. Well, yes, as long as you're okay. That's all that matters.
Give him all my love.
Lucy sends love. Right. Okay, Dad, goodbye. Whew. Boy.
You see? You should have taken the advice you gave me. Don't jump to conclusions.
Well, I know, but this was such a near thing, honey. He has a cold. Mom made him stay home today. He'd been trying to reach me to tell us not to worry. And he said to tell your dad he'd see him on D-Day.
Well, old buddy, it's the 15th of May. And time for us to make some plans.
You bet, Gary. Where'll it be this time?
Well, I'm for keeping the destination a secret.
You mean from our ever-loving families?
Mm-hmm. Don't you agree?
Sure do. How about getting away from all civilization?
Well, it suits me. Any ideas?
Yep. I got a dandy. What about up at the lake? That Wisconsin fishing lodge where we went one summer.
Hey, that's beautiful. But it's pretty inaccessible without a private plane.
We'll get one.
You still flaunting that pilot's license?
You better believe. If you'll come more than halfway, we can rent a plane in Chicago.
That's great.
We better meet on the 5th, if you can get away.
Nothing's going to stop me. I'll see you at the airport in Chicago about 10 o'clock that morning.
You're just in time for lunch.
1 whole week of glorious vacation. And you know, I didn't tell a soul that we're getting married tomorrow.
Well, I don't think it's going to be a surprise to anybody.
Least of all our dads.
Oh, Doug, I'll be so relieved when tomorrow's over.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, honey, I don't mean us. It's just that, Well, once this reunion has passed, there'll be nothing to worry about.
If you mean the computer, I've got plenty to worry about when I get back to the office. They're accusing me of breaking the darn thing.
I hope it never works again.
Lucy, love, computers are the way I earn my, our living.
Not by turning them into fortune tellers.
No, not fortune telling, but a chance to open up the whole future so we'll know which way to go.
Not if the future only lives...
Don't say it, Lucy. I'll admit the machine must have had some bugs in it. But ever since that day, the tape has come out blank.
You were tampering, Doug. Trying to turn it into a human brain.
Superhuman, you mean? That's what's so eerie.
Some kinds of medicine are too strong to take.
Honey, how can a computer know that?
It can't, silly.
This one did. It behaved as though we'd gone one step too far.
Oh, look, I'd like to forget it.
Oh, so would I, at least for the next 7 days. It's our time to celebrate. So, cheers.
Oh, you sound like our dad.
Did your old man get off on schedule?
Yes, early this morning before I was up.
And still the big secret about where he was going?
Yes, but I happen to know he had an airplane ticket to Chicago.
Uh-oh, you cheated. No one was supposed to know. But Chicago, I don't know. That seems like an odd place for them to have a reunion.
Especially since he asked me to help him find his fishing rod. Well, lunch is ready. Come on.
How about a little background music, huh? I'll turn on the radio.
Why is it that you can always get a station with music, while all I ever get is...
We bring you a special news bulletin.
Uh-oh. Shall I try again?
No, leave it on. Let's eat.
A report has just come in of the crash of a private plane in an Illinois wheat field. Details are not available at the moment, except that a farmer allegedly saw a small green plane flying low. Later heard an explosion. And now a fire is spreading rapidly over a section of his property out of control.
Hey, this is good, Lucy. How'd you fix this chicken?
Oh, it's a new recipe. It's good, isn't it?
Oh, it's great.
I've just been handed an update on that plane crash. Checking with the Chicago airport, we have been told that a small green Cessna took off from there this morning.
Yeah, you know, Dad used to have a green Cessna.
Oh, but he hasn't had an airplane in years.
Well, I know, but he's still Lucy, this report is coming from Chicago.
Oh, it couldn't.
And here is still a further report on the tragedy. We do not know the names of the victims, but it has been established that the plane had 2 occupants.
Oh.
The pilot, who was known to airport officials as the flying banker from Des Moines, and a male passenger.
Oh, Lucy.
Repeat.
Oh,
the pilot, who was known to airport
They were
officials
going to
as
that
the flying banker from
lake
Des Moines,
in Wisconsin.
and a male passenger. We will bring you further developments as received by the newsroom. It is assumed that both men have perished.
Dear God. Oh, no, this time it really happened. There can't possibly be any doubt.
And absolutely no way that we can help them.
That damn computer. It knew. It knew, you see. It knew there would be no reunion.
But I'm glad it was wrong. Now will you believe that computers don't know everything?
It was right, Lucy. It said...
It said one of them would die. But both of them? It's better this way.
Better?
Well, they were closer than brothers. And after all they went through together over the years.
Yes. Yes, I suppose if they'd had their choice, it's what they would have wanted.
We interrupt again to bring you further information on that plane crash in Illinois. Names will not be released until after the next of kin have been notified. But our report goes on to say that, incredible as it seems, there is one survivor.
Doug!
I'll be back shortly with a final thought. 2 men met in a moment of violence when either could have died. but both were spared that time, until finally for one came the inevitable. Why is an accident fatal to this person while that one is spared? Some say predestination, but how many times it seems a whim of fate makes a split-second change of direction. Tragedy? No. But mystery? Yes. Our cast included Robert Dryden, Jennifer Harmon, Ken Harvey, and William Redfield. Associate Director, Marlon Swing. This is Hyman Brown, producer-director, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, then, pleasant dreams.
The NBC University Theater brings you Boris Karloff in The History of Mr. Polly by H.G. Wells, the fourth in our series of full-hour dramatizations of outstanding works in modern British and American fiction. Many a little man, like Mr. Polly, has dreamed of escape from the dullness of middle-class life, of rebellion against all the many conventions so irksome to the individual, but so necessary to our civilization. But, the world being what it is, the dream is only apt to come true in the mind of an author like H.G. Wells, and in the pages of one of his brilliant satirical comedies. So, to any listener with similar yearnings, we do not recommend trying to follow in the footsteps of our hero. But instead, we do invite you to find vicarious release and enjoyment by following the story of his adventures. This is The History of Mr. Polly.
It's spreading. It's caught on in throats.
Hurry up with that hose from the fire station.
Can't do it. The fire station's already burned down.
Well, do something. The whole of High Street's going to go.
We begin our story with the fire in the Fishburne High Street, because the fire in the Fishburne High Street was the turning point in Mr. Polly's life. Mr. Polly, aged 35 and a half to be exact, inclined to a little localized plumpness, with a clean-shaven face and the forehead of a thoroughly discontented man. Mr. Polly, who on any given Sunday before the fire might have been found eating his wife's cooking in the cramped little kitchen of the cramped little shop in the High Street, eating in what could best be described as a quivering silence.
More cold pork.
Pork? Call it pork, do you? That ain't what I call it.
Oh, whatever you call it. Do you want some more?
How much can you punish a man's stomach, I'd like to know? You know my stomach.
Oh, the dear Lord knows I do. Some more cold potatoes, then. Some nice cold suet pudding.
I'm going out. Where's me cap?
I'm on there where it's meant to be. I'll get it for you. Finish your beer.
No beer.
No pleasing some people. Here's your hat.
I don't want me hat. I want me cap.
You're not to wear your cap. It's new. Supposing it was to rhyme.
Does it seem like rhyming? Shan't wear this. Silly old mud pie. Want me to wear it forever, do you? Sick of it. Sick of everything. Hat.
Here, don't you kick it.
Shall if I like. Shan't wear any hat.
Tantrums. I haven't patience.
And Mr. Polly, full of the injustice of life, took himself out into the strong east wind. The east wind always bothered his digestion. And went out and sat in an uncomfortable style and hated the whole scheme of life, particularly as it involved Fishburne, his shop, his wife, his neighbors, and himself. Mr. Polly expressed himself on this occasion.
Oh, rotten, silly wheeze of an owl. How'd I ever get into this silly hole? Why'd I get into this beastly silly hole?
A question has been asked. Why, indeed, Mr. Polly. How, indeed? Mr. Polly's history began in the ordinary way with two parents who thought him the most wonderful baby in the world and fed him most unwisely. His education was in a national school and a private school of dingy aspect, where he was set to doing sums that he did not understand and caused to read the catechism with the utmost industry, and where the studies of bookkeeping and French were pursued, but never quite overtaken. He had the curiosities and the dreams of boyhood, but he kept them to himself and concentrated on writing copperplate. However, for the young Mr. Polly, as for others of his age and temperament, one small window opened up into the world of things that might be. The world of the penny dreadful.
And Dangerous Dick the Highwayman smiled a cold smile, undaunted by the muskets which ringed him about. Then, with an oath and a laugh, he vaulted upon his horse and dashed into the night. Cool, but was he a one?
And so, much as circumstances contrived against it, a smattering of romance filtered into the soul of young Mr. Polly.
Copperplate, ruddy copperplate. Got to write this ruddy copperplate. Make the downstrokes thick and the upstrokes thin. Stupid pen. This ain't the life for you, old man. Ought to run off and be a deep-sea diver. Maybe join the Navy. That's it. The Navy.
All this until he was 14, at which time his father remarked,
"It's time that dreaded boy did something for a living."
For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow.
Can't you fellas cut out that racket? You're shaking the old blooming dormitory.
We'll do what we like in our corner. You do the same in yours, eh, Platt, old man?
That's telling him, Polly, old man.
Righto, we're the three P's, aren't we? Parsons, Platt and Polly. That Morrison, he don't tell us what to do.
Thinks he's something. Chief apprentice of the Port Burdock Drapery Bazaar. Who's he, I should like to know?
Well, he's chief apprentice. We're only...
Here. Don't rub it in, old man.
You're right, Parsons, as Rabelais says.
We know what Rabelais says. Here, I tell you, Polly, you'd better watch that reading back of the counters. Old man Garvis will sack you if he finds you.
Not I mean to get on. Parsons the one ought to worry.
Think he dare sack me?
You oughtn't to tell him off quite so plain.
Look here. Do you think he'd sack the only man in the old bloomin' place who can dress a window?
Do dress him smart.
Smart? I'd tell you, old man, the art of window dressing's in its bloomin' infancy. All balance and stiffness like a blessed Egyptian picture. No joy in it. All conventional. A shop window ought to grip people as they go along. Right?
Right.
Look at old Morrison's windows. Tidy, tasteful and correct. And bleak.
Bleak. Go it, old man. Let's have more of it.
Just pieces of stuff in rows. Quiet tickets.
Might as well be in church, old man.
A window ought to be exciting when you see it. It ought to make you say, hello.
We want a new school of window dressing.
Polly, I've been timid. I've been holding myself in. All that's over now. Next time I do a window, I mean to have a crowd of bust. Polly! Psst, Polly!
Watch out, Platt. Old Gervis will see us talking.
Not he. Quick! In here, in the silk.
All right, now, what's up?
Parsons is busted.
Talk sense, old man.
Busted, sacked, out, and likely in jail to boot.
What? Parsons?
The same. He did his bloomin' window.
What window?
What he said.
Well, and what about it?
He unrolled everything. Piled blankets all up in heaps, he did.
Must have looked real nice.
Big tickets with red letters. Curl up and cuddle below cost.
He didn't ever.
Cozy comfort at cut prices. He did, though.
Cozy? Well, but he wouldn't sack it for that, old man. If old Garvis didn't like it, he'd simply have to tell him to take it out.
He told him.
You mean he wouldn't, old man?
Well, wasn't only that. He got, like you might say, violent.
Oh, if only I'd seen it.
Garvis told Morrison to tear down Parsons' window and dress it proper. Parsons hit him over the head with a roll of huckaback.
Oh, he must have been splendid, old man.
Splendid he was.
But he's out, nonetheless, and into the police court.
But you saw it all, old man. You'll be a witness for old Parsons.
Phew, not I. And have old Garvis on my neck.
Platt, if he's out, I'm out.
Oh, come, old man. I was jolly fond of Parsons, but if you mean getting
The day
on...
my 5 years are up, I'm leaving. That's all there is to it, old man. I can't stick Port Burdock without Parsons.
Mr. Polly wandered from situation to situation. Canterbury, Clapham, Wood Street. A careful salesman, a neat window dresser, small sedate tickets. And sometimes, between the efforts to be smart and to buck up, it would occur to him that he was in the wrong trade. That somewhere in the world there were happiness and beauty and joyous states of mind and body, unconnected with gents' outfitting. But where they were, he could not imagine. And then... a long-forgotten gentleman, Mr. Polly's father, died, and Mr. Polly found himself the sole owner of a family Bible, a bust of Mr. Gladstone, a quantity of old clothes, and £395.
Well, he looks peaceful.
He died peaceful, Alfred. Mrs. Johnson and me... we done what we could for him, all the years he lived with us.
No doubt of it, old man.
After all, Alfred, your dear mother, rest her soul, was my own sister. Now, if you care to sit down, Alfred, we'll talk over the funeral.
You want to sit in here?
Well, it's cosy in here. You needn't look at the, your father. Yes, about the funeral now.
I thought something very simple.
Well, you'll have a hearse, of course. Oh, I do like them glass hearses. So refined and nice they are.
He'll have Podger's hearse. It's the best in the town of Eastwood.
Then you'll want a mourner's carriage or two, according as to whom you're going to invite.
Didn't think of inviting anyone.
Well, you can't let your father go to his grave without asking a few friends.
Funeral baked meats like.
Well, not baked, but of course you'll have to give them something. Ham and chicken's very suitable. You don't want a lot of cooking with a ceremony coming into the middle of it. You'll just want the immediate relations.
But he hated our relations.
It's just because of that I think they ought to come, all of them.
Bit vulturial, ain't it?
Wouldn't be more than 12 or 13 people if they all came. And besides, he's not eating them now, you may be sure. Have you seen to your mourning, Alfred?
Must have mourning, I suppose.
Well...
got to see it through.
If I were you, I should get ready-made trousers. All you really want. And a black satin tie and gloves.
Should have jet cufflinks as chief mourner.
Not obligatory.
Shows respect.
Shows respect, of course.
Well, you and Alfred talk it over. I've got to start arranging things. Have to get him into the ground with everything proper.
Got to put him away somehow, I suppose.
That's the idea, Alfred. Now, have you thought about to invest your money?
Hardly got used to the idea of having it yet, old man.
Well, you'll have to do something with it. Give you £20 a year if you invest it proper.
Haven't seen it in that light.
No end of things you could put it into, you know.
Shouldn't feel sure of getting it out again. Sooner back, horse.
Oh, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Now, there's building societies now.
There is.
Lend it on mortgage. Very safe form of investment.
Shan't think anything about it, not till the old man's underground.
You know, Alfred, you might do worse than put it into a small shop. That's the ticket. Shop.
Shop?
Your trade, Alfred. Gents outfitting.
Yes, but
now,
I
let's
don't...
see now. Figure £100 for stock, then there'd be your rent. Why, you could do it easy. Be making your way in no time. Have to keep books, of course.
No one wants to know where one is.
Double entry's best. A little troublesome at first, but it works out in the end. Alfred, for a man who sticks to it, there's a lot to be done in a shop.
Well, no, I don't know.
I've just sent word to your Aunt Larkins, Alfred.
Who's me Aunt Larkins?
Now, Alfred, you remember your Aunt Larkins. She'll come right along with her 3 girls, Annie, Miriam, and Minnie. Maybe you don't remember them, Alfred, but they'll be real nice company for you.
Not in need of company now, old girl. He's a fellow of means. Going to open his own shop, eh, Alfred?
Well...
Shop or no shop, I say those girls are just what Alfred needs.
Why, it's Cousin Alfred.
Hello, Miriam. Thought I'd look you folks up.
Oh, I haven't seen you since we buried your poor father. Where have you kept yourself?
Quit me situation. I'm living with the Johnson, having a bit of a rest.
Fancy you coming to see us. Oh, come in, Alfred, do. Ma, it's Alfred. She'll bring tea. Oh, sit down, Alfred, do. Oh, no, not there. We're all in a mess today, you know. It's my cleaning up day. You just have to take us as you find us.
Well, I had to come over and see my pretty cousins again.
Oh, Alfred, you do say such things.
Didn't say which of them.
Alfred, we are glad to see you.
Oh, yes, Ma, and some tea. You'd like tea, wouldn't you, Alfred?
If I might.
You'll just have to pardon us, Alfred. Miriam's turning out the front room. Never did see such a girl for cleaning up. But then all my girls is tidy. Pity Annie and Minnie are at work. Won't be home until 7.
Shall I pour the tea for you, ma'am?
Now you just stay right there next to Miriam. Look real sweet, you do.
Ma.
2 lamps, Alfred?
If I might. But now you come sit next to me too, Aunt Larkin.
Oh, Alfred. I seen a bicycle out the window. It isn't ever yours.
It is, though.
You are clever. Fancy riding a bicycle.
Oh, ain't no cleverness. You just wobble along.
Wobble?
No, just wobble along.
Oh, Alfred. Supposing you was to run somebody down.
No foreseeing little accidentulous misadventures. None whatever. Never run anyone down, ma'am, not really. Of course, there was a stout elderly gent walking on the road today.
Don't say you ran him down, Alfred.
Run him down? Not me, ma'am. I never run anything down. Wobbles, ring the bell, wobble, wobble.
Oh, I never laughed so hard, have I, Ma? Have I ever?
Well, this is pleasant, but I'm afraid.
Alfred, you're not thinking of going.
Not when you've just come.
Supper at 8 at the Johnsons.
I won't hear of it. I simply will not hear of it. You're to stay to supper here.
Well...
Do stay, Alfred.
Well...
You can walk about with Miriam to meet Annie and Minnie. It's a nice walk by the cemetery and the recreation ground. And you come back here for supper, Alfred. We just love to have you here.
You are quiet today, Alfred.
Matters on me mind.
You've been looking around for a shot, Alfred.
See one or two. It takes time. Don't do to be precipitous.
Oh, it don't. Once you got it, you got it. Like choosing a husband. I made Larkins wait 2 years. And I hope my girls will do the same when the time comes.
Oh, Ma.
I got 3 fine girls, Alfred. And I say any man would be glad to wait for them.
To be sure, ma'am.
Minnie's so clever, you know. And Annie's real sweet and affectionate. And Miriam...
Ma, you forgot to bring in the jam for tea.
Why, I believe you're right. That was right careless of me. I get it straight.
Are you really going to get a shop, Alfred?
Well, now, when I get this shop of mine, I shall have a cat. Got to make an home for a cat, you know.
Rather.
A cat's no good if it ain't a tabby. That's it. Cat I'm going to have and a canary.
Oh,
Didn't think of that before, but a cat and a canary seem to go, you know.
Mm.
Summer weather, I'll sit at breakfast in the little room behind the shop. Sun coming in the window, cat on the chair, canary singing, and Mrs. Polly...
Ooh, hello.
Mrs. Polly frying an extra bit of bacon. Bacon singing, cat singing, canary singing, Mrs. Polly...
But who's Mrs. Polly going to be?
Figment of the imagination, you know. Put it in to fill up the picture. No face to figure yet. Still, that's how it'll be.
Bit of garden, perhaps?
Not the back-breaking sort, you know. Just a patch of nasturtiums and sweet pea.
Nice.
Red brick yard, clothesline, trellis. Humorous wind vane.
You will have it nice.
Rather. Smart little shop. Counter, desk, all complete. Umbrella stand, carpet on the floor, ties and hose on a rail. cat asleep on the counter.
I like cats. I'm always saying to Mother, I wish we had a cat. Like to have one someday. Never will, though. No more in your shop.
I'll have my shop right enough and before long. Trust me. Cat, canary bird and all.
I'll have my cat first. You never mean anything you say.
Might get 'em together.
Why, how do you mean?
Shop and cat throwed in.
Alfred, you mean to say...
Oh, I am sorry. Yeah, the jam's so put away, Miriam. It took me all this while.
It's all right, ma'am.
Ma, I think we need some more butter.
Oh, no, ma'am, you sit right down. I'll get it.
Oh, nonsense, Alfred. Ma doesn't mind. Do you, Ma?
Eh? Oh no. Why, no, not at all, Alfred. You stay right here. I'm sure I can find some.
You were saying about a cat, Alfred.
Give you one. Very day my shop is open.
I should like to see you in your shop. I expect you'll keep everything tremendously neat.
Well, it needn't be so bad.
It's a home.
It's a home.
Oh, one did ought to be happy in a shop. So respectable.
I could be happy in a shop if I had the right company.
If you had the right company...
I'll get that all right.
Alfred, you don't mean you got someone?
I got someone in my eye this minute.
Alfred, you don't mean...
I do.
Oh, not really.
Well, you and me, Miriam, in a little shop. Cat and a canary. Just suppose it.
You mean you're in love with me, Alfred?
Yes.
Oh, Alfred, kiss me.
Now, Miriam, your mother...
Oh, I didn't dream you cared. I've loved you ever since your poor father's funeral. Leastwise, I would have if I'd thought. It didn't seem to mean anything you said, though. Oh, I can't believe it.
Nor I.
Oh, I do love you, Alfred. I know we'll be so happy. You and me and the shop. Can't you stop that whistling, Alfred? It runs right through me head and you know it.
Helps me arrange the stock.
Arrange the stock. Lot of good that does. Never a tinkle out of the shop bell, except for a necktie or two on Saturday night.
Got a new line of straw hats.
And they'll go the same way as the last new line. Down in the cellar for the mate.
This here's my show.
And mine, worse luck.
Time you was seen about supper.
It's all cold from last night.
Oh, not that same kidney pie. Couldn't we have muffins?
Muffins? As if I hadn't enough to do without muffins. Trying to keep this place tidy.
Maybe if you didn't try so hard.
Oh, it's all your fault. Coming down here to Fishburne, taking this place without my knowing. With white paint all over to get dirty, and the coal indoors and all the stairs.
I didn't think of it.
Oh, of course not. All you think of is bringing more books in to muss things up for me.
All right. Now, can I arrange this stock or can't I?
Oh, arrange a way for all of me. Alfred!
Shan't arrange the stock, then. Shan't whistle. Go outdoors and whistle in the street.
Fishburne High Street, Mr. Polly looked round him for congenial company. But all he saw were the lower portions of his nearest neighbour, Rumbold, the china dealer, who, with his back turned, was diving into a crate of straw. Mr. Polly had been looking at that back for some time, and it had begun to annoy him. At last, he approached and prodded it.
Hello. Can't we have some other point of view? I'm tired of the end elevation.
Aye?
Of all the vertebraceous animals, man alone raises his face to the sky, old man. Why invert it?
What's that?
I'm sick of you turning your back on me, see?
Oh, that's what you're talking about, is it?
That's it.
Why, the wind blows, I expect. But what's the fuss?
No fuss. Passing remark. Don't like it, old man, that's all.
Can't help it if the wind blows me straw.
Isn't ordinary civility.
Can't unpack china with a straw blowing in me eyes. Got to unpack it how it suits me.
Needn't unpack like a pig rooting for truffles, need you?
Truffles?
Needn't unpack like a pig.
Pig? You calling me a pig?
That's the side I seem to get of you.
Here, you go on indoors. I don't want no row with you, and I don't want you to row with me.
Now, believe me,
I don't know
old
what
man.
you're after, but I'm a peaceable man and a teetotaler, and a good thing if you want.
Hey, you mean to say I'm asking you civilly to stop unpacking with your back to me?
Pig ain't civil, and you aren't sober. Go on indoors and let me go on unpacking. You're excited.
You mean to say...
Get back to your shop and let me get on with me business and stop calling me pig, see? And sweep your pavement.
I came here to make a civil request.
You came here to make a row. I don't want no truck with you, see? I don't like the looks of you, and I can't stand here all day arguing. Now get back to your shop.
Something of the sort happened between Mr. Polly and each of his neighbors, one at a time. The ironmonger, the grocer, the chemist. And so it happened that Mr. Polly kept his shop in Fishburne and ate his wife's cooking and had no one to talk to for 15 years. 15 years that brought Mr. Polly, behind in his rent and a bankrupt, to the seat on the stile above Fishburne.
Oh, rotten, silly, beastly wheeze of an owl.
It's spreading. It's caught on in Throbson.
Hurry up with that hose from the fire station.
Can't do it. The fire station's already burned down.
Well, do something. The whole of High Street's going to go.
This, you will remember, is where we began our story. We repeat it in order to make an important point. The point is this. When once a man has broken through the paper walls of everyday circumstance that hold so many of us securely prisoned from the cradle to the grave, he has made a discovery. If the world does not please you, you can change it. Mr. Polly made this discovery by failing in his plan to kill himself. The plan should not have failed, for Mr. Polly made it carefully. He chose a Sunday morning while Miriam was at church.
Nothing to it. Good pile of papers in the cellar, windows open, paraffin on the stairs. I break the lamp to make it look like that started it all. I light the fire and then I cut my throat. Miriam gets me life insurance and me fire insurance. Nothing to it.
Nothing to it. But while the stairs blazed merrily, and while Mr. Polly was regarding the razor which was to end his life, a tongue of flame licked at his paraffin-soaked trousers, and it burned him. This wasn't in Mr. Polly's plan at all.
Say. Ow! Ow! Get away! Good Lord! What the deuce? Hey! Fire! Fire! Fire!
Have another drink, Polly, old man, and tell us again how it happened.
Well, Rumbo, old boy, it's like I told you. I upset the lamp. I just lighted it. I was going upstairs, and my foot slipped against one of the steps where it was a bit rotten, and down I went. Thing was a flare in a moment.
Never been a fire to beat it that I know of.
No, never has been. Think of it. Fire companies from 4 towns, and half the high street's gone up in spite of them. Lucky you weren't killed, Polly, my friend.
Very lucky. Nothing left to bury our shops, though.
Not a splinter. It's a pity.
I suppose there'll be a public subscription.
Not for those who's insured. I'm insured myself. Royal Salamander. Very good company.
Mine's the Glasgow Sun Company. They pay on the dot. I'll have every penny back. You insured, Polly?
Deserves to be. Odd lines it would be if there wasn't something for him.
Oh, I'm insured. Commercial and General Company. I'm all right.
Well, cleared me out of a lot of old stock. Well, that's a blessing.
Rust, but the ironmonger's a bit sick. His place didn't burn. Well, Polly, you played a brave man's part, and we'll drink to you. Boys, a toast to our friend, Mr. Polly.
Here, Mr. Polly, I do, yes. And thus it was that Mr. Polly realized that things could be changed. That there could be new beginnings.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is presenting Boris Karloff in The History of Mr. Polly by H.G. Wells, the fourth in our new series of radio plays based on outstanding works of modern Anglo-American fiction. Our intermission commentator on Mr. Wells' novel will be Dr. Harvey C. Webster of the University of Louisville, where productions of the NBC University Theater are currently being used in conjunction with its course in British and American fiction under our National College by Radio plan. And now here is Dr. Webster speaking to you from Louisville.
Who now reads Bolingbroke? Who ever read him through? Somehow, these words by an almost contemporary, about an almost forgotten 18th century writer, come to my mind as I think of H.G. Wells. No one, certainly, not even Wells himself, ever read Wells through. He has written more words than Upton Sinclair or Anthony Trollope, and more vague and mistaken ones. But there are those who read him and will read him, as you who have been listening to Mr. Polly must agree. The trouble is that Wells was not only a prophet, but an angry prophet. Not only a reasonable man, but a man who could not understand why other people were unreasonable. As the 20th century and he grew older together, Wells wrote more and more words, more and more badly. Angry words hastily written to compel the world to become reasonable as he was. His last book, which snarled at the world that did not listen, is not as readable as his earlier The Fate of Man. The Fate of Man is not as readable as his Outline of History. None of these are as near to works of art as Mr. Polly, Tono Bungay, Kipps, or the thoroughly delightful and provocative scientific romances about invisible men, time machines, and wars between worlds. Why? Wells had no patience with artists. Conrad he thought an uneducated mind, obsessed by mere vividness. In his famous controversy with Henry James, who wrote less and is more remembered, Wells spoke of James' perfected style as the painful manner of a hippopotamus trying to pick up a pea. From sentence to sentence, Wells wrote better than Dreiser, but he rarely, after that first fine flare of talent, created either character or scene as memorably as the awkward American did again and again. Still, one must praise him. If one could read him entirely, it would be like reading a fascinatingly chaotic history of the promises and mistakes of our century. Wells not only did and thought almost everything during his representatively confused life, he wrote about it. And at his best, which happened frequently in the years from the Time Machine to Mr. Polly, he was artistic despite his contempt for art. Though their technique is old-fashioned, Tono Bungay, Kipps, and Mr. Polly are very much alive still. Wells' world of small shops, of cricketers, of truthful caricature, of men like Teddy Ponderevo who continually sizzle in a world dull as cold mutton, are often as vivid as any characters in the world of Dickens. This world of H.G. Wells may seem remote from us now, just as many of his prophecies seem mistaken, but it is fun to live there, for he wrote of it with a gusto that serves as, or is, art.
Thank you, Dr. Webster. Our dramatization continues from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
After the fire, Fishburne was beginning to settle back into its old ways. Its merchants, now solvent, their insurance money safely in their pockets, were looking forward to conquering new worlds of retail trade. And the equally solvent Mrs. Polly was growing accustomed to the unflattering appellation deserted. Yes, things could be changed. There could be new beginnings. Far from Fishbourne, along country roads where the birds were piping and the big van horses pulled their loads and the mists hung low on the grass at midnight, walked a solitary tramp, plump and dusty and at peace.
Hello.
What? Oh, hello, little girl. Didn't see you at first.
I'm not a little girl. I'm 9.
You don't tell me so. Then perhaps you know what place this is.
Silly. This is the Potwell Inn. The next town, Sloman.
Very good. Do you think the innkeeper might give me a bite to eat?
My granny's the innkeeper. She's the best cook in the whole world. That's her over there in the doorway asleep.
Ah, fine-looking woman.
She's fat.
Plump, I should say.
Come on, we'll go and wake her up.
I'm with you.
What's your name?
Polly.
Liar, I'm Polly.
But so am I, on me honour.
Well, all right. How do you do, Polly?
How do you do, Polly?
I'll wake Granny. Granny! Granny, wake up!
What? Don't shout, child. Oh.
Fine day, ma'am.
It is. I believe I was having 40 winks if all the truth was told. What can I do for you?
He's hungry.
Cold meat?
There is cold meat.
I've room for it.
Step into the tap. Run and play, Polly.
All right, Granny. Bye, Polly.
What did she call you?
Name of Polly, ma'am.
That's a funny one. Doolittle.
Happy to meet you, ma'am, I'm sure.
Some cold boiled beef and a bit of crisp lettuce?
No mustard and...
A tankard.
A tankard.
Looking for work?
In a way.
What sort of work?
Never have thought that one out. Looking for ideas. Such beautiful weather this spring.
Hear that?
Hear what?
Listen. Someone wants the ferry boat, and there's no ferryman.
Could I?
Can you punt?
Never tried.
Very simple. Pull the pole out before you reach the end of the punt, that's all. Go on out and try. Oh, me side. I've hurt me side laughing at you, Mr. Polly.
Bit of a rough show, I'm afraid. Told you I'd never tried it before.
I'd have known the look on that old codger's face when you sloshed those water weeds over him. And then you had to go and hit him 3 times with the pole.
Twice, ma'am, twice. And he didn't hurt his head, not particularly.
Did you charge him anything?
Gratis. Never thought of it.
Ought to have charged him something. Here, you'd better come and have your cold meat before you do any more punting.
Might be wise.
You and me'll get on together.
Boof's a bit of all right, ma'am.
You eat better than you punt. Dare say you could learn to punt.
Could have done better if I hadn't been punting on an empty stomach. That's a queer feeling as the pole goes in.
I've never held with fasting.
You want a ferryman?
I want an odd man about the place.
I'm odd, all right. What's your wages?
Not much, but you get tips and pickings. I've got sort of a feeling it'd suit you.
I got a sort of a feeling it would. Give me a trial.
I've more than half a mind, or I wouldn't have said nothing about it. You got a sort of half respectable look about you. I suppose you haven't done anything.
Bit of arson.
As long as you haven't the habit.
Oh, me first, ma'am, and me last.
As long as you haven't been to prison. That's what does the mischief.
Never been to prison.
Bit of cheese.
If I might. But first, what's me duties?
Well, there's the ferry, digging potatoes, keeping the boats in order, sweeping chimneys, cleaning pewter, washing glasses and waiting on the customers, beating carpets, helping with the poultry, keeping the hens out of the garden, running errands, cleaning boots, throwing out drunks.
That'll be all right, ma'am. In my spare time, perhaps, I might do a bit of fishing. Little Polly.
Did you like your food?
Never tasted better.
I told you.
I'm to be the new ferryman.
You'll have to punt better.
Hey, did you see me?
No, but I know. I've seen the others.
What others?
What Uncle Jim has scooted.
Scooted?
He comes and scoots them. He'll scoot you too, I expect.
I'm not a scooter.
Uncle Jim is. When he comes back, he'll cut your insides out. Perhaps he'll let me see 'em.
Who's Uncle Jim?
You want to see my rabbits? I got some rabbits.
Another time. Who's Uncle Jim?
Silly. Don't you know who Uncle Jim is? He'll show you. He's a Scotcher.
I thought he was a scooter.
He's that, too. He only came back just a little while ago, and he scooted 3 men. He don't like strangers about. He's going to teach me to swear.
Teach you to swear?
And spit.
Horrible.
He's not what I'd call handsome, but he's a Scotcher, no mistake. And you want to know a secret? Granny don't like him.
Been seeing over the place, Polly?
Had a look round. Who's Uncle Jim?
That grandchild of mine been saying things?
Bits of things.
Hoped you wouldn't find out so soon. Oh, very likely he's gone.
Oh, she don't seem to think so.
Hasn't been near the place these 2 weeks and more.
But who is he?
Oh, I suppose I got to tell you. He's me own sister's son. Me own sister's son and me a widow woman and helpless against his doing.
She says he scoops people.
I pray to God night and day that he won't come back. Back he comes, sure as fate. Won't let a man stay to help me or work the ferry. The ferry's a scandal, and they'll take away me licence and me living, and he knows it.
Bit thick.
It's horrible. I wouldn't mind so much if it wasn't for the child. I buys him off, and he goes and spends it, and back he comes worse than ever.
Biggish sort of man, I expect.
He wasn't so bad until they took him and put him in the reformatory. It was me who had to put him there. I seen him steal. And him sitting there in court, looking at me like a viper. More like a viper than a human boy. Not saying anything but, all right, Aunt Flo.
How much money you give him last time?
£3 golden. Won't last long. But I keep open.
What sort of a size is he? I'm not one of your Herculaceous sort.
No, you'll scoot. You better scoot now, and I'll try and find some money for him to go away again as soon as he comes. Ain't reasonable to ask you to do anything else.
How long's he been about?
3 months. It has come the 7th since he come in by that very back door. After 7 years. And he says, you want me reformed, and you got me reformed. I'm a reformed, reformatory character, and he grins with his black teeth. If only it wasn't for the child.
You two oughtn't to be left. Still don't see that it's my affair. I'd like to have a look at him before I go. What's that?
Only a customer.
The subject was closed, but Mr. Polly did a deal of thinking. But he stayed on, and such are the workings of the human mind that he came not to believe that there was such a person as Uncle Jim. Until 4 days later, when he was walking back to the inn from the post office. It was twilight.
Half a mo.
What?
I said half a mo. You the new bloke at the Potwell Inn?
Suppose I am. Good evening.
I said half a mo. We ain't doing a bloody marathon. I want a word with you, see?
Well, what is it?
Just a friendly word. Just to clear up any blooming errors. You've got to bloody well clear out, see?
Clear out? How?
Because the Potwell Inn's my beat, see? You clear out.
Suppose I don't.
Oh. It's a kindness I'm doing you to warn you, mister.
What do you think you'll do?
Cool. Here.
Ouch! Let go my arm.
I'll make a mess of you. I'll kick you, ugly thief.
You got no right.
Right? Oh, I'll cut bits out of you. I've got no quarrel with you, mind.
It's a little late to go tonight.
I'll be around in the morning about 11, see? And if I find you...
We'll consider your suggestion.
At 10:30 the next morning, Mr. Polly found himself by the merest coincidence seated under a clump of fir trees about 3.5 miles from the Potwell Inn. Quite truthfully, he had no idea in which direction he would walk when he got round to walking.
Not my business. Where the devil do I come in?
He knew in that moment as much as a man can know of life. He knew he had to fight or perish.
She'd ought to go to the police with her quarrels, and I'd ought to go back to my wife.
Man comes into life to seek and find his sufficient beauty, to serve it, to increase it, to fight and face and dare anything for it, counting death as nothing if the dying eyes turn to it.
If I had a chance against him.
The wise man's course lay in the other direction. Mr. Polly tried to see himself taking the wise man's course, but the wise man had a paunch, round shoulders, and red ears and excuses.
If I get killed, I get killed. If he gets killed, I get hung. Don't seem just somehow.
And so saying, he turned his face toward the Potwell Inn.
You're back.
Rather.
He's mad drunk and looking for the child.
Where is she?
Locked upstairs.
Where's he?
In the garden. Wait, he's coming. I hear him.
I'll see to it.
Polly, here, take a beer bottle.
Right.
All right. You, scoot.
Your job, old man.
I'll take you apart.
Not just now. Oh, it broke.
Polly, that won't stop talking,
Yes, quite so.
Bottles? I'll teach 'em bottles. Out of me way, you old crow.
Sandwich around the house.
Come back here, you yellow-livered.
Catch me.
Blooming ring around the rosy, is it?
Housey, not rosy.
Run, Polly. He's got 2 bottles. Don't let him catch you.
Doing my best not to.
Get the hands on you, you black
Go on, waste your breath.
Stand still for a minute like a man.
Polly, in here. We'll bolt the door.
Right, give me that pig pail first.
Now I've got you.
Correction. Don't bolt the door.
You all right?
Bit winded.
He's got the pile off his head. Now what?
Out the tap room door. Come on in outside from the rear. With what, though?
Here's the broom.
Not much. All right, give it to me.
Careful now. Don't make any noise.
Stand back when I open the door.
Open the door, you ugly beast of a baboon. Open it and I'll cut your liver right out.
One for you, eh?
Will you? Now I've got you.
Let go that broom. That's my broom.
You. Let go.
Not much chance.
Stop going in a bloody circle.
You don't give me much choice, old man.
You, when I get hold of you.
I say, tactical error, old man. You're back to the river, you know.
Whoa! You know, I've got a weak chest.
And I got the putt pole now, old man. Heel of Achilles.
Ain't fair fighting.
Down you go. Stupendous.
I've got to land.
Keep out.
I tell you, I've got a weak chest.
You want to go downstream, eh? Well, just keep out. I don't mind walking with you.
I tell you, I've got to land, you fool.
You keep out. Don't you ever land on this place again.
It's cold. This is getting to me matter.
You want cooling. You keep out in it.
I can't get across, Blaster.
You can get to the island right downstream. Don't you come this way.
Oh, by God. I'll skin you for
Keep off or I'll do worse.
Oh, you was lucky. I'll warn you. I'll be back tomorrow, and I'll have your head.
Hang on to your own.
Polly!
Right here.
Ain't he killed you?
Do I look
But
it?
where's Jim?
Gone off.
Oh, I thought she was done for.
I put him in the river, gave him a bit of a doing.
Wish I'd seen more of the fighting.
Didn't you see it?
All I saw was you running around the house with Uncle Jim after you.
You're mistaken, Polly. I was not running. I was leading him on.
During the next few days, Mr. Polly routed Uncle Jim on 2 more occasions. But this was due to the presence of reinforcing guests at the inn, and as they both knew, did not count. Then there was a break in the hostilities for 3 months, while Uncle Jim became reacquainted with the local jail because of his having, as Mr. Polly learned to his extreme discomfort, stolen a hatchet. Then came the October night over whose events it would be kindest to draw the curtain of oblivion. But it is certain that the town constable, happening past the Cotswold churchyard just before dawn, came upon a most unusual sight.
Hey, you. What you doing down there? Come on out of it.
Look out. He's let fly at me twice already.
Who's let fly at who? I tell you, take the rest of you out from behind that wall.
The rest of me?
Besides the part I can see already. And don't go scrounching down more. I says come out and let's have what's what.
I warn you, Constable, this is very unwise.
Well, I'll be Mr. Polly. Now, why'd you be hiding behind the churchyard wall at this hour? And in your nightshirt besides?
I'm not hiding, Constable. I'm looking for a gun.
You had a drop, Mr. Polly?
Not I. Truly, I was...
Never mind. Now I know what you was looking for. How much room behind that wall?
He won't shoot at you, I doubt. Perhaps we can make it back to the inn.
Not through the churchyard, if he's in there.
Well, we'll take it slow like. Come on.
Who's he, anyway, Mr. Polly? You ain't said that yet.
Why, Jim, of course.
Him again? He took after you with a gun?
Well, as a matter of fact, it was my gun.
Then how'd he get it?
We, struggled.
So you chased after him out here in your nightshirt?
Yes, that's right. That was the way of it.
Look there, on the ground. There's the bloomin' gun.
Burst. Knew it wasn't much good when I bought it. Come on now, let's see how Mrs. Doolittle and the kid made out.
Doors are all open at the inn. Don't see any signs of life, though.
Wait a bit. Ah, there's the missus upstairs.
Polly?
Me, ma'am.
Is he gone?
He is gone, ma'am.
And is that gun gone?
Gone for good, ma'am.
Then I'll come down.
Just take a look in here, Polly, in the tap.
What a mess.
Not a bottle left old, not a mirror.
Not a penny in the till, unless I miss my
Polly,
guess.
I've never had such a scare in my life. I thought this time he'd killed you for certain.
Oh, not I, ma'am.
Mr. Polly did real brave, ma'am, chasing out after Jim like that.
Chasing out after him? Was that the way of it? I'd have sworn Polly went out by the upstairs window before Jim come downstairs.
Well, I don't seem to remember too clearly now you mention it.
Whichever it was, ma'am, Jim had time to make a terrible mess for you down here.
Down here? You think he made a mess down here? You ought to see Polly's room.
What do you do in my room?
What, didn't he? Furniture all broken, bed all torn up, and every stitch of your clothes gone.
Me clothes?
Not so much as a sock. Lord Cyrus, you'll excuse me, Constable.
What's wrong, ma'am? Where you going?
Well, it's plain I can't stay in this room, can I? Polly's still in his nightshirt.
Uncle Jim never was heard from again. 5 years passed away peacefully. And then, on a summer afternoon, while Mr. Polly sat fishing under the pollard willow tree, he began to think. It was a plumper, browner, and healthier Mr. Polly who engaged in this exercise. A Mr. Polly who wore a small, square beard and had not had a troubled thought since the last vanishing of Uncle Jim. But he was having them now.
Left her the £100 insurance money. Likely she's fooled it away by now.
Mr. Polly, we must remark, had never had the slightest remorse about the fire which destroyed the Fishburne High Street. But when he imagined his wife, he imagined her crying. And this gave him distress.
Always talking of doing things for herself. Why couldn't she?
Mr. Polly had found his place in the world. But he was looking long-neglected facts in the face.
Ah, silly to begin thinking about her. Bloomin' silly. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you like to buy some sweets?
Not today, thanks. Pleasant sweet shop you have here. Polly and Larkins, that's the name, eh?
So on the sign, don't it?
You the proprietor?
It's my sister's shop, really. Mrs. Polly. I'm Miss Larkins. Perhaps you'd like some tea, sir. We've a tea room upstairs.
If I might.
Oh, this way, sir. My sister's been cleaning up the tea room. Bit upset, I'm afraid.
It would be.
Beg pardon?
I said I didn't mind. In here?
That's right.
Well, nothing like turning things upside down when you're cleaning.
It's my sister's way. What with the tea, sir?
Oh, an egg, if I might. Unusual name, Polly.
My sister's married name. She married a Mr. Polly.
Widow, I presume.
Yes, this 5 years come October.
You don't tell me, sir.
Found drowned he was. Wouldn't have known him, my sister wouldn't. Hadn't been for the name sewn in his clothes.
Must have been a shock for her.
'Twas rather. But sometimes a shock's better than some other things.
No doubt. Life insured?
We started the tea room with it.
Well, marriage is a lottery.
She found it so.
Wasn't particular good sort, this Mr. Polly.
Well, I don't say nothing against the dead, but many's the time I pitied my sister.
Inquest on him, I suppose.
Of course. Why'd you ask?
You're sure it was him?
Why, who else would it have been in the very clothes he wore?
Oh, yes, the clothes. Well, one gets talking.
One does. How long you like your eggs boiled?
4 minutes.
I'll see to him straight. Oh, Miriam, there's a gent upstairs in the tea room.
Did you get him everything he...
Nice afternoon.
Oh, Alfred!
Here, now, don't faint.
Oh,
sit
it's
down.
you.
No, it isn't. Just looks like me, that's all.
Oh, I knew that man wasn't you all along. I tried to think it was. Oh, I always feared you'd come back.
I haven't come back. Don't you think it?
Oh, we'll pay back the insurance now. I don't know.
Now, look here, Miriam. I haven't come back and I'm not coming back. I thought you might be in trouble or some silly thing. Now I see you again, I'm satisfied, see?
You mean you'll go away?
I'm gone. I never was here. Don't you think you're going to see me again, for you ain't. Goodbye.
Ain't you going to stay, sir? I've just got the eggs
Never
ready.
mind the eggs. See to the missus upstairs. She's had a bit of a shock. Something about seeing a ghost. Nice evening, old party.
It is, Polly. River looks real pretty.
It does. Oh, and speaking of that, Jim ain't going to come back again. Ever.
You know something?
He got drowned 5 years ago, miles from here.
Lord.
It's right enough.
How'd you know?
I went to me home. He'd got me clothes, and they thought it was me.
They?
Doesn't matter. I'm not going back again.
Poor Jim. Can't hardly say I'm sorry.
Nor me. But it don't seem much good his having been alive, does it?
Wasn't much good. Ever.
I wonder about life. You start out expecting something and it doesn't happen, and it doesn't matter. You start out thinking some things are good and some are bad. I set fire to an house once.
You, Polly?
I don't feel sorry. Just one of those things what happened to me.
Like you can't help being fat.
Yeah, you can't.
Well, it helps and it hinders.
Like this sunset is happening to me. Lord, look at it.
Don't see it does you any good. Always looking at sunsets.
Who cares?
Well, someday you won't see 'em anymore. Someday you'll be dead. And me.
Whenever there's signs of a good sunset and I'm not too busy, I'll come sit out here.
Not always.
Come here when I'm a ghost.
Spoil the place with the pride.
Not my sort of ghost. I'll just be a mellowish, warmish kind of a feeling.
Well, time we was going in.
You're right, old party. Supper to get. It's as you say. We can't sit here all night.
The curtain falls on the fourth in our series of radio plays based on outstanding works in modern British and American fiction. Today, the NBC University Theater has brought you an adaptation by Clarence A. Ross of the H.G. Wells satire, The History of Mr. Polly, starring Boris Karloff in the leading role. Our cast included Ramsay Hill, narrator, Constance Cavendish, Terry Kilburn, Gray Stafford, Donald Morrison, Naomi Stevens, Ena Ronsley, Arthur Q. Bryan, Marlene Ames, Monty Margetts, and Ben Wright. Intermission commentator was Dr. Harvey C. Webster of the University of Louisville. Next week at this time, the NBC University Theater will bring you an adaptation of Ellen Glasgow's distinguished novel, They Stoop to Folly. Productions of the NBC University Theater are currently being used in conjunction with a course in Anglo-American fiction at the University of Louisville under a national college by radio plan which permits our listeners to profit through self-advancement or to earn credit toward a college degree by means of radio and supplementary study. For further information on this plan, write to the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky. Your director was Andrew C. Love. Original music for The History of Mr. Polly was composed by Albert Harris and conducted by Henry Russell. This program came to you from Hollywood. You're invited to NBC's Sunday night party. 2.5 hours of rollicking entertainment tonight. Begin with Ozzie and Harriet. Then listen and laugh straight through with Jack Benny and his gang, the adventures of Phil Harris and Alice Faye, followed by Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy. Fred Allen tops off the merriment with tonight's guest, Tallulah Bankhead. Remember, for the best time of your life, the best time is tonight on most of these NBC stations. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we bring you A Well-Dressed Man by Frederick Raphael. When John Joseph Jenks was charged with murder, he pleaded as an alibi that he was drinking with a well-dressed man about 5 feet 9 inches tall who answered to the name of Phil. A plea that was to lift Phil Mallard from out of his obscurity as a dispenser for a suburban chemist into the limelight as chief witness for the defense at the Old Bailey. It was to do more. It was to bring together shy, lonely Phil Mallard, whose only real contact with his fellow human beings was a chess-playing opponent in Australia whom he had never seen, and self-confessed gangster, tough, brutal John Jenks in a situation that builds up to a horrifying climax. Frederick Raphael lives up to his worldwide reputation as novelist and film scenario writer with the brilliance of his character portrayals and his ability to create a climax that will astonish you despite its seeming inevitability. Listen in a few moments to A Well-Dressed Man, adapted and produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Michael Silver. Wherever... Now, Act 1 of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, A Well-Dressed Man.
Here's your prescription already made up, Mrs. Louise.
Thank you. I see you've got a new radio set.
Yes, one of these new kind of transistors. Here.
The solicitors acting for John Joseph Jenks are particularly anxious to contact a man Jenks says he met in a public house in Putney on the evening of the murder. The man was well-dressed, about 5 feet 9 inches tall, and is said to answer to the name of Phil.
Yes, nothing but murders and murder trials. Well, good day to you, Mrs. Louise.
Good day.
Oh, excuse me.
Good morning, Mr. Laban.
Good morning.
I fear I'm a couple of minutes late. There was a queue outside the football ground. I had some difficulty in getting through. One gets punched about.
Well, you don't look as if you've suffered any damage.
Oh, no, not at all. Forgive me asking, Mr. Laban, but was there any post by any chance?
Have you been applying for jobs again?
It isn't that. I mean, I shouldn't like you to think that I would...
Mr. Mallard, how many times have we been over this ground during the last, 10 years?
It isn't a reflection on...
I know, Mr. Mallard, I know. I quite appreciate your motives. I've often felt much the same myself. One doesn't enjoy being in a backwater.
No, one doesn't.
But quite frankly, wouldn't you do better to reconcile yourself?
Reconcile myself?
No one's going to take up the references of a not very young dispenser working for a not very successful branch of a not very famous firm of suburban chemists. Now, really, are they? Mr. Mallard, wouldn't it be wiser, I speak now as one who has been your colleague for a period of years, would it not be wiser to accept the situation and not waste your threepences on stamped addressed envelopes which never get used?
You don't think I'm the man they're after?
Frankly, no. I don't think you're the man they're after.
The thing is,
you feel that you're wasting yourself. I know, Mr. Mallard. I had a picture of yourself discovering a cure for some rare disease and receiving the homage of a grateful nation. We all did, Mr. Mallard. Saving someone's life and basking forever in the sunshine of his gratitude. We're most of us driven to take up our careers with the idea of performing some magnificent service to others, and we stay in them because by the time we discover what drudgery they are, we're too set to move.
There wasn't any post, I take it.
There was not.
Morning, Mr. Laybourne.
Oh, good morning.
Packhurst, Paris Cosmetic Preparations. How are things?
Well,
I thought I'd just give you a look in. We've got our new skin enhancer, the one we're having the big success with. The one with even spread dispensing actions. You haven't...
Yes. Oh, excuse me. I just... your newspaper caught my eye.
Keep it. Please, no, do have it. I've done with it, please.
Oh, thank you. It was just that...
Well-dressed man, that business. Don't believe in him, do you? If your police arrest someone, they've generally got a reason. You don't often get the police making a mistake. Now, 2 sizes these come in. The 5 and 9 tube and 10 and 3 the handy can with the luxury diffuser. Yeah, well-dressed man. Obvious red-heading.
He might turn up. You never know.
You think so?
Looking for something, Mr. Mallard? No.
Oh, smell it a mile off. The red-heading, I mean. Smell it a mile off.
Well, I'll take 6 and 6. That's 6 big and 6 small.
6 and 6. Very much obliged to you, Mr. Laybourne. They always have some sort of red-heading, the defence does. Their job, though, isn't it? He doesn't exist, you can be sure of that. Well-dressed man. Answers to the name of Phil. Could be anyone.
Well,
I must depart. Good morning to you, Mr. Laybourne, and many thanks. Next Friday week, if that's convenient.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Yes?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can I help you?
Don't you recognize me, Vivian?
Philip! Oh, good gracious me, no, I did not at first. Well, how are you?
I'm all right.
Are you going to come in?
Thank you. I wondered if you might...
We are expecting people in a little while, but...
I just wanted a word with Basil, if I might. I'm sorry if it's a bad time.
Oh, well, it's always a bad time these days, I'm afraid. Life's one long rush. People, and more people. If it isn't American editors, it's local flower shows, you can imagine.
Yes.
Well, I'll go and see if Basil's about here.
Thank you.
That's about it, I think. The usual piece about inquiries for stamped addressed envelopes, Brigade.
Sorry to disturb you, darling, only Philip's here.
Philip?
Your brother.
Philip? What's he want?
Well, he didn't say. He wants to see you, that's all.
I suppose someone must have died or something. Oh, dear. Oh, well. Olive, call Dennis Thingamabob. Tell him I'd love to lunch on Friday. Oh, and get hold of that man from Vacation Magazine. Tell him I'm on for the Chateau country. And how many words do you want and when? Oh, and call the Maison Provençale. Tell them I want a table for 8 for tomorrow. And make sure they know who we are. I don't want limp game, chips and Empire cough mixture at 22 and a head, all right?
Yes, Mr. Mallard.
Philip. Oh, Philip, my dear old boy, this is a surprise.
I'm sorry, I seem to have come at a bad moment.
Well, you weren't now. Oh, what have you got there?
Oh, only this... It's your scrapbook. I was...
Oh, one of our scrapbooks, have you? Silly, really, keeping all that nonsense.
Very impressive.
Well, it's a living. You're looking as spruce as ever, Philip. How are things?
Still the same.
Time you found yourself a wife.
I shall never do that, I don't suppose. Not now.
Well, I'm going back upstairs to finish getting ready. Do excuse me, Philip, will you?
Of course. It was nice to see you again.
Oh, lovely to see you. Oh, Basil, the caterer, will be here in half an hour, darling. He knows where everything is if you let him in.
I will.
You've done more for her than I ever could have.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, yes. She's not like the girl I used to know, not now.
They all changed.
You've been very successful.
We've worked hard, you know.
Oh, yes, I know. You always did. Mother always had faith in you. Said you'd be someone.
Oh, one has to take one's opportunities. I was lucky, that's all. Well, has been a long time,
Yes. We haven't met since the funeral. Mother's.
Poor Mum. No, we have. Never fault you on a date, eh, Philip?
No.
You're still in Hilton, eh?
I am. This is a nice place.
Nice enough, terribly cramped, of course. Luckily, we get about a good deal, or we should feel like birds in a gilded cage, all dressed up and nowhere to stretch out.
Yes. I gather you're abroad a good deal.
We have to be. Needs must when the bank manager drives. Well, Philip, is there something? I mean, what can I...
I want your advice.
Problem?
Yes, sir. I have rather...
Well?
No, I'm in rather a quandary.
Quandary? What kind? Need money?
No. It's just that I rather think I'm the missing Phil.
The missing Phil?
The man they're looking for.
I mean, you've done something.
Haven't you seen the paper? It's been all over the paper about this murder.
Murder?
They're looking for a man called Phil.
No one's ever called you Phil, have they?
Yes. And unless I come forward, they'll hang him. Looks as if they'll hang him unless I...
Hang who?
This man, Jenks, they've accused of the Hammer murder. Unless I tell them he was with me.
With you?
Yes. You see how important I may be. How important.
You say you were with him. Where was this?
In the pub in Putney. Sometimes I go out. I go out to pubs. It's allowed.
And you met this chap they...
want to hang. Yes, I think I did.
Strange company for you, Philip. A man like that. You're positive.
I'm not like you, Basil. I didn't have your advantages. I didn't go to university. I don't have famous friends. I take my company when I can find it.
Why exactly have you come here, Philip?
To get your reaction.
To what exactly?
My problem, of course. What should I do? I must do it, mustn't I? Come forward. I mean, I don't want to, heaven knows, but...
You'll get the most appalling amount of publicity.
Exactly.
Newspapers, interviews, all that sort of thing. I can't see you enjoying the experience. It's enough to unnerve the strongest of us.
But if I'm the only person who can save him, the only person who can help him, surely
I dare say they'll come down on us like a ton of vultures as well. The very fact that I've even got a brother at all will be enough to start the gossip boys sharpening their poison arrows. The police seem pretty sure he did it.
They are. That's why
They must have their reasons. Well, I'm only thinking of you, Philip. The important thing is not to look foolish. I mean, if you were to come forward and then be proved mistaken, we should all... Well, you'll be made a fool of, that's all, and we should all regret it. Tell me, since when do people call you Phil? I never called you Phil, nor did Mother.
My other friend does. The one I play chess with in Australia.
Well, the one you...
We play chess by correspondence. He calls me Phil. That's what started it.
Well, I don't really feel I've been much help.
The thing is, I might be very important.
Yes, I can see that. Well, perhaps you should go and see somebody connected with the case. Have a word with them.
Yes. Well, thank you, Basil. Sorry if I've disturbed you.
Not at all. Not at all.
The prisoner knew, and you may think was in an excellent position for knowing, that Mr. Hammond was in possession of substantial sums each Friday night when the takings from the garage which he owned and where Jenks had sought employment were put in a safe to be taken to the bank on the Saturday. Jenks, in the view of the prosecution, returned to his place of work, knowing Hammond would be there, and still up behind him, intending to strike him down and take the money. Hammond suspected something, turned and resisted, and was then callously struck repeated and terrible blows on the head, as a result of which he shortly died. Jenks took the money and went on his way. He was not seen again until he was arrested in Belfast. There he claimed first that his name was O'Shea, and afterwards that though he was Jenks, he knew nothing of the murder and had simply decided to leave the garage. Later still, he said he knew of the murder and said he feared he would be charged with it. Now, we have heard of an alibi. The defense claims, as claim it clearly must to have any hope of success, that Jenks was elsewhere on the night of the murder. Just what this story adds up to, or whether indeed it will be continued with at all, we shall see presently. Meanwhile, I shall, with my Lord's permission, call the first witness, Alfred Dean Oliver.
I said they wouldn't find him, didn't I? And for why? Because there isn't such a bloke. He'll swing all right.
Maybe.
Oh, no question. Now, they tell me, how'd you get on with the two-tones? Do well, did they?
Clearing slowly.
They'll come back for more, that I can promise you. A dozen?
Half. Make it half.
Half this week, fair enough. I'll bet you the other half dozen Jinx is in the condemned cell come Wednesday next.
Fair enough.
Central 0181. I think I can help you. My name's Phil Mallard. That's right. Phil.
Now, will you tell the jury and my lord in your own words what you did that evening?
I got home from work about 6:30. Then after supper, as it was a fine evening, I decided to go out. I walked for a while, and then I caught a bus. Eventually, I found myself by the river, and I walked along from Putney Bridge towards Richmond, that direction. I went into a pub after a while because I felt thirsty. It was quite warm. I ordered my drink. It was a shandy, actually, with lemonade. They hadn't any ginger, and I sat down, and there was a small table on the terrace, so I sat there. We were watching some scullers. The people out there. The river was very calm. One of the scullers had been exerting himself more than most, and he dived into the river. We all laughed. And that's when we began to talk. He and I. I used to surf at one time. He said he was keen on sport, too. We had some more to drink, socially, as it were, and we talked. Reminisced, you might say. We went on talking till the pub closed, and then we walked to the bus stop, and I caught my bus.
And you're sure that that was the man with whom you spent the evening?
Positive. Yes.
You've left it pretty late in the day, Mr. Mallard. Well, haven't you left it pretty late in the day?
I suppose so.
You suppose so? Why did you not come forward before?
I was afraid to.
Well, of what were you afraid?
I don't know. Notoriety?
Notoriety?
Being asked a lot of questions.
Well, I'm afraid your fears in that respect were more than justified. I shall indeed be asking you a lot of questions. Now, you say you are absolutely convinced, without the remotest possibility of doubt, that that was the man with whom you spent the evening of the 3rd of August last?
I am.
Had you ever met him before?
Never.
Have you ever met him since?
I have not.
Mr. Mallard, have you seen photographs of the accused in your newspaper at all?
Yes, I have done.
You have done? On how many occasions?
A couple or so.
You've seen photographs of the accused more often than you've seen the accused himself.
That's true. Only
one thing at a time, Mr. Mallard, if you don't mind. Now, let us go back to this famous evening. What made you go to Putney that evening? You live some distance from that place. Why did you go there?
I was born there. I sometimes go back.
To see people? Relatives?
No, I just go there. I don't know anyone.
A sentimental journey,
if you like.
Now, you say you sat on the terrace. It was quite shady under there, I dare say?
Oh, yes, it was shady.
Yes, and you were looking out at the bright river, the reflection of the setting sun, quite dazzling, I dare say.
I don't think so.
What did you talk about?
Birds was one thing.
Birds, did you? What sort of birds?
I like to feed them. I put crumbs on my sill. He likes birds, too.
Oh, indeed. And what sort of birds does he like?
He flew pigeons at one time.
Where did you read about that?
Nowhere.
Do you swear you never read that Jinx was a pigeon fancier?
I shouldn't be surprised. shouldn't be surprised. I may have. Afterwards, since, I mean.
Mr. Mallard, how many times have you visited Putney during the last year?
A few.
A few? 3 times? 13 times? 30 times?
5 or 6 times.
5 or 6 times. Can you give us the dates?
Dates?
Dates, that's right, dates. The dates on which you made these sentimental journeys.
I don't know. Last year I went once in October, I think it was. Again in November and Christmas time.
I want the dates, the exact dates, Mr. Mallard. What day in October?
I'm not sure if it was October. It might have been the last week in September or the first in November.
Oh, the second in July, perhaps.
No, I
don't know, do you, Mr. Mallard?
Well, I can't swear.
You can't swear, quite so. You can't swear. But you have sworn. You have sworn, Mr. Mallard. You've sworn that it was August the 3rd that you visited Putney and saw the accused in the dim light of a public house terrace and found the experience and the date so unforgettable that you have not the tiniest doubt about them. Yet you can give us no other date, Mr. Mallard? Truthfully, can you stand there and tell us you have no doubt about it having been the 3rd of August? Really?
Oh, yes. You see...
Thank you, Mr. Mallard.
It was my birthday, you see. I don't forget my birthday.
It's here.
Philip. Paper's full of him. If it goes on at this rate, they'll be holding over my column to make room for pictures of him.
Oh, grisly notion.
I had lunch with Dennis about this TV series, and all they could do was talk about Philip.
He'll make us famous yet.
Making such a fool of himself.
And us.
Needless to say, and us. Do you know, one of the people at lunch actually wanted to meet him.
Meet him? What for?
They thought he sounded interesting. Interesting. Philip.
Basil, do you think he's going to get that man off?
Oh, I don't know. If he's telling the truth, well, after all, why should he make it up? Philip, of all people, why should he?
You may well think that Mr. Mallard is the most important person in this case. No one could occupy a more crucial position than he does. For if you leave his evidence, the whole case for the prosecution must fall to the ground. Jenks, even if he were equipped with the fastest motor car, could not possibly have been with Mr. Mallard and committed the murder. You've heard ample evidence on that score. Many things are possible, but one cannot be in Putney and in Hornsey at the same time. Either Mr. Mallard has wrongly identified the accused, or the accused must be acquitted. You've seen Mr. Mallard, and you must come to your own conclusions. Does he seem the kind of man who would claim notoriety? Is he the kind likely to suffer from hallucination or self-delusion? Is he the victim of a simple mistake? Or again, is he telling the truth? You may well ask yourself what possible motive he'd have in fabricating the story he has told us. Mr. Mallard is the only person who can claim to have seen the accused at the time of the murder. The evidence against Jenks is, you may think, very strong, but it's also very circumstantial. Against it, you must place the evidence of Mr. Mallard. It's as simple, members of the jury, and as difficult as that. I can give no direction to you on this matter. It is you, and you alone, who must decide. Members of the jury, are you agreed on your verdict? We are. Do you find the prisoner guilty or not guilty of the crime with which he is charged?
We find him not guilty.
And is that the verdict of you all?
It is.
I order that the accused, John Joseph Jenks, be discharged forthwith.
Well, Inspector, there it is.
I'll never believe he didn't do it.
No, there's nothing we can do now.
No, true.
What about this man, Mallard? What do you make of it?
Cracked. Must have been.
It doesn't seem cracked.
Well, let's hope we manage to pin something on Jenks before he goes and does it again.
Well, that's your business, Dwyer.
That's right.
Yes? Hello, friend. Mr. Jenks, Mind if I come in?
No. But yes, do. You'll find the place in a bit of a muddle, I'm afraid.
Well, I must say I never thought you'd do what you did. I never expected it. Quite a turn-up, really, that was, you coming forward. I like 2 spoonsful of that coffee, if you don't mind.
Oh, yes, certainly. I had to. I could never have borne it if they'd found you guilty and if they'd...
Hang me? They would have too, you bet. Should have seen old Dwyer's face when I come out of court. Should have seen his face, old Dwyer.
What?
Inspector on the case. Livid. Livid.
Oh. You are?
Yes, sir. Well, I had to come and thank you. I mean, in the circs, it was the least I could do, wasn't it?
Very nice of you.
Very nice of you, come to that.
It's nothing.
Nothing? Saved me blooming neck, no fooling. No, I had to express my gratitude to you, didn't I? I mean, saving the life of a complete stranger like that. I mean, that deserves gratitude, that does, doesn't it?
It was a pleasure.
Pleasure, was it? Oh, that's nice. You, live alone then, here, do you?
Yes, I do.
Very interesting, that is. Very interesting. All alone, do you?
That's right.
Wife dead, then, is she?
I never had a wife.
Don't worry, you haven't missed anything. Very interesting, though, that is. Never had a wife. You, not like them?
She married someone else.
Did she? Oh, I see. Never had the urge since then, haven't you?
No. Coffee all right? If you want some more sugar...
Yeah, do with a spot, thanks. Sweet tooth, me. Well, all alone, are you? Nice place you got. All the amenities, very nice.
It's simple, but...
Yeah, simple. You should see some of the places I've kept in. Luxurious, this is. No, I never realized you had a place like this. Never intruded if I'd known.
It's perfectly all right.
No, I mean that night in the pub when we was watching the river and all that. I'd never have intruded myself if I'd known what sort of bloke you were. I had to come and thank you, give you my gratitude, didn't I?
It's very nice of you. I'm glad you came.
Lonely here, I dare say. Eh? All by yourself. Never been married. Well. Your birthday, was it?
On the
3rd of August. That's your birthday, is it?
Yeah, 3rd of August.
How old are you then?
45.
Are you really? 45, eh? That's very interesting, that is. Got any biscuits, have you?
Biscuits?
I could do with something to eat, matter of fact.
I'll see.
Makes you peckish being tried for murder, it does. Nervous tension, think it must be, yes. Hanging about, you know. Yes.
I've got some digestives and some cheese if you'd like it.
Well, that'll do. Yeah, you should have seen old Dwyer's face. Funny people, coppers are. Never let you off the hook. You know that? Well, I don't suppose you would, respectable bloke like you, but they never let you off the hook.
I've cut the ride off.
Furious. Yeah. It's like old times, this is, eh? You and me, eh?
Yeah, yes,
Go round to my digs, the place I used to live. You'll find one of them there.
One of them?
You'll find a copper hanging round the door, waiting, hoping I'll do something else. Very interesting, that is, about coppers. One-track minds.
What will you do now?
Do?
Now the case is over. Where will you go?
Well, I don't know. I hadn't thought. Nice place you've got here.
There's not really too much room.
They don't know me around here. That's the thing. The busies don't know me. I'm not known. I can lead my own life. I can't go back to Hornsey. They'll hand me. Certain to. One-track mind. That's why I thought I'll look that bloke up.
Really?
See if he can help me.
No, I think it's very luxurious. I mean, you've got all the amenities, haven't you? Fancy you remembering me. That's what gets me. Really recognise my face, did you?
Yes, of course.
Amazing, that is. What's your racket, then? What do you do for a living?
I work in a chemist.
Oh, chemist, you? Very interesting. Big one?
Reasonable one. Not large.
Reasonable size?
That's right.
Yes.
I have to be at work quite early in the morning. I have to get to bed quite early, otherwise I can't do my work.
Incapacitated, quite. Don't mind me. I mean, if you want to kip, don't mind me. Whenever you want to, I mean, just, you know. Hey, play chess, do you?
If you don't mind...
Or something wrong?
No, don't touch those chess pieces if you don't mind.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I do apologise. Important, then, that is it?
It's an unfinished game.
Well, why don't you finish it?
My opponent's in Australia.
Ah, why?
Well, he lives there. He sends me his moves, and I send him mine.
I see. Couldn't you find no one nearer, then?
I don't happen to have done so.
Ah.
I suppose...
What?
You're not a chess player?
Nah. I used to play solo, but not anymore. In Australia, is he? Right, Stu?
Yes. We manage to exchange moves once a fortnight.
Do you really? Very interesting, that is. Once a fortnight, do you?
Sometimes less, sometimes
more. Oh, I know. Do you really? You're cracked, aren't you?
I'm sorry?
Cracked. Nutcase, aren't you?
I think perhaps...
Bombed, aren't you?
It'd be better if you...
Playing chess with a bloke in Australia. Popping up out of the blue at the Bailey.
It was nice of you to come round, and now, if you don't mind, I'm going to bed.
I'm not stopping you.
I'd be very glad if... Would you care to come round again? Have some coffee?
I mean, you really deserve to be locked up, you do, don't you? Playing chess with a bloke in Australia. Fantastic, that is. I mean, just imagine if old Muckface had got that out of you. Would I be wrong in thinking that you played chess with a man in Australia? I mean, all he had to do was ask you a question like that, and I'd be playing drafts with a death watch. I mean, straight. You're a pretty rum bloke, you are.
Think so?
Dead rum. Oh, never mind. This is a nice place, I must say. All the amenities, haven't you? I mean,
you must come again.
Short of company, then, are you? Lonely?
It can be.
Just think of being in the condemned cell, like. I should think that is lonely and all.
Yes.
People around you all the time there, though. Lonely.
I suppose it would be.
I mean, watching you. Horrible that must be.
Quite.
Nerve-wracking that must be, I should think. Well, you got me out of that all right then, friend, didn't you? I mean, you looked after me, didn't you? Saw me all right then, didn't you?
Oh, it was nothing.
No, I suppose not. Got your name in the papers?
Yes. Both of us did.
Both of us did, you're right there. You got something there, all right. Famous we are.
It's all over now.
For them it is, but not for us. I mean, we're a famous pair, you and I. I mean, you've got your cuttings, haven't you? Got your scrapbook there, I see. Been pasting some new ones in, I see.
Oh, stupid. I ought to get rid of them. It was stupid of me.
No. I differ there. I don't think so. A man's entitled to his cuttings. That's an old story, that is. Got mine all right.
Oh.
There we are. Got mine here, all there. Got more than you, too.
Naturally.
Naturally, as you say. I mean, you didn't come in till late, did you? Sitting on the terrace watching the river, did you?
No.
That's a nice scrapbook, that is. How much that set you back then?
16 and 6.
16 and 6, did it really? Get me one, can you?
Well, you can get one.
Why don't you like to show me face?
They're on sale in the stationers.
It's the busies I'm worried about. As soon as they know where I am, I shan't be able to call me life me own. Like being under the death watch it'd be, promise you. One-track minds.
Next time you come, I'll have one for you.
You see, they never give you a second chance, the busies don't. Get their tabs on you, you might as well take a running jump in the Grand Union Canal. I mean, I can't show me face, that's the truth. You know what I mean, don't you, Fred?
Well, yes.
No, I mean, this is a lovely place. This is you. Nice place you got here. I mean, if I can lie low here for a bit, all the amenities, haven't you? Well, I can get a second chance, like.
Lie low?
Look, you got me into this.
I?
You get me off, didn't you? Don't deny that, do you? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be on the loose, would I?
But you can go anywhere. You were acquitted. You can go anywhere.
You should have seen Dwyer then. Livid, furious he was. I got to be somewhere out of harm's way. I mean, you got me into this, didn't you? Meeting me in the pub, like you said. I mean, it's your fault I'm here. It's not anyone else's fault, is it?
You're welcome to stay tonight if you want to.
I've got no choice. No alternative, friend. I mean, that's straight. I'll be perfectly straight with you over this.
If you don't mind the sofa.
Oh, not for tonight, no. That'd do very nicely. I'm surprised you don't have a spare bed, though, for visitors. People who come to stay. I'm prepared, ain't you?
I don't know people.
No?
You can have a rug and a pillow if you like. Make yourself comfortable on the sofa. Yeah. All right?
That looks very cosy. Very homey, that does.
I'm afraid it's rather makeshift.
Makeshift? Educated, aren't you? Educated bloke.
I went to school. I didn't go to university. My brother...
Educated bloke, thought you were.
There we are. I go to work about 8:15 and I have to catch my bus.
Right, you are, 8:15.
I have to be out of here.
I'm with you.
Well, I'll leave you.
Okay, Phil. Good night, Phil.
You are now listening to Drive, the hungry detergent. Only Drive, the new kind of washing powder, has Ensolve, the professional stain remover. That's why Drive with Ensolve eats stains like baby food, tomato sauce, egg, chocolate. Yet it's so gentle with fabric, so kind to colors. Just soak overnight in new Drive and stains vanish. Then wash in new Drive for astounding results. New Drive eats stains. Gets your whole wash so clean, it's spotless.
Now available throughout the Transvaal.
It's here, new Dual.
Yes, Dual is the new floor cleaner that really deserves to be called revolutionary. Because Dual actually cleans and polishes your floors all in one go.
Dual is an entirely new floor cleaner that has its own built-in floor polish as well. Dual saves you hours of work.
With Dual, you get all your washable floors spotlessly clean. And you get a magnificent, hard, non-slip, dirt-resisting shine. All in one go.
And the more you clean with Dual, the more brilliantly your floors shine.
Get new Dual right away. It's the revolutionary new floor cleaner that cleans and polishes all in one go.
Remember, it's Dual. D-U-A-L, Dual.
Basil Mallard.
Oh, Mr. Mallard, sorry to disturb you. My news editor asked me to get hold of you. I hope it's not a bad moment.
Oh, not at all. What can I do for you?
Well, we were just wondering if you were having a celebration at all this evening.
Celebration?
That is the Mr. Mallard, isn't it, speaking?
I hope so.
Mr. Mallard who gave evidence in the trial.
No, that's my brother.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm so sorry. I asked them to get me... They must have got me the wrong one. Would you have your brother's number at all?
No, I'm afraid not.
Mr. Jenks? Mr. Jenks! It's breakfast, Mr. Jenks.
What? Oh, how is you? Never jog me, Phil. That's a jog. I don't like to be jogged.
Breakfast is ready.
Breakfast, is it? You woke me up. I was dreaming. You woke me up.
We've got to be out of here in a quarter of an hour.
We have to be out of here? I can't get out on the street 8:30 in the morning. Well, what I do at 8:30 in the morning out on the street?
But aren't you going to look for work?
Hey, think they wouldn't get on my tail, the coppers? Think they wouldn't? Oh, I wouldn't have a chance. Nah, best thing I can do is lay up for a week or two.
We could go and look for something suitable somewhere.
Hopeless. I told you, friend, I go out of that door and down into the street, and where am I?
Hillston High Street, north side.
I'm in trouble right away. I told you I don't know how many times they'll hound me. But oh, give us a break.
What do you want to do?
Stop here a day or two. Pals, aren't we, Phil? You and me? I'm your best friend, I am, remember? The sun on the water and all that, remember? We're pals. You don't want to let a pal down, do you?
No, but...
Of course you don't. Not made like that, are you? What am I, Phil?
I don't...
What am I? Who am I? John Joseph Jinks. And I'm an innocent man, aren't I?
Yes, sir.
Yes, exactly so. Now, you got me into this, and I came round here to express my gratitude, right?
Yes, I'm very grateful.
Then show how grateful you are, friend, and help me out for a day or two, okay?
I must go to work. I shall be late.
You never want to be late. You want to be punctual. That's good, that is. Punctuality is. That's a virtue. You run along.
Now, please, don't...
What?
Don't touch this. Move anything. Any of the chessmen.
Righto, if you say so. Right you are. Oh, by the way, might bring some smokes when you get back tonight. I'm right ahead. Haven't got any, have you?
No, I don't smoke.
Sensible bloke. Don't forget, will you? And the scrapbook, Fred. Cheers.
Inspector Dwyer here, Doyle. Any sign of Master Jenks?
I see. Has he indeed? Well, in my experience, people don't vanish, Doyle. I want tabs on him. Now, let me know as soon as you hear anything. He must be somewhere. He can't have vanished into thin air.
Don't...
Oh, sorry.
Bang too hard, will you?
Oh, don't worry. I can handle an hammer. I was just putting a couple of nails in this picture. You and me coming out of the Bailey. Good, isn't it? I thought we should put it up. Memento. Got the book, have you? The scrapbook?
I managed to get this.
Ah. Flimsy, innit? Flimsy, that is. Unsubstantial.
Well, it was all they had.
All they had. Go on.
The shops were closing. It wasn't proper stationers.
All they had. You want to watch it?
It was a general store's on the corner.
On that corner. You want to watch it? You telling the truth, are you?
I couldn't get anything else. It'll have to do.
Have to do? What do you mean?
See if you ate the baked beans.
That's right. Only one they had. I don't believe you.
Both tins.
Well, I got hungry. I was hungry.
You had no business to eat both of tins.
You're changing the subject, you are, aren't you? You're not telling the truth, are you?
What?
About the scrapbook. You're not, are you?
It's the only one they had.
If you and me are going to be friends, if we're going to stay friends, you're going to have to learn to tell the truth. I mean, I can't stand fibs. You're a liar, aren't you?
If you can't be polite, well, you just have to...
No, I mean, you're what they call a liar. I mean, a real liar, aren't you?
Please don't...
I mean to say, you're a case, aren't you? What they call a case, you are. Bonked, I mean, aren't you? No, straight.
If you've had supper...
I'll tell you something if you like.
Yes?
I've had an offer.
Offer?
That's right. Bloke I met in a pub made me an offer.
What are you trying to...
I'm not kidding you. He did. What's for supper, then?
You ate both tins of baked beans, both.
Well, it was parky-like, you know.
You'll have to have cornflakes.
That's breakfast food, really, isn't it? Cornflakes.
That's all there is.
All right, then. Only what did we have for breakfast?
Toast.
He did. Made me an offer. Why do you tell lies?
It was the only one they had.
I can't trust you, Phil. That's the truth. I can't trust you. Can't believe a word you say. It's awkward, that is. I mean, I've got no basis of trust. 1,000 quid straight. £1,000 this bloke offered me.
What for?
My story. After the trial, this was. After you sprung me, like. Then in a pub afterwards, 1,000 quid.
Why did you refuse?
I didn't. I said I'd think about it. Consider it. Said I would. I've got his number, you know, for when I decide.
What story exactly?
Not every day a bloke gives up 1,000 quid. Sunday paper. Doesn't happen every day. I mean, a chance like that, having my own column, like. Sort of thing you dream about, isn't it? Having your own column. I saw a picture once. Bloke had his own column.
My brother...
What's that? Oh, what's he done?
My brother has his own column in a newspaper.
Does he really? Oh, it's very interesting, that is. Make a lot of money then, does he? Got a nice house and all that business?
Oh, yes, indeed.
All the amenities plus?
It's very elegant.
That's the word. Luxurious, am I right?
Yes. He's done very well. He's got everything. Travels a lot, everything.
I like to see the house where he lives, your brother. Elegant, I expect. Away a lot. 1,000 quid I could have made. That's a lot of money, isn't it? Your brother make that much for his articles?
I don't know.
Well known, is he?
Quite.
Well known as Godfrey Wynne?
I don't know. Dare say.
Very interesting, that is. Well known as Godfrey Wynne. No, I'd like to see the house.
I think they've moved from where they were. I fancy they've moved.
You find the address, Phil, eh? I don't know that I believe you about them moving. I don't know if I can trust you. Terrible thing, you know, living with someone you can't trust. 5 years you could get.
Oh, Inspector Dyer. Oh, certainly. Mr. Mallard isn't here at the moment, I'm afraid. He stepped out for something. But I'll tell him you called. Oh, yes, I quite understand. Perfectly all right. I'm sorry, but you have to leave here.
Don't start.
Maybe the police.
What about the police? What have they been up to?
Here, have you... I haven't done anything. Only they called at the shop this morning where I work. They wanted me to call them up. I haven't yet, but...
You're not uttering threats.
Uttering threats?
Threatening me. You're not, are you?
They're suspicious, that's all.
You tell them where
I haven't spoken to them at all yet. I was out getting some supplies. I wasn't in.
Well, that's all right then, isn't it? If they didn't talk to you.
Well, from what Mr. Laban told me, they were very suspicious. There's been a break-in and they're suspicious.
Break-in?
The tobacconist's store bashed in.
Oh, yeah.
2 nights ago.
You don't say. Want a fag?
No, I don't, thanks.
Got some cash, you said, have you?
I'll give you money. Yes, cash. I've got a bit.
Haven't made a note of the numbers or anything, have you? Haven't been educated about it or anything?
Here we are. They're all odd ones. I haven't even looked at them.
Here. This is all on the up and up, I suppose. I mean, knowing what a liar you are, I wouldn't put it past you to be putting the wind up me. I mean, ones isn't much use these days now. I don't suppose your brother even uses ones, not nowadays. 5ers or nothing. Expect he's got drawers full, eh? Small change once are to a bloke like your brother.
Keeps all his money in the bank. Never has any in the house. I promise you.
Found the address, have you?
There's nothing there, I tell you. You must get out of here.
Dwyer, was it?
You can get down to the bus station very easily. You could be in Manchester tonight.
What do I want to be in Manchester for? What am I supposed to do in Manchester? A new life couldn't I have in Manchester?
Yes.
Got a suitcase?
Suitcase?
Under your bed?
Oh, yes.
Only pyjamas?
I'll give you a pair.
Suspicious, Dwyer, was he?
Well...
I thought you didn't speak to him.
I was going to say... Mr. Laban said...
and a toothbrush. Must have a toothbrush. He sounded...
businesslike.
Would do.
That's why I thought he might come round, might call.
This isn't a trick of yours, is it? One of your lies?
No, no.
You won't tell him, will you, when I've gone?
He won't even know you've been here.
Get the case. Come on. Come on. Thanks, friend.
Good luck. Turn right at the bottom, and you're at the terminal.
I'll say cheerio, then. Cheerio. Looks like it's too late. I better get back into the bedroom. Only watch it. So much as one word and I'll be on you.
Mr. Mallard, may I have a word? Inspector Dwyer.
Of course. Come in.
I hope I haven't come at a bad moment.
What can I do for you?
You seen anything of your friend, Jenks, at all?
Jenks? No, nothing. Why? Has he been in some sort of trouble?
No. We've rather lost touch with Master Jenks, that's all. He must be keeping out of harm's way somewhere.
What about this robbery at the tobacconist's? I suppose you were thinking...
Was I? Jenks? No, I don't think so. No one was cursed, for one thing. He makes a habit of violence, Jenks does.
Does he?
As long as he keeps his nose clean, we can't touch him. Only I'd like to know where he is. Goodbye, Mr. Mallard.
You're a clever little lying swine, aren't you? Dwight hadn't got a clue. Even when you're trying to tip him off, he hadn't got a clue. Can't trust you an inch, can I? You're a shocker, you are, you know, shocker. Nearly had me in Manchester, didn't you? Shocking. Clever, I must say. Tricky. Educated, I must say, the way you done it. Now, what about your brother's address, your brother?
Has there been any post today?
Post?
Letters.
Expecting a letter, are you?
Yes.
Oh, yes, from Australia.
Yes, has it come? Where is it?
Steady, steady.
And where is it? I want it. What have you done with it?
I picked it up. You didn't want it trampled on, did you? Walked on, did you?
Now, please give it to me. Well, come on, give it to me.
Watch it, watch it.
Ow!
Don't start roughhousing with me, son. Don't start roughhousing, I wouldn't.
Oh, I want my letter.
Yes.
You killed him. You killed him. Murderer, you're a murderer. You killed that man. That's what you did. You killed him.
Shut up.
Oh, you killed him.
I told you to shut up. Now shut up.
Why did I?
Why did you? I don't know. Why did you?
Because I thought.
Give the needle a shove.
I thought you needed someone. I thought there was someone you needed them, and they failed you. I don't know.
Remember where they went to? The chessmen, do you?
Of course.
You are bombed straight. See what I mean, don't you? I could get 1,000 quid any time I wanted, just like that. Stop messing about with them things, will you? Always messing about. Hey, you're a full-time liar, really, aren't you? I mean, that's really what you are. Terrible thing that is to be a liar. Shocking that is.
Please, may I have my letter?
After you've made the copy. I fancy it's strong tonight. Hello. You've got a new jar for the sugar, haven't you? Haven't seen that before.
Oh, yes, I have. Help yourself.
Aren't you having none? Sugar? Aren't you having none?
No. I won't actually. Not tonight.
Good out. There we are then. Nice and sweet. Way I like things.
You killed him, didn't you?
Don't start, Phil. Don't start.
You're not going to have my brother's address, not as long as you live.
Oh, we'll see about that. In due course, we'll see.
Not as long as you live.
So you had it all the time, did you? I mean, you was lying, saying you didn't have it. Telling an untruth, wasn't you? Not to be trusted, are you? Not trustworthy, I mean, are you? Not to be trusted. Come here.
Not as long as you live.
Come here.
No!
Inspector Dwyer? What? Dead? I see. Yes, I'll be right over. Stay there. I'll be right over. I was afraid of something like this. Well?
Body's over there, Inspector.
Well. So much for John Joseph Jenks. How did it happen, Mr. Mallard?
I couldn't stand it any longer. I realized what he'd done. I mean, the murder.
Yes. But how did Jenks come to take poison? How did you...
This particular poison has a molecular structure not dissimilar to sugar. He helped himself. I offered him the jar and he helped himself. It took effect quite rapidly, more or less painlessly. You see, I don't take sugar myself.
Very lucky. You lied, didn't you, about being within the night Hammond was killed?
Yes, I did. I'm afraid I did. I thought there really was a Phil, you see. Wouldn't or daren't, couldn't. I couldn't bear to think of anyone being hanged because someone wouldn't help him, so I helped him instead.
I see. I only wish you'd called me before you killed him, not after.
I knew that pub, that area. It could have been me so easily. I knew the area.
Well, we'd better be off.
Of course. Wonder if I might just post this on the way. It's to a friend of mine in Australia. Nothing about all this.
I'm afraid I shall have to have a look at it. Oh. Well, what's this mean? White resigns. Not the code, is it?
No, it's just about, our game of chess. I don't suppose I shall be able to go on with it now.
No, I suppose not.
I suppose this will make you quite famous, won't it? Important. I mean, after all, I'm a murderer, aren't I?
In tonight's presentation of A Well-Dressed Man by Frederick Raphael, you heard John Hayter as Philip, Gabriel Bayman as Jenks, and Hugh Rouse as Basil. Sheila Holliday played the part of Vivian, and others in the cast were Donald Monat, Bill Brewer, John Whiteley, Stuart Brown, and Derek Royal. A Well-Dressed Man was adapted and produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Michael Silver. Next week, Lux Radio Theatre will celebrate its 1000th performance, and for this very special occasion, takes pleasure in presenting 4 internationally known stars of stage and screen who are at present visiting South Africa: Richard Todd, Jean Kent, Vanessa Lee, and Peter Graves in Canaries Sometimes Sing, a delightful comedy by Frederick Lonsdale. Canaries Sometimes Sing has been produced for Lux Radio Theatre's 1000th anniversary by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthorpe. So until next Monday night at 8:30, this is your Lux Radio Theatre host, Peter Tobin, bidding you all good night.
Enjoy brighter radio listening with Blaupunkt Radiogram's automatic pre-select tuning.
A message from the Association of Home of...
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Welcome. Come in. I'm Tammy Grimes. What is that poem? Dame Fortune is a fickle gypsy, always blind and often tipsy. Sometimes, for years and years together, she'll bless you with the sunniest weather, bestowing on her pudding, pence, you can't imagine why or when. Then, in a moment, presto pass, your joys are withered like the grass. Or as we say today, you win some, you lose some. The important thing to remember is not always who wins the big one, but who wins the last one.
Somebody offered me a job, and it's called proconsul. I'm going to rule over the whole world.
Lou, are you okay?
But I won't take it, Lou.
No? Why not?
Because I'd have to become a traitor. A traitor to the whole human race.
Then don't take it.
But, Lil, if I don't take it, they'll kill me.
Mr. a fly swatter. It was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynn and E.B. Juster. I'll be back shortly with Act One. In the argot of the underworld, Lou Valentine is a cannon or a dip. Both of them are used to describe a pickpocket. Of course, we can hold no brief for this kind of activity, nor do we justify it in any way. But it is one of the world's oldest professions, and to perform it with proficiency requires years of painstaking practice. Lou works with his wife, Lil. Here they are, in action. Lil is about 40, dark hair, dark eyes, and full-figured. She holds a piece of paper in her hand. There is a confused, but also a rather charming look on her face as she approaches a well-dressed, dignified, mature-looking gentleman. In a most seductive French accent, she says,
"Oh, pardon, monsieur. I do not speak English very good. Only better. Will you read this address?"
Even a heart of stone could hardly resist this charmer. He looks at her. He looks at the paper. He is blinded by that dazzling smile. And he wants this moment to last as long as possible.
Are you lost, my dear lady? Let me see if I may... Oh, is that number 23 or 33? Well, now, let me think it out. That would be near,
He's so enchanted he doesn't notice the small, slender man who has come up behind him. And he doesn't realize that his wallet has just been deftly removed from his pocket. But she does. And now it is time to disengage.
I must thank you. Au revoir.
And she is gone. What a smooth operation. But life, by its very nature, cannot run smoothly all the time. Lou Valentine is plagued by special problems. Two of them are about to surface this morning. Problem number one is now approaching.
Hello, Lou. Do I know you? My name is Frankie. Frankie what? Frankie, it don't make no difference. So? What do you want? I want to be your friend. What? Had your breakfast? Hey, let's hop into this lunchroom and take on a stack of wheat. I'm buying. Well, then, after you. You like some more coffee? I'd like some more conversation. Lou, you are the best dip in the business, and we respect that. Thank you. Otherwise, you'd have had your fingers busted. No? You were spotted working 5th and Jefferson. You and a wife. Great team. Pleasure to watch. She's so looker, that babe. She kind of sidles up to the mark, pats them baby browns at him. We'll miss you. Read this for me. While he's trying to figure out, can he promote some action there, you're in and you're out of his pocket. Hey, we pick on a friend of yours. Oh, no, it ain't that. Then what's the beef? You can't work 5th and Jefferson no more. Why not? Because we rented it to somebody else. We? The association. Oh, the association. What happens now? You gotta join up, like everybody else. I've always been a freelance. I know. Them days is gone forever. Things gotta be organized, run in an orderly way. Otherwise, people are always knocking heads. So, you want to work? You pay your initiation. We rent you a corner, you're in action. What if I don't join? Lou, you've been around too long to ask that kind of question. Frankie, you want to know something? I may have been around too long, period. Thinking of retiring, Lou? Don't do it. I'll have to discuss it with the wife. Sure, Lou, you do that. Listen, you know, we'll put aside for you the whole brand new Midtown shopping mall. It's all yours. Hello, Lou. Hey, Sergeant Hawk. Lieutenant Hawk. Huh. finally made it, huh? I'd have made it long ago if I'd have been able to collar you a little. No hard feelings, I hope. No. And to prove it, I'll give you a little tip. Leave town. I like it here. You won't like it much longer. The words come down, get all the known dips off the street. Well, thanks, Lieutenant. You're being watched, Lou. Sure. You figure you're too good to be picked up, but sooner or later, much obliged. And another thing that'll ruin it for you, the association. What's the association? You joined up yet? I never heard of it. You've always been a loner, but the way it works now, without those fellas, you can't work. And they'd set you down the river in a minute. Huh? Why are you telling me all this, Lieutenant? You've always been a gentleman, Lou. Don't you think it's time you retired? Hey, on what? You must have put away a nice little nest egg. Yeah, but we've been eating it for breakfast. You ever hear of inflation? You know what they say, Lou? Life begins at 40. Huh? For who?
That you, Lou?
Yes.
Well, how'd we do today?
We didn't even crack the nut.
You know, the guy with the monocle, the derby hat, and the black coat with the velvet collar, he had to have dough.
You know what was in that wallet? Credit cards. Every credit card in the world.
I don't know what to say.
Today you got a situation where both the rich and the poor walk around without any ready cash. The poor, because they don't have it. The rich, because they don't need it. It's all credit cards.
Yeah.
What's the matter with everybody? Don't they realize they're getting themselves into debt? What happened to all the old-fashioned values we were taught as kids? Thrift. You want something? You save your money. You pay cash, which means you have to carry cash.
One place where people still carry cash is at the racetrack.
That's where we find every cop in town. Half of them know us. And if that's not enough, the association's probably got the tracks organized, too.
Maybe we should join the association.
Never.
Then we'll just have to think of another line of work.
Like what? I'm not a safecracker. And I'm not going to start carrying a gun at my age. Lil, we're pickpockets. That's all we know how to do. It's the best grift there is. You make a direct connection with the client. And you're out of there.
I know, Lou. Oh, but after 25 years, we're being squeezed out. Face it. Between this new, what do they call it? Cashless society, and the cops, association, how do we make a living?
Maybe we just have to find jobs.
Doing what?
Doing what civilians do. How do they find jobs?
Well, they answer the war bags. They go to agencies. The fellow behind the desk says, yeah, let me see your resume. Let me see a listing of your skills.
We got skills?
They want what they call marketable skills. Here, in the paper. Look at the ad. Help wanted, computer programmer, financial analyst, marketing specialist. Where do we fit in?
It's got to be something else.
Here. It says, help wanted, domestic. And wait a minute. Well, listen. Couple wanted, suburban estate, secluded area, man to be chauffeur and butler, woman to be housekeeper, good salary.
Are you serious? What do we know about you?
Qualify 100%. Well, to begin with, we're a couple. I can keep house. That makes me a housekeeper. You can drive a car. That makes you a chauffeur.
Yeah,
You can open and close doors. And that makes you a butler.
But I don't have an English accent.
Well, pull it on. I'll show you how.
They'll want references.
Right now, we'll go and see Ben the writer. He's the best forger in town. He'll design a piece of stationery with the coat of arms of our last employers. The Duke and Duchess of Somerset, Hertfordshire. And on it, you'll write a knockout letter of recommendation.
It's crazy.
So are the times. They've never been crazier. So, the best thing to do is just lay low and wait it out.
Well, maybe this scam might net us a few bucks. impressive recommendation. Wouldn't you say so, my dear?
Quite.
Of course, Mr. and Mrs. Jones, this is not nearly as large a household as the Duke of Somerset, Hertfordshire. Could you be happy here in our simple abode?
Quite happy, sir.
And you, Mrs. Jones?
Oh, sir, you must call me Henriette.
Yes, my lord. And me, Oswald.
Mrs. Moscow and I enjoy our privacy. You shall be the only sleeping help. You will hire local people to assist you by the day.
Yes, sir.
Well, my dear, I believe I'm rather impressed with Mr. and Mrs. Jones, Oswald and Henriette. And you?
The Duke of Somerset, Hertfordshire, gives them a most glowing recommendation.
Then I take it we are in agreement. All that remains is to discuss the salary. Say, $1,000 a month? Why waste time in negotiation? This isn't some labor management Donnybrook. Make it 2,000.
$2,000.
Oh, oui, Mr. Moscow. Oui.
Yes, sir. Mr. Moscow. I can't believe it. $2,000 a month. What if they check the references?
They won't.
How do you know?
Mr. and Mrs. Moscow. Oh, I got them pegged. They just got rich.
How can you tell?
Oh, look at the stuff in the house. Cost a lot of dough, but it's all brand new.
Why do you say they won't check the references?
Well, they want us to teach them.
What?
How to behave like rich people, so nobody will think they're a couple of Johnny-come-latelys. And you see how they looked at that $5 issue linen stationery, that gold embossed coat of arms? They want to believe it. They want to have the couple that work for the Duke and Duchess of Hertfordshire, Somerset.
You mean Somerset, Hertfordshire?
Well, Mrs. Moscow, what do you think of our acquisition?
Oswald and Henriette? They're so transparently fraudulent.
Of course. Which is why I hired them.
Could we have done better?
I doubt it. I was checking the scale all the while they were speaking, and I find them perfect in every primary requirement.
When are we ready?
Mrs. Moscow, the thing can't be done overnight.
I'd rather you didn't call me Mrs. Moscow when no one's about. Tell me, who are the Duke and Duchess of Somerset, Hertfordshire?
I have already submitted them for verification. There are no such people. There is no such place.
Oh, when can we get rid of these two?
We didn't hire them to get rid of them. Remember?
Yes, I remember.
Good. See that you don't forget, Mrs. Moscow.
I won't. And don't call me Mrs. Moscow.
No? What's really for her? She said it was a peculiar name, Moscow. But where does this take us? We only know for sure it will take us right into Act 2 shortly. Lou and Mel Valentine, a pair of out-of-work pickpockets who have decided to go straight. And so, they have found employment on a suburban estate as a housekeeping couple. But is their honest resolve about to be thwarted? Have they fallen among thieves, bigger and smarter thieves than themselves? You must know by now that we are weaving a tangled web.
And what is our next move?
We must wait for Oswald and Henriette to respond to the indoctrinator.
And how long will that take?
Who can say? We turn it on and hope for the best. Individuals vary. Oswald and Henriette. Indeed. Their names are Lou and Little Valentine.
Oh, who cares about that?
You're not even curious?
I just want to get this thing over with and move on.
The process proceeds at its own pace. your new butler.
Oh, what does he want?
I'm sure it has to do with food, lunch, dinner, so on and so forth.
You mean we have to eat what they eat?
I'm afraid so. Come in, please. Yes, Oswald?
Madame Henriette would like to know what you would like for dinner, sir.
Oh, whatever is convenient.
Oh, yes, sir.
Is there anything else, Oswald?
No, sir.
Tell me, Oswald, do you feel anything...
Anything like what, madam?
A night buzzing in your head, perhaps?
No, madam.
Oswald, that will be all.
Yes, sir.
Why did you have to ask him that?
Because I told you I want to get this over with.
What if he does feel a buzzing? Will it make any difference in the long run?
Some kitchen, huh? Real classy.
Yeah.
Something wrong?
Everything's brand new. All the appliances, nothing's been used.
Well, naturally.
There's never been any food in the refrigerator. Nothing's ever been cooked on the stove.
How can you tell?
You can tell. Take my word for it.
So what?
And there's absolutely nothing to eat in the house.
Well, aren't we supposed to go out and do the shopping?
Well, meanwhile, there isn't so much as a crumb. You'd think there'd be some coffee and sugar and bread. Something, anything. What do these people eat?
Maybe they go out.
You can't go out for everything. I mean, every time you want a cup of tea, let's say.
Some people just don't go in for food.
Oh, everybody's got to eat. Look.
What?
Flies.
Hey, they can't be flies. It's the middle of January. How did they get here?
Oh, look in the drawer there. See if you can find a fly.
Nothing.
Well, remember to pick one up when we go to the store.
How do you get flies this time of the winter?
Oh, what's the difference? Let's get rid of them.
Hey, let me roll up this newspaper.
Many flies.
Got it.
Wake up! Ow! What's happening? An attack! Sound the alarm!
Be quiet!
There's a massacre! Do something!
I'm hitting my stride. I bagged 3 of them that time.
What is the meaning of this?
Huh?
What do you think you're doing?
I'm killing flies, sir.
Murder! What? Stop! At once! Immediately! Explain yourself!
What's to explain, sir?
What is this barbarous killing?
Sir, they're only flies.
Murderers! Assassins!
But, Monsieur Muscat, one must kill flies.
Madam, are you insane?
The flies, they spread the disease.
That is a despicable slander. I will not have more of it in my household.
Oh, but, Monsieur...
Is that understood?
Oh, oui, Monsieur.
Oswald?
Yes, sir.
How about your duties?
Well?
The news is not good.
How many?
I counted 7.
Oh, no. Who?
The best and the bravest. Millicent, Edward, Robert, Gertrude, Virginia, Albert, and Maxine.
Oh, I think I am going to pass out.
You must not.
Oh, I am exhausted.
Yes, I can understand.
Do you know what a strain it is to maintain this appearance?
I know. I'm doing the same thing.
When can we admit?
When it is safe.
But when will that be?
I'll let you know.
The shopping center's that way.
I know.
So, why are you headed towards the city?
Well, we're working for a pair of nuts. This business with the flies.
Why would he put on an act like that? That scares me.
I don't think it was an act. That scares me even more. I think it was on a level.
Why would a guy just go to pieces because we were killing flies?
Came in, looked at us, spoke to us. He spoke to us as if we were killing human beings.
Yeah. What does that mean?
Beats me. But I'll tell you who might know.
Who?
Benny the writer.
Benny?
He knows everything.
It could be a Jain.
What's that?
Jain. A religion.
Never heard of it.
In India.
The guy looks like an American.
It travels.
What's it all about?
Nobody knows for sure.
It's got to be about something.
It is. And it isn't.
I can't believe the two of you. What am I listening to? Now, Benny, why would a guy have a fit just because we were killing some flies?
Because they believe a fly has a soul.
A fly?
Every living thing has an immortal soul.
Yeah.
They won't even walk outdoors.
Why not?
They're afraid they'll step on an ant.
You sure about all this, Benny?
You could look it up.
Yeah. Thanks, Benny.
Anytime.
These flies are driving me nuts.
Me too. Hey, what's that?
What does it look like? A fly swatter. Oh, then there's a couple.
No, Lou, don't.
Why not?
You'll have him come running in here.
Lou, I bought this thing because I mean business. You can't have flies all over the place.
Sure, but you'll have to do it while they're out of the house.
And when is that? They never go anyplace. They got a brand new car. They hire a chauffeur. And all they do is stay home in their room. Lou, what's going on here?
You're asking me?
Yeah. What did you make for dinner?
Well, I made us a couple of hamburgers.
And for them?
Nothing.
They're not going to eat dinner either?
Well, he told me they'd skip it tonight.
In 2 days, they haven't had a single bite to eat.
I know.
What are they living on?
That's what Benny said. Maybe they think all animals and plants have immortal souls. Maybe they believe you're not supposed to eat any of them.
Listen, I think it has to be a scam. They probably have a supply of chow stashed away in a bedroom, and they're putting on this act for you and me.
Why? What can they get out of us? Oh, come on, Lou. Maybe we shouldn't even wait to find out. Let's leave right now.
Well, so we're going to pick up $2,000 a month.
Maybe we should quit before we get in too deep.
Before we get too deep into what? Why don't we just sleep on it? Maybe things will look better in the morning.
Soon you will be able to relax.
I'll have to get rid of this weight, even for just a little while.
Just a bit longer. I've just received permission to turn on the indoctrinator. And all our troubles will soon be over.
Let me know when I can go to sleep. Oh, you've got the thing started finally.
It won't be much longer now.
Lou, wake up.
I'm up.
That noise.
What noise? Oh.
What is it?
Maybe in the water pipes or something. Go to sleep, Lou.
Lou, what's a proconsul?
A who?
A proconsul.
Beats me.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. I know, too.
It's like a governor.
I don't want the job.
But proconsul, you can rule over the whole world.
I don't want to rule over the whole world.
If you don't, they'll get someone else.
Let 'em.
And then they'll kill us.
Lou.
Uh-huh.
Lou, what kind of a talk were we just having?
I was fast asleep. Oh, why you wake me up?
First you asked me what's a proconsul. Then you asked me how I'd like to be one. I say no, and you say, but you can rule over the whole world.
Yeah, I did say that. But I was dreaming. How did you know?
You mean you and I were having the exact same dream? At the exact same time?
Maybe it wasn't a dream.
It started with a kind of a humming noise.
Yeah.
Now it's gone.
Oh, Lou, you want to get out of here right now?
Let's see how we feel in the morning.
I'm scared.
Those two are probably working on one of the greatest scams of all time. So why don't we just stick around and see what we can learn? Huh?
The desire for higher and further education is always to be commended. But then we have Mr. Eliot, who tells us that all our knowledge brings us nearer to our ignorance, and our ignorance brings us nearer to our death. One thing we can say for certain is that we are being brought close to free. Why should people who seemingly do not eat advertise for a cook? Why should these same people who do not stir from their home advertise for a chauffeur? Why should anyone, in his or own right mind, protest the killing of the most common and dangerous of all household pests, the ordinary, everyday fly? Why indeed?
Shut off the indoctrinator. Why did you shut it off?
I'm getting resistance.
Well, then let's rid ourselves of these two and find a couple of others.
No. They have the exact profile.
But it's taking too long.
In the end, it will be worth the wait.
Why is this one so difficult?
It happens sometimes.
Let me use the indoctrinator.
You?
Why not? I'm qualified.
But I'm the one who is...
And you're the one who's not getting results.
Well, sooner or later...
Suppose we fall asleep before we've sealed them.
We won't.
Look at you. You can hardly keep your eyes open now.
Oh, all right. But if you use too much power...
I am going to use exactly enough for the complete process.
Easy.
Now, just let me do this when you see.
Should I go in and ask them if they want lunch?
You know they don't want lunch.
Oh, yeah. What's their racket? I sure would want a house like this.
And how much money?
All the money in how much do you want to know?
I don't know. $1 million, maybe.
They need more with inflation.
But we have to do something for the money.
What?
We have to be pro-consul.
But I don't know what a pro-consul does.
He makes up the list of who's going to die.
But everybody has to die.
What do you mean by everybody?
All the people.
But not us.
Us too. But later.
What's later?
After everybody else is gone.
What do we have to do? Tell me again.
Preside over the orderly replacement of the human race.
What are we talking about?
Lou, where are these thoughts coming from?
Oh, Lou, help me. My mind. I'm going crazy.
Me too.
Why are we thinking these things? Let's get out of here.
I can't move.
I'm going to faint, Lou.
Hold on. Hold on. Try to hold on.
Shut it off.
No!
I am senior officer. Shut it off. You could kill them.
It's the chance we take.
We must restore them gently.
We have to get their answer right Now.
Oh, listen.
No, you listen. It's a race against time. We have to get security so we can relax and go to sleep.
Yes, I understand. All right. I'll use it now. I'll have to be very gentle and not alarm them.
I don't care what you do. Just do it.
Pretty music.
Where's it coming from?
Maybe Mr. and Mrs. Mosca have a record player.
They're such nice people.
So kind, so considerate. Don't you just love them?
Yes, love. They're real people.
No, they're not.
They're not?
Why then?
Why? Mr. and Mrs. Mosca are flies.
Yes, Lou.
But they're human beings, like you and me.
No, they can't be.
You saw them.
If they were human, they'd have to eat.
They're flies?
From where?
A star in Alpha Centauri.
Where the prevalent life form is the fly.
The fly.
How did they get here?
They are going to assist the terrestrial flies
to take over the Earth?
We have to stop them. We have to stop them.
No, Lou, we can't. They're smarter.
The fly is smarter than we are? You just give me my swatter.
These flies are smarter.
It's a hustle, a swindle, a rat.
No, Lou. It's on the level.
What do they want from you and me?
Don't you hear what they're saying?
Pro-consul.
Pro-consul of the conquered province.
I won't do it.
Have we got a choice?
That's being a traitor.
It doesn't matter. We can't fight it.
Well, do you know what you and I have been talking about?
Yeah?
Are we going crazy or
what?
Or is it on the level?
Those things we were saying, those ideas that were running through our heads, where'd they come from?
Did we imagine all this?
Let's ask them. You know who? Benny, the writer.
Well, what do you think?
I think they're going to come over to us.
He sounded pretty strong to me. He said, A, I won't do it. B, that's being a traitor.
To which she replied, A, it doesn't matter, and B, we can't fight.
They're leaving the house. Where are they going?
I sense they just want to talk about it, think about it. Just strain the absolute capacities of their limited intelligence. So they will try in vain to fight off what they know is the inevitable. But they are ours now. They belong to us.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. That is why I am squadron commander.
Oh, but
I was chosen because I was born with this extra sense that enables me to feel when my victims have passed a turning point. Now, all my training, my experience, and my instincts tell me that they have crossed their Rubicon and cast the die. Relax.
Relax? Finally?
Relax. Now, die the numbers. 1. Lower energy level. Repeat.
Lower energy level. I can breathe. I can breathe. Really?
2. Prepare to discard humanoid shield. Repeat.
Prepare to discard humanoid shield.
3. Discard humanoid shield.
Discard.
4. Reduce to normal size and shape.
Reduce to blessed normal size and shape.
Now we can enjoy some sleep. Go ahead. I believe she already has. Oh, my dear, I'll be with you in a moment. Oh, I shall
be with you in a brief moment.
What do you think, Benny?
It's open and shut. The two of them are flies.
Flies?
Yeah, Lil. Flies. To begin with, the name gives it away.
Name?
You know what Mosca means? A fly.
You kidding?
In Latin.
But they're human beings like you and me.
They look like human beings.
How can they look
They
like...
project the image.
What does that mean?
You go to the movies, right? The people on the screen, they look real, huh? Yeah? But they're just shadows, right?
These are not shadows. They are real.
They only look real.
I don't believe it.
Why not?
Because I know what's real and what's fake.
The real and the fake, sometimes they can be the same thing.
Here we go with that stuff again.
Everything is relative.
Who told you all this?
Albert Einstein.
You want me to believe that you, Benny the writer, you talked to Albert Einstein?
It was very easy to talk to. All you had to do was ring the doorbell. He'd say, hello, how are you? Come in, have a cup of coffee. What's on your mind? Anybody could get to him. If you could talk to Mr. Einstein, Lou, I'm sure he'd tell you exact same thing I'm doing. Your Mr. and Mrs. Mosca are actually flies that come from some planet in Alpha Centauri.
What kind of conversation am I listening to? What kind of nuts are in this room with me? Albert Einstein, Alpha Centauri, flies that can disguise themselves like human beings.
And they're going to take over the planet Earth.
But, Benny, isn't there anything we can do about it? No?
No. What do you mean, no?
Nothing.
There has to be some.
What? Look, it was a pretty good world while it lasted. But nothing goes on forever, huh? Everything has to come to an end one day, don't it?
I suppose so.
Thanks, Benny. Thanks a lot.
Anytime.
Well, what do you want to do?
About what?
Well, this whole thing.
Lou, I've been thinking. All in our heads. Let me tell you what it is. We were swapping flies in the kitchen, remember?
Well?
Well, Mr. Mosca, he comes storming in there. He's so upset he's out of his mind. He lights into us. He calls us murderers, assassins, right? So, he gets us rabbled, nervous. We cook up this whole bit in our imagination.
Is that what you think?
What else could it possibly be?
I don't know.
Oh, come on, Lou. Fly?
Yeah, maybe you could be right. But this will be the third day we're here, and the third day they haven't eaten.
Oh, a lot of these highly religious people go in for periods of fasting, you know. So that takes care of it all, don't it?
Maybe.
Let's you and me go up and see him right now. Mr. Oswald and Madame Henriette. And we shall ask what Madame and Monsieur Mosca shall require of us this evening, yeah?
Okay. They're not in?
What could they be?
Wouldn't they have told us if they were?
Funny. I hope they're all right. Is the door unlocked?
Yeah.
Oh, let's see if everything's okay. Monsieur Mosca? Madame Mosca?
They're not here.
What could they have gone?
Maybe for work.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Maybe they want to work up an appetite for dinner. Hey, look. 2 flies.
Where?
See 'em? On the windowsill.
Oh.
Now, Mr. and Mrs. Mosca aren't around, so, just wait. I'll be back in a second.
Lou.
My trusty fly swap.
Wait a minute, Lou.
For what?
If you're going to work here, maybe we'll have to learn to live with flies.
What are you talking about? Flies are dangerous.
They spread all kinds of disease.
Yeah, I know that, Lou. I know that, but...
But what are you trying to tell me?
Well, maybe we have to learn to respect the beliefs of our employers.
Are you serious?
Well, it's their house. They have the right to establish the rules. If we don't like it, we're free to leave. Well, aren't we?
Yeah. You're right, Lou. Okay. I respect their beliefs.
On the other hand, since they're not home, they'll never know. Go ahead, Lou.
Stand back. Got them both.
Get rid of the evidence quick.
Okay.
Good. Now, let us relax and wait for Mr. and Mrs. Musker to come back from their walk.
When none was heard from, Lou and Bill Valentine were still waiting. They live in this big, beautiful suburban mansion. They have an unlimited amount of funds to draw upon. They are secure from both the toils of the association and the coils of Lieutenant Hawk and Mr. and Mrs. Mosca. What happened to them? Well, we know, don't we? We shall discuss this further shortly. There are millions, billions, trillions, the number is infinite, of stars and planets and solar systems and galaxies and universes. How dare we assume that we are the only intelligent beings that exist in the vastness of space? And why couldn't the dominant life form on one of those distant planets way out there be a fly? And those flies could already be doing what we are only beginning to attempt. That is, to venture out into the unknown and conquer. Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Evie Juster, and Bernard Grant. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
I'll report the offer to Foley at the garage. He can alert the police.
Do you think that is wise? If you do not do what the foreign man advises, you might be hurt, Tom.
But Mr. Clark and the police have got to be told about the crazy offer. If I do receive the money, we'll celebrate when I return.
2 nights from now.
Wish me luck. Just what the devil is going on, Alan? I wish I knew, Jack. 2 trucks. Now, how in the name of sanity can 2 18-wheelers disappear without a trace? Now, who hijacks them? Where do they take the trucks? How does it happen?
Tom Tully will tell us.
And where is he?
He's been released by the police. He should be here any minute.
Without a scratch on him, according to the police. Now, how do you explain that?
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by White Westinghouse Appliance Company. This is Tommy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Hi, this has got plenty of everything.
For the 5th. Four radio programs for the 5th War Loan, produced by Arch Oboler and William N. Robeson for the United States Treasury. And starring on this broadcast, Mr. Fred McMurray. This is a war not only of men and machines, but of ideas. As the third of this special series of broadcasts about the ideas for which we fight and those which we must fight against, we bring you the play The Laughter, written and directed by Arch Oboler and starring Mr. Fred McMurray.
Mr. President. My name is Don Williams, Staff Sergeant Don Williams. And I want to tell you what happened to me when I was home on leave. Home because I got a little bunged up on that beachhead. I know, so many things are happening, big important things, but I think you should know about this. This happened to me in the last few days. Maybe it's important, too. Maybe it's happened to other people, and they couldn't understand it. And maybe hearing about this, they'll understand what happened to them. It started just after dinner a couple of days ago. It was one of Ma's better dinners when she puts her whole heart kind of in it because it's a special occasion. Well, it was special, very. You see, Jean, she's my friend, was getting inducted into the wax in the morning, and this was Ma and me and the rest of the family giving her kind of a send-off.
Now, quiet. Everybody quiet. You listen to me, Jean.
Yeah?
When they put you on the kitchen police, you tell them for me that I said you weren't to wipe any dishes. Or inside of a week, the Army won't have a dish or a plate or a cup to its name.
Oh, Ma!
That was all right, having fun. Jean could take anything that Ma or my 4F brother Mike or my sister Laura could dish out to her, and the laughing kind of made us forget that she was going away in the morning, and that soon I'd be gone again. But what happened next wasn't so funny. It started out all right, just my brother Mike playing the horses again, in a way.
Now, wait a minute. I'm telling you, it was all over the plant yesterday. The big shot gamblers offering 1 to 5 that it's curtains for those Nazis in 60 days.
Well,
You hear that, Don? You won't even have time to knit Jean that sweater.
Yeah. Pretty good news, huh?
It sure is.
Yes, but, Mike, how in the world did they know that's true?
Ma, don't you read the papers or listen to the radio?
Look how the invasion went.
Well, they took 3 more objectives.
Oh, it was really 6.
3.
6?
Well,
I
send the
heard it on the
papers, Wayne. I'll
radio.
tell you.
6.
Now, don't fight, children.
Hey, John, who's right?
Don't ask me. I'm home on leave.
Well, anyway, we got him on the run, and that's a fact.
Sure I know, Mr. President. Nothing out of the way or funny there. Just people sitting around and feeling good because we'd had some awfully good news. Nothing wrong there.
Well, I say it was 22 miles.
Oh, now stop arguing, children.
Well, I say it was 26.
Okay, 22, 23, 26. We got him on the run, Ma.
Yeah, and now that we've invaded.
What do you mean invaded? We took over. So there you are. Germans fighting on all those fronts. The Japs are on the run, and our side's marching. So it's in the bag. It's in the bag.
Mr. President, my brother said it's in the bag. It's in the bag. And all at once, something funny in my ears. I didn't know what, just a funny sound.
Don, what is it? What's the matter, dear?
Jean, do you hear anything funny?
Of course.
You do?
Yeah, your brother Mike. Listen to
So
me.
I says to the guy, I says, okay. Okay, I'll take $10 of that bet on credit.
Now, Mike, you're fooling. You didn't bet any money.
But I told you, Ma, on credit. That ain't money. On credit, you know. Try and collect.
But that funny sound I just heard, it was still in my ears. I could still hear it. I looked around the room. Ma was talking, and then, as usual, Mike talking. My sister Laura, Jean. But that sound I was hearing wasn't any of them. I thought, well, it's something from outside, something from out in the street.
It does make a difference.
Listen, everybody. War or no war, I'm going to bed.
Oh, so early?
Well, what's the matter, Ma?
No matter at all. I'm tired. Anyway, maybe Don and Jean would like to be alone.
Oh, sure. Come on, Mike. I'll treat you to a movie.
Okay.
Go on, get your hat and coat.
Sure.
They went away, and I was alone with Jean. I didn't think about anything then but Jean. But the next morning at the train...
Hey, there. There she is in the last car.
Yeah, it's her, all right. Jean. Hello, Jean.
Jean? Hey, here's Don and me. Jean. Goodbye, baby.
Goodbye, Jean. Goodbye, honey.
Hey, right. You were golfing with you. We'll run in the hall about it. Get something to eat on the train, Jean. Goodbye, baby. Oh, gee whiz. Well, that's I gotta get to work. Don, I said I gotta get to work.
Okay.
Aw, come on, Don. She'll be back soon.
Yeah. Yeah, but I won't be here.
Don, for Pete's sake, what's the matter with you? Don't you know the war's going to be over inside of 2 months?
The second time, Mr. President. The minute she said that was when I heard that sound the second time. The station crowds with people talking and laughing and crying and the noise of trains, but over it all, that sound. Just a little sound, yet so clear. And it was the same sound I'd heard the night before in our living room.
Don, what's the matter with you? What are you listening to?
I don't know, Laura.
What do you mean you don't know? All at once your eyes pop and your mouth hangs open? What's this?
I don't know. I really don't know. I drove Laura down to work. In factory, south side of town. She'd worked there ever since she left school. I did, too, before I joined up. They made parts for automobiles and shipped them to Detroit. But now it's parts for planes. I went into the plant. I knew most of the girls and fellas. It was good to be there. I would stop thinking about what I'd heard.
Don! Well, how surprised the infantry?
Hiya, Mary.
How do you feel? Wait till I turn this thing off. Your sister said you weren't feeling so good this morning.
Oh? Why, I'm fine.
Yeah? How about a date now the team's gone?
Well, I
Oh, come on. What's wrong with me?
Nothing.
I'm only kidding. You know, you shouldn't feel so bad about Jean.
Why do you say that?
Well, my dad says now that we're, getting all those island bases, they'll bomb Japan out of the war inside of 2 months. And then Hitler will be on the run. Well, you know my brother Dan. Dad talked him into cashing in his war bonds and investing the cash in... Oh, what's the matter? Did I say something wrong?
Again. That sound again. Only louder this time. Scaring me. I couldn't take it. I left the place. My head. Was something wrong with my head?
Well, now, really, Don, I don't find a thing constitutionally wrong with you. You've recovered completely from your injury. Eyes perfect, hearing perfect. As to those sounds you hear, presumably they're head noises. Since I find no physical defect, it follows that it's purely mental, due to perhaps emotional trauma from battle fatigue. Yes, some sort of emotional trauma.
The doctor's words, emotional, whatever it was, I got the idea. But he was wrong. That sound, I'd heard it. I knew I'd really heard it. By the time I got out of the doctor's office, it was lunch hour. Kate's lunchroom, a few blocks from the factory. My brother Mike and I, he was working in the paint shop at the plant. We always had lunch together at Kate's when I was home, so I went over there.
Don! Hey, Don, back here. Hey, where you been?
Oh, I got tied up.
Well, sit down.
All right, for a minute.
What do you mean, for a minute? Hey, Kate, what's for dessert?
Lemon cream pie, bread pudding, and ice cream.
Well, give me a hunk of pie. Make it big enough so that I can see it, will you?
One pie coming up.
Okay. What do you have, Don? I'll sing it out or you'll never get waited on.
I don't want anything, Mike.
What?
I don't feel it. I think I'm going to go home.
Sure. I know how it is. Jean going away and all that, but why go home?
What?
I'm taking the afternoon off, too. I tell you what I'll do. Seeing as you're down in the dumps, I'll treat you to a show.
Oh, no, Mike, I couldn't.
Come on. It's on me. Do you good.
I went with him. Yes, to the movie.
If you love me, Anne, go away.
Away. Why?
Because this is a house of death. Sudden, horrible death.
Screwy picture, ain't it? Yeah.
You must leave.
Are you trying to frighten me?
No. Warn you. Darling, I love you.
I go for these mystery pictures, don't you?
Please. What time is it, Mike?
No.
Up past
No,
two.
I won't be frightened.
Will you let me take you home? Now?
I want to stay.
Then come into the...
Mike.
Huh?
Do that, please.
I just thought.
All right.
How come they let you off?
They didn't let me off.
What?
What do you think? You were there last night when I told you. Odds 1 to 5, the war will be over in 60 days. So why should I break my neck working? Why should I break it?
I go with my brother to a moving picture show. On the screen, the talking picture's talking. My brother's whispering to me, and all of a sudden that sound is in my ears again. That terrible sound, and I'm so scared I can't talk. I want to yell, but I can't. I get up out of the seat, and I run out of there, and Mike after me, and he wants to know what's the matter, and how could I tell him? What could I tell him?
Sure, it's clear as day. Jean going away. How do you think the poor boy would feel? He'll be all right in a couple of days.
My ma. When I got home, I heard her say that. That's the way she had it figured out. And that was last night. Ma brought my dinner to me.
Here. You just sit there and eat.
Oh, really, Ma, I don't want it.
Now, look, I don't want any trouble with you. Stop acting like a high school kid and eat. Here. Nice cup of hot tea. Look, I'm using the little teapot your Aunt Harriet gave us last Christmas.
It's very pretty, Ma.
Here. I toasted some cheese sandwiches. You eat and drink, and you'll be all right.
All right, Ma.
Sit down. Sure had a day. I wish they weren't coming over.
Over?
Yes, didn't I tell you? Mr. and Mrs. Mayern. I met her at the grocer's this morning, and so they're coming over after dinner. Gin rummy. You know how crazy he is about gin rummy. And you finish eating and rest a little bit, and when they come over, you come down and play some cards with us, Don. Do you good. You'll feel better.
Stop. Leave me alone. Now, wait a minute. Who's playing this hand? You or me?
Oh, come now, Mr. Mayor. Your wife is only giving you some good advice.
But the more advice she gives me, the more points you win.
Oh, will you listen to that man? I told him distinctly not to try for those queens, seeing as how a child knows that 10 points is more than 3 points, and those threes are what add up.
Here's Don. Hello, Don.
Hello. How are you feeling? Mother said you were resting. Oh, will you look at that man in his uniform? I wish I was younger.
Oh, do you now?
Hello, Mrs. Mann. Mr. Mann.
Well, how about you and me going dancing now that Jean's gone?
Hello.
Don't worry.
Any night, Mrs. Mann. Till my leave's up.
You hear that, Fred?
Well, he's just polite.
Oh, is that so?
Here, you sit by me, Don. Maybe you'll bring me a little luck.
Oh, you don't need any luck. You need a new head.
Oh, no, for heaven's sake,
Look, Don, look. 3 games I've won from this expert.
Oh, I'm just warming up.
Oh, yes.
Now that Don's sitting next to me, watch my steam. Come on, deal the card.
I sat there. Mr. and Mrs. Mann. Known them ever since I was just a little kid. It was good to be among people that you knew, safe and sure. The strange sounds I'd been hearing, now it was good to be with them. The way I said, safe and sure. And then my brother Mike came home.
How do you feel tonight, Don?
Okay.
How do you like this guy? I treat him to a movie and he runs out on me.
Now, leave him alone, Mike.
Oh, I'm only kidding. Hey, how about dealing me in? Oh, no. I've got to have revenge on your mother yet before this evening's over. And this time, I'm dealing first.
Go ahead.
Well, at least I'll give it. No. Look, Mike.
Now, why don't you get another deck of cards and play with my wife like a good boy?
Oh, no. We'd rather sit here and watch the expert, wouldn't we, Michael?
Sure.
Jack, enough shuffling. Deal them up.
Sure, don't rub his spots off of them.
Hey, feel okay, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, look. What a hand. Well, you can take the first one, Mrs. Clark. I don't want it.
I do.
Well, Michael, what do you think of the war news?
I like it fine. Won't be long now.
Michael says it'll be over in 60 days.
Oh, not that soon.
No?
I should say in 90.
90? How do you figure that?
Well, the Japs will take a little longer, but the European thing will be over by then.
Oh, no, not just...
They began talking about the war again. And suddenly I was afraid. Because suddenly I remembered that it was only when I'd been listening to people talk about the war like that I heard that sound. And now they were talking about those things, and I waited for it. But it didn't happen.
I know, but I don't care what
Oh,
you say.
no,
You
you
can
make it-
disagree with me if you want to. But my money's still 1-5 at the Nazis will fold up in 60 days. From the inside, mind you. From the inside.
And about time, too. If it kept up any longer, we'd all be standing in a bread line.
Oh, it's not quite as bad as all that, is it?
Well, I'm a man who likes to keep his money.
Oh, now, don't go off on that, Fred.
And why shouldn't I? We'll win this war a heck of a lot faster than those politicians say we will.
What's your card?
I think you're right, Mr. Man.
Well, I'm dead right. And there's a way to stop all these high taxes and rationing and sacrifices we've had to endure.
Oh, how's that?
By giving up the idea that we've got to march right across the whole of Germany. Yes, sir. There's one certain way to end the war mighty quick. And that is to talk to the businessmen of Germany. Not to Hitler, but to the businessmen.
Hey, that's an idea.
Oh, don't encourage him. He'll talk all night.
Don, what is it? Not feeling well again?
I'm all right.
You know, Mike, what you said before, it's right. Now that we've really started in on the Germans, I've got a notion that they're all ready to fold up like a tire without air in it.
Sure, that's common sense. They know they're licked by our production.
Yes, sir. So why not make a deal now? Say to the businessmen, let's make a deal, let's call it off before your whole investment's shot to pieces.
But isn't that just what the German General Staff wants?
So what? 50-50. Take and give. Get the boys home before Christmas.
I don't know much about these things, but like they say, wouldn't that mean another war in 20 years?
Rumors. Propaganda. I say throw Hitler out. Give the good Germans a chance.
But who's got the right to judge the good Germans? You? I?
Well...
How about the millions who suffered twice in a couple of generations at the hands of the Germans? How about the Czechs, the Russians, the Poles, and the French? And our own dead soldiers who fought to win a final victory. Not a patched-up compromise.
Hey, will you listen to that guy talk?
Well, Don, you're in uniform, and I'm not. Too old, of course. But that very fact means that I've lived longer than you have. I've studied these things out. Common sense. I say make a deal. Why keep on spending millions and billions when the Germans know they're licked right now?
Yeah, the way them flying fortresses are bombing the German factories, I hear we're outproducing them already 4-1.
Yeah. They can't get the Czechs or the Belgians or anyone else to work for them. And if they do work, they ruin more than they make.
But it did happen. Then, just then, that sound in my head, and it was louder and louder, and I couldn't tell what. Then suddenly I did. I knew what it was. Laughter. Terrible laughter. I covered my ears, but it wasn't in my head. It was in the room, filling the room. Louder and louder. And they, my brother and my mother and those people, they weren't hearing it. They just kept on talking. Louder and louder. Terrible laughter. I couldn't stand it. I cried out. No!
Don. What is it?
Well, what's Don? What's the matter?
Cried out. Don, why? Why? Why did you cry out? What was it, Don? Tell us.
Then I was up in my room. The door locked, and they with all their questions were gone. I lay there on the bed. moments, hours, I don't know. All I knew then was that what I'd been hearing since the day before had been crazy laughing. And no one else was hearing it. Only I. And I didn't know why. I didn't know why. After a while, lying there, I couldn't take it anymore. My head going round and round. I didn't want to be alone, and I didn't want to go down there to them because their questions would... I reached over the radio, turned on the radio and listened to something. Anything to drown out what I was thinking.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, for weeks I have spoken to you as one of that peculiar, omnipotent breed of people known as a radio commentator. What I have said to you, I have said with whatever wisdom or foolishness a man accumulates through years of study and experience. Tonight, on this radio hour, I have been asked to give you happy words. Say something to you that would uplift your spirits, strengthen your morale. I cannot do so. I speak to you only in anger. This may be the last time I will be able to speak to you, but it must be in anger. Long before this conflict, I came to this country as a visitor. I chose to become a citizen. For I looked about me and I thought to myself that a people who could have such a great unity of purpose and build such a wonder out of a wilderness, this was a people without the terrible cancer of old world futility within them. This was a people with the strength within them to face the facts at any time of a changing world and find their fulfillment no matter what the cost. But tonight I am an angry, disillusioned man. For today, walking among some of you and listening to you, I have heard strange laughter.
Laughter. Up to that moment, the voice on the radio had just been talking. I hadn't been listening. But now he had said strange laughter. Had he, too?
And why had I heard this laughter? Because there are some among you who have lived in fatness and ease so long that you have lost the hard realism that is America. In your fatness, you have become fools. Someone else has won a few victories for you. Yes, not you, but someone else. And instead of a quiet pride in you and the strengthening of the will to continue to do what must be done to help those who fight for you, you stop working and you blow up your chest, and your breath, when it comes out, is a bugle call of a victory already won. But who says it is won? The men who are fighting and dying for you even at this moment? No. They know this is not a war to be won on one battlefront at one time. It is a world war to be won back to freedom, bloody peace by bloody peace, all over the world. Who is there among you who dare say, I know when this war will be won? Yes, it will be won, but to which one of you has God given the guarantee of victory? A few moments ago I said I heard laughter. Yes, all day strange laughter. For the enemy knows that you who stop working for victory to talk about a victory yet to be won, you who stop giving and who talk a conditioned peace when there can be no lasting peace on such terms, are the same breed of fools who gave other nations to them. And so the enemy listens to you and laughs. For while you puff and blow and scheme for yourselves, they and their slaves work. Work for this war. Work for the next one they hope to make. To boast of a final victory before you have won it may be your way, but it is not your army or your navy's way. And I do not believe it is truly the American way.
And then he stopped talking, Mr. President. And I turned off the radio, and I lay there in the dark. And I wasn't mixed up anymore. I knew why I'd heard laughing while they had talked. My brother and my sister and my friends. But knowing, understanding, didn't make it any less frightening. For it's a terrible thing, isn't it? To sit in your own home, at your own table, among your own family and friends, and hear Hitler laughing.
gentlemen, you have just heard Mr. Fred McMurray in the play, The Laughter. This program was written and directed by Arch Oboler. The original musical score was composed and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. Included in the cast with Mr. McMurray were Bea Benaderet, Gloria Blondell, Ken Christie, Verna Felton, Norma Field, Frank Graham, Joseph Granby, Catherine Lewis, Mercedes McCambridge, Lou Merrill, and Frank Martin. This has been the third of 4 special radio programs for the 5th War Loan, produced by Arch Oboler and William N. Robeson for the United States Treasury. Consult your local newspaper for the time of the next broadcast in this series, which will present the facts behind tonight's play in a stirring radio document by William N. Robeson entitled E-Day.
Back the attack by more than before.
This is Norman Corwin. There have been writers who have caught the spirit and humor of the Irish of Ireland, but they were mostly Irishmen. Then came Ray Bradbury out of Illinois, a man as American as Washington's birthday, who nevertheless has a warm and loving and highly articulate regard for the people of that green isle. Mr. Bradbury has expressed this feeling many times, notably in his stage play, The Anthem Sprinters, and again in a short story entitled The Great Conflagration Up at the Place. I persuaded friend Bradbury to adapt this story by his own hand for the second of his new radio series, and he did just that. I had the pleasure of directing it, and the added good fortune to engage a cast starring William Shallett as Timothy, who describes himself as a mob of one, Gary Wahlberg as Heber Finn, who runs the best pub in town, and Ben Wright as Kilgotten, his lordship, up at the place. So now, Ray Bradbury's The Great Conflagration Up at the Place.
Try again. That's more like it. What's that, you ask? Ireland and the Irish. Listen to the marks. Now, hark to the weather. What a mystery we are. Our weather is a mist inside of a fog, inside of a rain. Our people, a congregation tucked in a crowd, hid in a mob. You're talking to one of them now. A mob of one named Timothy. Shall I take the Irish apart like a Galway tomb and show you the bones? Shall I explain the mystery of how we fix it to rain 29 hours out of 24? Well, here goes. First, let's change the rain to snow. There. It's the time of the great troubles. Yells in the streets, shouts in the churches, fisticuffs in the theatre prosceniums, shots fired, dear blood spilled the English in shocks and panics, old gentry Irish homes burning, and revolutionaries on the road. Here comes a pack now, trudging in the snow, 7 or 8 men, full of ale or stout or whiskey, or worse, politics, on their way from Heber Finn's pub to no damn good, out to destroy the world, or one country estate, whichever comes first.
Are we almost there, Timothy?
Almost.
We should have brought our damn bikes.
In snow like this, you idiot.
Get on. By the time we arrive, my fever to destroy will be over.
Halt.
What do you mean, halt?
We're there. That's the place.
Oh, what do you mean, that's the place? We've seen it all our lives.
Sure. But with the troubles eating us, don't the estate, the big house, look different? Like a grand toy lying in the softly falling petals of snow at dusk.
Oh, shut up. Shut up! How did you bring the matches?
Reardon's got 'em.
I have not.
Well, Kelly has 'em.
Not me.
Oh, good grief. We come in a grand rebellious mood to win a war and burn a house, and no one's brought the matches.
What the hell? They'll have matches inside. We'll borrow a few. Come on,
that's it, Nolan, that's it. Fall in the snow. Years from now in the pub, we'll tell of the great conflagration up at the place. But what we'll be truly remembering is Nolan falling on his ass in the snow.
Yes, me. Get along. Here we are. The front door, indeed. Now, what do we do next? Destroy it?
You're so dumb, you're hideous. First, are we all here? Nolan?
Aye.
Murphy?
Yes.
Finn?
Here.
Reardon?
Right here.
Kelly?
Hey.
Myself? Right.
The Grand Army. That's right.
So, now for the blueprints, the plans.
Blueprints? Plans? Let's just tear the damn place down.
Right to that.
Give us the plan, Timothy.
Well, let's go rap on the door and ask permission.
Permission? I'd hate to have you run in hell. The lost souls would never get fried.
But he's right fast, you know, Timothy. He's right.
Gentlemen?
It's himself.
Good evening, your lordship.
Good evening, my lordship. Good evening.
I say, would you mind keeping your voices down? The lady of the house is sleeping before we drive to Dublin for the evening.
Beg pardon, your lordship.
We will keep our voices down, yes.
How kind of you. Good evening, gentlemen.
He's gone back in.
Beg pardon, your lordship. We'll keep our voices down, your lordship. What kind of dumb gab is that? Why didn't someone catch the door while he was still there?
We was took by surprise, that's why. Him coming on us like that. After all, we weren't doing anything out here, were we?
Seeing as how we left the matches home, no. But do you notice his lordship has come and gone from our fell clutches?
Shh, not so loud.
Loud.
Tell you what, let's just sneak up on his door.
Sneak up, yes. He knows we're here now. We were just...
I say, what are you gentlemen doing out there?
Well, it's this way, your lordship.
We come
to burn the place.
Yes,
to burn the place.
Yes, to burn.
Burn, yes.
Well, in that case, you'd best come in.
I'd love to. Wait. We'll come in when we're good and ready.
Very well. I shall leave the door ajar, and when you've decided the time, enter. I shall be in the library.
When we're ready? Good grief, when will we ever be readier? Gangway, Finn. Come on, man.
Go. Sure. What the hell? Here goes.
Scrape your shoes, please.
Scrape your shoes. We'll get the snag. There we go.
Nolan, in the back of your shoes, don't you scrape off that. God, you're getting it all in the rug, you fool.
I don't suppose any of you might need a drink of whiskey?
Would we like a bit of whiskey?
And in we went, the Grand Army, led by this fragile little old lord of a man, his face the face of an old, sad, quiet hound that has killed its share of foxes, but now has grown quiet and set himself to the drink. In we went, I say, and his lordship poured drinks all around.
There we are.
Thank you, sir.
Oh,
that's lovely, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, your sweet reason itself.
Gentlemen, drink.
We decline.
Decline?
This is a sober thing we are doing, and we must be sober for it.
Men, who do we listen to? Finn here, or his lordship?
Hell, his lordship.
Yes, lordship.
Ah, look, Finn. See the courage that shows in a red colour in their faces immediately the drink is in the sink.
Well, I suppose I must catch up.
That's the boyo.
Is that not a fine, soft whiskey?
It's tops, Your Honour.
Oh.
Your Honour, that is, you've heard of the Troubles?
Our own very great civil strifes and rebellions.
Yes. Let us speak of it. I know you all. You have worked for me, and I think I have paid you rather well on occasion.
Oh, yes, sir.
That's true, Your Honour.
Sir, your lordship, the old order changeth. We have heard of the great houses out near Tara and the great manors beyond Kilishandra going up in flames to celebrate the freedom and all
Whose freedom? Mine? From the burden of caring for this house, which my wife and I rattle around in like dice in a cup?
Oh, no.
Well, I suppose you've got to get on. Sir, when would you like to burn this place of mine?
Well, sir...
Now.
Oh, dear.
Of course, if it's inconvenient, we could,
Come back later.
Later? What kind of talk is that?
Sir, do you speak for these men?
I run a local pub. I speak for everybody.
he does.
Heber Finn's the name.
Mr. Finn, please, excuse me. Let me explain. Lady Kilgotten is asleep now. We have guests coming to take us into Dublin for the opening of a new play by Synge.
Oh, that's a damn fine writer. I saw one of his plays last year.
Did you now? How does he compare to...
Me bum standoff.
We have dinner planned back here at midnight for 10 people. Now, I don't suppose that you could give us until tomorrow night to get ready for your conflagration?
No.
Well, no, come on.
Finn, burning's one thing. Tickets is another.
Right.
What a dire waste not to see the play, and by John Millington Synge on top of it.
He's right.
All that food set up, a sin not to eat it.
Indeed.
All their guests coming, hard to notify and warn them off.
Exactly. Exactly. I couldn't have said it better.
Oh, saints save me sanity. But you don't put off burnings. You don't reschedule them like strawberry tart tea parties, damn it. You do them.
You do if you remember to bring the matches.
Oh. Your Honour, would you give me the loan of a box of just plain kitchen matches?
Before you strike, Finn, let's take a vote.
Another drink, gentlemen?
Well, I'll have just a wee bit on the top.
Oh, hell, I see the vote counted already. Tomorrow night will do for the burning, damn it.
Well, bless you. Tomorrow night, then. There'll be cold cuts laid out in the kitchen. You shall probably be hungry, for it will be heavy work.
Heavy work? Striking one match, lighting a fuse in your house?
Well, come along, gentlemen.
We're coming.
Now, do you see this picture of a cavalier on the wall?
We're looking at it.
This portrait is by Van Dyck. It's a very old, very fine, very important, and very expensive. It is, gentlemen, a national art treasure.
Oh,
Let me see.
God, it's fine work.
The flesh itself.
Notice the way his little eyes seem to follow you.
Oh, sweet Jesus, that canny.
Makes your flesh crawl.
Makes me socks roll down my shins.
Do you realize that this treasure, which does not truly belong to you, nor to me, but to all the Irish people as precious heritage, this picture will be burned and lost forever tomorrow night?
We never thought about that.
We can't have that.
Well, we'll move it out of the house first.
Hold on.
Oh, thanks, but then where would you put it? Out in the weather, it would soon rot. No. Perhaps it is best if it burns quickly.
No, there'll be none of that. I'll cart it home myself.
Why didn't rupture yourself in the bargain?
And, gentlemen, when the great strife is over, you will then deliver into the hands of the new government this precious gift of art and beauty from the past.
Every single one of those things we'll do.
Right.
How much does the monster weigh?
Oh, I would imagine 70 to 100 pounds.
And how in the hell do we get in Timothy's house?
Me and Reardon will carry the damn treasure.
Here, you clod, you haven't worked in 200 years.
Now, moving along, gentlemen, here we now... here it says, is indeed a treasure.
Good grief. Some naked ladies.
They are that.
Don't it put out your eye. See, there, no, that's better than sunset.
Two nude paintings by Renoir.
That's the French gentleman who made them, if you'll excuse the expression.
They look French, all right. For sure, Renoir.
Are these our treasures too, sir?
If they're not, I never saw a treasure.
You'll be wanting these naked ladies saved too, Your Honor.
Oh, yes.
Well, sir, I would like to volunteer my home for the two French ladies.
You're a saint to want to take that home.
Devil's more like it.
And now, step over here, gentlemen. Here, this large landscape.
It must weigh a ton.
Look, and 17 feet wide and 2 miles tall. And what's that? Sorts of monster beast men cavorting about, treading fruit and squeezing summer melon women.
Oh, stand away.
You're standing right in front of us.
What's the brass plate read? Twilight of the Gods.
Twilight, hell. It looks more like the start of a grand afternoon.
It does,
Volunteers. Me and Finn will carry the demon gods and the bare-ass ladies off to my place. Right, Finn?
Right.
You would.
And so it went along the hall, until at last we came to a dreadful painting of a man on the wall of a dim alcove.
Gentlemen, portrait of myself. Yes, painted by my wife, her ladyship. Would you leave it hanging right there, please?
Huh? You mean you wanted to go up in the great fire?
Shut up, will you, Noel? The next picture.
Yes, the next.
That is a lot, gentlemen. Of course, if you really want to save extra treasures to be handed over to the National Museum, there are a dozen exquisite Ming vases.
As good as collected.
The Persian carpet on the landing.
Saved by me.
And that splendid crystal chandelier in the main dining room.
The tears of the Virgin they are. I'll hide them in me potato cellar.
Now then, perhaps you'd better start,
Start?
What exactly do you mean? The work, the job.
Work?
Well, you do indeed have a largish task, preserving the national treasure.
We do. We do. I see that.
Well, I shall be upstairs having a small nap before dinner. The house is yours, gentlemen. Fall to your task with ready hands and a good heart.
But,
And you call me if you need any help.
We need a new set of broken backs and some rupture supporters is what we need. Ready hands, good heart. Has it crossed anyone's mind that if we had brought the matches, all this long night's toil and sweat would not lie ahead of us now?
Devil you, Finn, where's your taste for the aesthetics of this?
Aesthetics, is it? 17 tons of carpets, 29 tons of paintings, and 2 tons of crystal chandelier to be toted and hauled and maneuvered between now and daylight? Okay, Timothy. You on this end. Nolan, you on that. Grab hold of the twilight of the gods. 1, 2, heave.
From 7 until 10, the paintings walked out in ones and twos. There went Nolan and Murphy, hauling the grand bacchanal of the gods off into the bogs toward town. There in the snow were the footprints of Reardon, heading home with his naked lady patrons, drunk with happy laughter. But wait, I'm ahead of the story. It all ends in disaster. What happened to Kelly, for instance, on his way home to protect his national art treasure?
Here we go, me dear Cavalier. God, you're a heavy one, you are. Let's shift hands and change shoulders. I go now. Oh, graceful mercies. Oh, me back. Oh, God, it's sprung. I'm ruined. There went me spine like a man hitting a harp with a hatchet. Oh, God. No, drop it, man. Drop it. Lie there. Lie there, you foul canvas with mud on your face. So much for you, Mr. Painter Van Dyke. Now you get behind me. Come on, Kelly, old man. I'll drag myself back to the Lord's house and beg for mercy. Or a drink. Well, a drink at the least.
So much for Kelly. Well now, what of Nolan and Murphy, afoot by night, and a huge 9-foot painting of wild gods and summer night ladies panting along with them? Well...
this way on the path, man.
No, this, are you blind? Hold up your end.
Hold up yours.
I am, you slut. Stop blundering.
Stop slipping. Grab hold.
He's blind I am with no moon. A branch just poked me in the eye. Nolan.
Help.
What do you mean, help?
I'm sinking. I'm in...
The bog?
The bog. Help. The bog.
The painting's too heavy.
I'm too heavy. Help.
Help yourself. I'm sinking too.
Let go of the damned gods and goddesses.
What?
Drop the damn painting. Heave it over something.
It's worth thousands of pounds.
It weighs thousands of pounds. I'm going down for the 3rd time.
Leap free.
I'm leaping.
What do we do now?
The twilight of the gods. It's sinking.
The poor things. You'll never get around to them ripe summer melon ladies now.
Oh, stop philosophizing. Oh, back to the big house for help.
Wouldn't you know, in the midst of it all, the snow stops and the thunder and rain fall in. So there goes Kelly with his ruptured spinal cord, and here comes Nolan and Murphy, fleeing the gods and the goddesses in bog water up to their ass. What of Reardon, sprinting off home with those 2 ren-raw nude ladies under his hugging arms?
Let us in, will you, wife? Get!
How many of you drunken sots are there?
There's 3 of us. 1 drunk, 2 sober, 1 ugly as sin, 2 as lovely as saints in a shrine.
Oh, I got to see this.
Here we are, the darlings and me.
I see only you. Where are all the saints?
Here. And bless me eyes. Here.
Oh, what's that?
You may well ask. Eternal summer. Forever spring.
Them's women.
How'd you notice?
And they're raw day of their birth naked.
Well? Don't just stand there, woman. Oh, God, is there any silence like a woman's silence when she's manufacturing a lightning bolt to strike you dumb with? Speak, wife. Let it out.
Those women are as raw naked as the inside of a clam at low tide.
No, these are studies of natural physique by a famous French artist.
I bet he's French. I bet he's famous. Skirts half up to your bum, French. Dress half down to your navel, French. Would you yank the crucifix off the wall and nail them dire pictures there?
Well, now that you mention it, that wall there...
Out!
Now.
Is that what you'd have our young boys look at last thing at night or first in the morning?
It wouldn't...
Out!
Can't I...
Out!
Is that your last word?
I'll take the bums and bosoms with you. Out! 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 Out it is!
So much for Reardon. As for me and my great cry of crystal, my great drenching cluster of lovely chandelier, well, it slipped. Now you can see how the afflictions ran to ruin, can't you? We were the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse plus 3. Doom, disaster, and defenestration. By 3 in the morning, Lord and Lady Kilgotten were long since home from the Dublin theatre, long since fed and in bed. But apparently his lordship could not sleep, so he rose to sit in a library, staring at the empty walls, sipping his brandy, when...
I say, who's there?
That's me.
Oh, is it time for me and her ladyship to go?
You're going nowhere, Your Honour. It's your friends is coming back.
Friends?
Your painting, sir. Come along to the door with me. Take a look out there, your lordship. What do you see?
Why, who are those men out there?
It's the Grand Army of the Irish Rebellion, sir. It's Napoleon's rain-drenched, dog-eared, foot-weary, demoralized men, sir. Their hands full of oil paintings, sir. Look at them, with pictures leaned against their legs, pictures on their backs, pictures stood upright and held by their trembling hands.
Welcome back, gentlemen.
Thank you. You see, sir, considered in all its aspects...
Your Honour, you being such a fine gent, we've decided...
we will not burn your house.
Well, that's right.
We will not burn your house.
But we're all packed. I mean, we're prepared.
Oh, you're taking the whole thing too lightly, begging your pardon, Your Honour.
Yes, easy for you is not easy for us. Me back is sprung.
The twilight gods are in the bog, half sunk.
My wife kicked me out with my naked Renrose. She's writing to the Pope.
How do you say that?
And your chandelier is a fall of real tears on your floor.
Not only that.
Wait till you hear.
You know, the customers in me pub, they laughed when I lugged in that painting of the Queen.
Oh, dear, I'm sorry to hear this. Sorry indeed to hear all this. Come in, gentlemen, come in.
We're in.
Your Honour, if we may, to moist the parched tongue.
Oh, by all means.
Sometimes you have a good...
You see, Your Honour, the more we walked, the deeper we sank in the bog.
And so you left the picture in the bog?
Yes.
Perhaps you could send 4 men to retrieve the picture.
Consider it done when we finish our drink.
And we must get a doctor for your back, Mr.
Kelly, thanks a lot, your lordship.
And I shall speak to your wife about the Renoir news, Mr.
Reardon, sir. All thanks if you would do that. Here are the 2 paintings, back safe and twice as naked.
They do seem to be undressed, don't they?
Well, that's the sum total and substance of this long disaster and prolonged nightmare, Your Honour. We have fought a good war against the snow, rain, and wind, and the bad weather of wives and mother-in-law, and we have lost.
So, will you take the paintings back?
I will.
Here they come, there they go.
And so, in out of the rain and snow flowed a tide of animals and angels, nudes that flamed and smoked in our hands, the national treasures. And along about 5 in the morning, the whole mob brought the twilight of the gods back out of the bog and renamed it.
Sunrise for the deities, men! Sunrise!
Gentlemen.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that a portrait of myself in the corridor?
The one painted by your good wife, sir?
The ugly picture?
That one, yes. Would one of you very quietly steal that portrait off the wall and take it out in the woods and burn it?
It's done. Here I go out to the burning.
Finn, don't burn your fingers. Good old Finn.
Now, gentlemen, suppose we celebrate the safe return of the national treasure.
We stood there in the great library with the pictures all about returned, and drinks in our paws, and Lord Kilgotten blinking gently around at the walls, and our small rebellion over and lost, and us feeling warm with the drinks in our mouths, and a final toast at hand.
Well, gentlemen, now, what shall we drink to?
Why,
To his lordship, of course.
Of course, his lordship. What a good toast.
Why, what's this? I think I have... Yes, to me, tears in my eyes. No, gentlemen, no, not to me. To Ireland. To our Ireland.
To Ireland. I'll drink to Ireland.
To Ireland.
Mr. Finn.
Yes, it's me.
You're back.
What brings you back?
This ugly painting here.
Well, what is it, Finn?
Well, does anyone have a match?
The Great Conflagration Up at the Place. A radio adaptation by Ray Bradbury of his own short story, directed by Norman Corwin, and starring William Shallert as Timothy, Gary Wahlberg as Finn, Ben Wright as Lord Kilgotten. Others featured in this evening's performance were Bob Ball, Steve Franken, Alan Bergman, Virginia Gregg, and Byron Kane. David J. Holman was recording and mixdown engineer. Assistant director, Don Hills. This has been a Jackie Segerman production.
Distant folk.
What the hell is going on?
Now, don't start being cantankerous. It's not my fault. How the devil did I know she'd take it into her head to join the hunt? She shouldn't be riding at all. It took me ages to find her. She's just showering and changing now. When are you leaving?
Shortly.
When did your plane go?
1:30.
Can't you possibly take a later one?
No.
Why not?
The later planes don't make connections.
I'm going to ask you a favor. I want you to stay over and give this girl a thorough examination.
I can't. I'm leaving at 1:30.
Put it off a day.
Parsons, I've quit.
But what's one day?
Do you remember the day you were married? Well, this is my day of days. And when I leave here, I'm leaving a life that's over and done with, and I'm starting a new one. However, I have a few minutes, and if it's of any help to go over the case, fire ahead.
Have you read the history?
Yes, I have. But what's your diagnosis?
Frankly, I don't know. But I do know the girl is desperately ill. She's got a persistent headache, and I've been watching her like a hawk, and she's losing ground every day.
Haven't you any line on this at all?
I can't put my finger on it. There's nothing to go by. I can't get anything out of her.
When talking?
No cooperation.
Is she usually irritable like this?
No, not ordinarily.
You say she's been having persistent headaches?
Yes, ever since the accident.
When did you first see her?
About an hour after she was thrown. She evidently rode home, had breakfast, and seemed all right. Then, apparently, she had a fainting spell.
Well, did she actually faint, or was she just very dizzy?
And I couldn't make out. She resented my examination and wasn't very explicit.
Is she a good horsewoman?
Oh, yes, the best.
Then why was she thrown?
Well, it was a queer sort of accident. You see, she and a chap named Ronnie McVicker were riding across country. They were making for an open gate. She was on his right. As they came near the gate, McVicker kept well over to the left to give her room. But instead of riding through the opening, she went head-on for the fence, as though she hadn't seen it.
What do you mean?
McVicker said she held her horse straight for the fence about 6 feet from the opening. But naturally, the animal shied and threw her.
You're certain she was on his right side?
Oh, yes.
Why haven't you kept her in bed?
I've tried to.
What do you mean?
Oh, you don't know that girl. Yesterday she got up, went to lunch and the matinee, and then played contract all evening.
What matinee?
No, revival of Serrano, I think.
How long have you known her?
I brought her into the world. I looked after her father when he died.
I see. Well, on the whole, I think your best bet is to get in touch with Finley.
Finley's in Europe.
All right, then get Park.
I don't want Park or any of the rest of them. Damn it, they're no better than I am. I want you.
I only postponed my leaving for Scotland for a few hours as a gesture of esteem to you, my old friend.
I feel you're always crying about the lack of human contact between doctor and patient. Well, there's humanity waiting for you in that room. You can't turn your back on it now.
Why should I upset my plans for some spoiled, undisciplined society young woman?
Because it's a doctor's business to cure sick people, because she'll die if you don't, and because I'm an old friend of yours, and I'm desperate.
Oh, very well. I'll do what I can. I can't promise anything. Could you manage the x-rays for me?
Yes, of course.
I may want to use it.
To make a diagnosis, I suppose.
I think we're ready now.
Now, still remember, she's a bit spoiled, used to having her own way. Oh, there you are, Judith. And may I introduce Frederick Steele, Judith Traherne.
How do you do?
Well, I'll leave you both to it.
So, you've just taken my living room and made it your office.
That's right. Won't you sit down, please?
Thank you.
How did you get those?
What?
Those burns, right there, between the first two fingers.
It's funny, I never noticed them till now.
Parson tells me you're a great hunter.
Did you expect me to enter leading a pack of hounds?
I don't know, look rather well. Scarlet coat against a background of books. By the way, do you read them?
Not much. That is, not lately.
Why, your eyes been bothering you?
No.
I understand you don't like to talk about your health.
I do not.
Any reason why?
It's a boring topic.
Yes, I agree. Most people love it, and I make my living by listening to them.
Then I'm afraid I'm wasting your time.
Oh, don't worry, I'll send you a bill.
In that case, I'll only be wasting my money. There's nothing the matter with me. All this fuss over a little fall is beginning to get on my nerves.
Does that light bother you?
No.
Do you use your eyes a great deal?
I generally keep them open, Doctor.
What on earth do you do with yourself here?
Oh, hunting, tennis, golf, shooting, yachting, parties, travel, gossip, all the pleasures of the idle rich. I like it. Anyway, that's my racket. What's yours? Come on. You've cross-examined me. It's only fair to take your own medicine.
High-pressure surgery, wealthy clientele, about 10 days off each summer.
Why do you do it?
Well, because like you, I've been caught in a roundabout.
What a relief. You're no better than I am.
No, I'm quitting. Clearing out.
Where are you going?
A little town in northern Scotland.
What on earth are you going to do up there?
I'm going to live there and be a country doctor.
In heaven's name, why?
Why? Because I've lost direction and what I really wanted to give to medicine.
I thought you were at the top of your profession.
I'm nothing but an efficient and personal machine. So busy doing my job that I never have time to be a physician. I couldn't recognize most of my patients 6 months later, except by the scars.
Why should you want to?
Do you seriously imagine that a doctor's job ends on the operating table? Have you any idea of what being a physician means? That light is bothering you.
Why do you keep on insisting that? There's nothing the matter with my eyes.
You're squinting.
I'm not squinting.
There. Professor. Tell me, what did you do yesterday?
I played bridge in the afternoon and went to the theatre in the evening.
Other way around, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, I guess it was.
What was the play? Serrano, wasn't it?
Yes, why?
Did you like it?
Well, my head was aching, so I thought Serrano would never die.
How did you come out at bridge yesterday?
I can't remember.
You lost.
Oh, how can I remember? I play bridge every day.
You've been losing a lot lately, haven't you?
Yes.
Playing badly?
I suppose so.
Forgetting what cards are out and what's been bid? Did Parsons say you might go out yesterday?
I'm accustomed to looking after myself, Doctor.
But you did disobey his orders, didn't you?
I've never taken orders from anyone, and as long as I live, I'll never take orders from anyone. And there's something else. I'm well, absolutely well. I'm young and strong, and nothing can touch me. Neither you nor Dr. Parsons can make an invalid out of me.
What are you afraid of? That's why you held certain things back from Dr. Parsons. You were afraid to admit...
That isn't true.
Oh, yes, it is. You didn't tell him that you've been having these headaches for months, but you have. And they've been getting worse lately, until now you're never free of them. And your eyes have been acting queerly, too, until your vision is almost cut in half. That queer, dull feeling in your right arm, you couldn't laugh that off. And I'll tell you how you got those burns. A cigarette. It burnt your fingers, and you never felt it, because your tactile nerves are paralyzed. Your memory's all shot to pieces, and you can't concentrate, and you're irritable because your nerves are on edge.
It's a lie. I'm well. Oh, why do you bully me like this?
Because I want to help you. And I can't possibly do it unless I can get you to cooperate. Now, give me your right hand, please. Now the left. Now, squeeze. Tight. Yes, good and tight. Thank you. Now, would you mind closing your eyes for a minute? Hold out both your hands with palms upward.
Up.
Now, can you tell me what this is? Finished those x-rays, Eric?
Yes.
A good idea that you brought that portable machine. Thanks for doing x-rays for me. Where's she now?
Having tea in the study. Well, what is it?
Brain tumor. Glioma of the brain.
Where?
In the temporal and parietal lobes. She has a right visual defect. The plates won't show much, but I think they'll confirm what I say.
Is it operable?
With luck, yes.
Good enough.
But if the plates show that it's diffused, as I think it is...
She'll get a recurrence.
Mm-hmm.
And that means?
About 10 months to a year.
Oh, blast. An invalid?
No, that's the one decent thing about it. She'll probably never know until the last. Then she'll go blind.
Amblyopia?
Of course, the blindness will only last for a minute. But that's the signal. There'll only be a few hours after that.
Are you going to tell her?
Would you want her to know?
No.
And that's the answer. Well, let's have a look at those x-rays. You get them for me, Eric?
Yes, of course.
Looks as if my new life's postponed for a couple of days. Thank you. And give me the left one, please. Oh, that doesn't show much. Oh, it does look suspicious. Now the AP. Yeah, look here. See that? Notice the difference in intensity there.
Yeah, that means calcification, doesn't it?
Yes. Oh, rotten business doctoring. Why did you have to call me in on this case?
I've brought you some tea. Would you rather have a drink?
No, tea's fine, thank you. Come, sit down, Judith.
I'm sorry I was so childish.
Oh, I like the way you fought back at me. You're a good sport.
If I weren't, Doctor, I'm afraid I wouldn't be much of anything.
Judith, I'm afraid this may come as something of a shock to you, but it's only the idea that's hard to accept, not the thing itself. You see, something's gone wrong in that incredible labyrinth of wires, the brain.
The brain?
Well, the brain's like any other part of the body. Things get out of kilter and have to be adjusted.
Exactly what is this thing?
The technical name is glioma.
Sounds like some kind of plant.
Well, it is rather like a plant, a parasitic one.
What does adjusted mean?
I'm afraid it means An operation.
That's absurd.
You've got to face it.
I don't believe it. Are you positive? No. I won't have an operation. I won't let you. It must be pretty serious.
Yes, it is. Very, very serious. And it's going to take our combined efforts to beat this thing. I shall need all the help you can give me. I must have your complete faith.
I'm afraid faith isn't my long
Well,
future.
from now on it's going to be. And in return, I'll give you all the skill at my command. Your job is to trust me.
I do trust you.
I hoped you would. Well, when can you be ready?
I'm in your hands, Doctor.
Well, we can't operate for a couple of days, but I'm going to take you to the hospital this afternoon. I need some further x-rays, and I want you to get all the rest you can. I'll call for you, let's say, 3 o'clock.
How long will I have to be in hospital?
Oh, about 6 weeks.
And will you let me ride as soon as I get out?
Well, I think we'll put that off a little longer. Suppose we talk over that later.
Well, why not now?
Well, our first job is to bring you through the operation and start you on the road to recovery.
It's beginning to sound like a long road. Afterwards, will I be able to live a completely normal life?
Yes. Well, of course, it will take some time for you to get your strength back.
Will this operation absolutely cure me?
I think I can guarantee that you will make a complete surgical recovery.
A complete surgical recovery? What does that mean?
But it means that you'll get well. Oh. No worries now?
None. I just wanted to be sure I knew the truth, that you weren't keeping anything back from me. I do now. You see, I trust you. Have you been here long?
Hours.
Oh, terribly sorry.
You look it.
Oh, Alden, it's been a gorgeous day. Fruit blossoms all out, horse chestnuts, tulips. Oh, the time went so quickly.
And how was the ride?
I was nervous at first. I couldn't forget the day I crashed the fence. But then I put my mare to a hedge, and we cleared it beautifully. And the fields ahead were clear and green, and I was free.
I'm very pleased with you.
Me? Why?
You're such a decided improvement over your old self.
Am I?
They did more than give you a new brain. They gave you a new disposition as well. Now, darling, I need your help. I want you for dinner at 8 tonight to seduce my publisher. He's being nasty about my book. He says the public's no longer interested in sex.
What?
The truth is, he's 48 and a little jaded, and he needs to meet someone who's alluring and dangerous. Which is you. There'll be quantities of the best champagne, and I'm not going to be refused.
Alden, I can't.
So he's coming for dinner, your doctor.
How did you know?
I'm a novelist, darling. Besides, I've been snooping. But you'll just have to put him off for the day.
Oh, he's leaving for Scotland tomorrow. But he may not get here till after dinner. He said he...
You wanted to see me, Miss Traherne?
Oh, yes, Michael. I don't like the way Red Queen behaves.
Well, she hasn't been ridden enough.
She's been handled roughly. She's not used to that.
Why, that mare's no more than a filly, and she's a natural cut-up. I put a curb on her just to let her know it was there.
You ought to know better. Her moth's too sensitive.
Well, don't I know? It's like velvet. I handled her as light on that curb as you would on a snaffle. But she needed a lesson, and I gave it to her.
You'll not do that again.
Sorry, Miss Traherne, but she'd better leave the handling the horses to me. I'm in charge of the stables. A month from now, and you don't like the way things was going, you can fire me.
Believe me, I
You'll
will.
not be firing me, Miss Judith, no. You and me are going to get on well together.
Hasn't much confidence, has he? The worst of it is, I know he's right.
If I were a horse, I'd recognize that in his eye, which I would call master. Oh, if only I had him for a publisher. He's a handsome fellow, too. Oh, by the way, darling, there's a telegram for you.
Oh, why didn't you tell me?
Well, because I knew it was bad news for me.
Alden! Alden, he's coming any minute! Oh, you beast, Alden, for not giving it to me at once.
You've been pretty hard hit, haven't you?
Alden, nothing like this has ever happened to me before.
I think, my darling, that this time it's the real thing.
Oh, it is, Alden. I know it. I do love him so.
And he? That's always the first question.
I don't know.
Well, you should know. You've had enough men in love with you.
Oh, they haven't helped me understand him. He's a strange person, Alden. He's so hard to see into. Oh, he's conscious of me, I'm sure of that.
That sounds a trifle like understatement to me.
It may be much more. I don't know. He may be in love with me, Alden. I don't know whether he even admits his emotions to himself. He does like being with me, that I know. Oh, we've talked endlessly. He's given me hours of his time. He could have left a few days after the operation, but he stayed on. Oh, Alden, I do want him.
What about Scotland?
I'm afraid Scotland and I won't understand each other very well.
What's sending him there?
His work in London was too impersonal. That's what he says. Of course, there's a deeper reason, too. He's never been able to adjust himself to the city. He feels out of place. That's why he's lived so much within himself. Have you noticed, Alden? He hardly ever smiles. Oh, heavens! Oh, there he is now. Oh, Alden, do I look all right?
Super. Well, my pet, get him if you can. And my blessings. Only remember that when an irresistible force collides with an immovable object, it's, well, there's hell to pay.
I hope I'm not too late for tea.
Ah, Dr. Steele, I've just been waiting to say hello to you.
I'm glad to see you again.
Oh, that's a compliment coming from you. Well, goodbye, darling. Oh, incidentally, Doctor, you'll get a wonderful view of Judith's brain tonight when you see her in that new dress. Bye.
Bye. Hello.
Hello. You look fit. How have you been?
Splendid.
Here, let's have a look at you. No headache?
None. You haven't been near me for 3 days.
Sleeping well?
Beautifully. Have you been busy?
Very. Appetite good?
Marvelous. All things according to Hoyle.
Good. Now stand with both feet together. Close your eyes. Right, how's the balance?
Perfect. You see, I know all the answers.
Patient dismissed.
So you're off tomorrow?
Unless the heavens fall.
I've no luck with heaven.
I'm already 2 months late, Judith.
I didn't realize until Dr. Parsons told me that you'd given up all your plans for me. How can I ever thank you?
Well, just seeing you as you stand there has repaid me 1,000 times for anything I've done.
I think that's the nicest thing anyone ever said to me. Are you so generous to all your patients?
Judith, you know what I mean.
Perhaps I do. Perhaps I don't.
Then let me say that I care enough that I'll come to you halfway across the earth whenever you call me. Is that better?
You sound awfully serious.
It was a serious speech.
It had such finality. So, you're really going to be an old-fashioned country doctor?
Hideously old-fashioned.
You'll get down here occasionally?
Well, not often. I expect they'll keep me pretty busy.
I expect so, and you'll have no regrets. Not one.
There are always regrets. Do you remember the drive we took the morning of the operation?
The world was very simple and clear that morning, in spite of what I knew was in store for me.
I think because of it, Judith. It's apt to be that when you know exactly what you're facing and you aren't afraid.
People don't show fear in front of you, Fred.
It was a challenge and you accepted it with perfect courage.
Oh, I was glad you were beside me.
If you knew I'd always be beside you, do you think you'd ever be afraid of anything?
Oh, Fred, we're getting into deep water. Before it's too late, I've got to make you understand. You're a very great person. I'm not. I'm shallow.
I know that isn't true. I once asked you for something very important. Your complete faith. Have I still got it?
You still have it.
Judith, I want more than that now. I want your love.
Oh, Fred. anything can make you happy.
Darling, you never know how much.
Are you sure?
I'm sure only of my love.
Oh, darling. Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, I suppose you want me to entertain all your grateful patients.
All of them.
And pay the bills on time and run the house on a budget.
No, Miss Jenny will see to that.
Oh, I'd forgotten about her. Your housekeeper, the one who taught you at school.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, Fred, I'm going to love it. Every minute of it. And we'll have a garden. And I promise you I'll make your home beautiful for you. And babies. We'll have 2 boys and a girl. What's the matter?
Nothing, dear.
There is, darling. I can see it. What are you afraid of?
What is there to be afraid of if we're together?
That strange, solemn note whenever we talk about my future. What are you trying to keep from me?
Nothing.
I get a strange feeling sometimes. Ever since the first day in this room, I thought that you were keeping something from me. I've sensed it 100 times.
No,
it's not. All those carefully guarded, a complete surgical recovery, and I'll come to you halfway across the earth whenever you call me. Fred, I'm going to ask you a very simple question, and I want you to answer it. Is there anything wrong with me?
I've told you, Judith. You may do anything you want now.
And that won't do. I shan't let you evade this time. What is it? Don't lie, Fred. I'm asking for the truth.
Judith, I'd hoped with all myself that this wouldn't happen. But it has, so we'll face it. And we can now, can't we? There are some things that surgery can't do. I shan't be technical, but when I took that thing out of your head, there was a tiny part of it that couldn't be reached. It's what we call an infiltration.
So you didn't get it all out?
No.
Then the operation didn't cure me?
It did. This thing isn't going to harm you at the moment. You see for yourself you're perfectly well.
For the moment?
In time, it will grow.
Does that mean another operation? No. You mean that wouldn't do any good? Will I have to face those headaches and that ghastly confusion all over again?
No, darling, you won't. It's all behind you. I promise you that. There'll be no suffering, no invalidism of any kind.
How will it happen?
As quietly as going to sleep.
You say I'll be perfectly well up to last.
As well as you are at this moment.
Then how will I know? I want to know if I'll have any warning. Some chance to be ready.
There will be a moment when you won't be able to see as usual. That's all.
You mean I'll go blind?
Just for a moment. Then you'll be perfectly all right again. But after a few hours, 2 or 3, you'll go to sleep.
I see. How much time have I? How long have I before the end? Go on. Tell me how long. 5 years? 1 year? 6 months?
Possibly more. One can't be certain. 6, 10 months, eh?
You knew this all along? From the very first?
Yes.
And you're offering to marry me and take me to Fellsborough? That's very chivalrous of you, Fred, but I can't. I couldn't get used to this thing. 6 months. I couldn't stand it. I'll stay here with what I know, where I can forget. Well, that's all I want now. Just to forget and then be forgotten.
You're coming with me to Fellsborough as my wife.
I'm staying right here. And I'm going to live so fast and so hard that I won't be able to think.
And where will that lead you?
Where all roads lead in 6 months. Only I haven't time to go exploring. I'll stick to the only life I know.
We love each other.
Oh, no. You fooled me for a minute. Now I understand how you weighed each step, planned each move, even to marry me. Now I know why you did it. And Fred, I want you to know. I'm terribly, terribly grateful.
Darling, I love you.
You're only sorry for me, Fred. It's not your fault. island. Just let me die my own way. If you must think of me, then think of me as your patient. 10 years from now, you can look the case up in your files. Traherne, Judith, age 27. Diagnosis, March 10th. Operation, March 14th. Patient made brilliant recovery. Died 6 months later.
Stop it, Judith.
Oh, you despise everything I stand for in life. My set, my friends, my world. Well, thank heaven for that world now. My friends will help me forget. Oh, at least they know how to be amusing. And that's all I want. It's good enough for 6 months.
It won't work, Judith.
Oh, he takes away my life and offers me what? Extinction in 6 months. Oh, but don't worry. I'll fill them. I'll cram them full of living. I'm not sweet and generous. I'm a bitter, angry woman and hard as nails. Well, why do you stand there? Why don't you go? I've turned myself inside out for you. What more do you want?
Sit down, Judith.
This isn't your office now. It's my home, and I'll do in it as I like. Please go away. I mustn't ever see you again, ever. So, if you'll excuse me, I've got to get ready for a dinner date.
Judy, how long do you think you can go on this way? You've been raising hell for months. You could fill Earl's Court with the people who are angry with you.
Pretty soon I won't be a problem to you, Alden. Pretty soon.
Well, I hope you've been having a better time than you seem to be having. Even in this best of all possible civilizations, women still get annoyed if other women cop their husbands or lovers. I'm not suggesting that you slept with them. Well, I hope not all of them at any rate.
Shall I send them flowers, Alden?
Judith, are you still eating your heart out about Steele?
Oh, you mean that extraordinary surgeon?
Well, I knew something went wrong there.
Oh, all according to plan. He planned for Scotland. He went to Scotland.
Well, why didn't you go after him?
Scotland's a long way off, and it's cold when you get there.
Well, then, forget him. The way we both feel, we better go on a binge tonight.
Stay with me, Alden.
2 neurotic females watching the sun come up? No, thank you.
I can't bear being alone.
Darling, the club's full of lads who'd be glad to take care of that.
Oh, excuse me, Miss Traherne. Josie's out shopping, so I brought you some coffee.
Oh, not for me, thank you, Michael. I got to fly. I'll phone you later, darling.
Bye. Bye. Thank you, Michael. Won't you join me? You've set for 2.
Oh, thank you, Miss Judith. It was a grand show this afternoon.
Was it?
And you, the best one in it.
Thank you.
But you've been going too hard, Miss Judith. You've got yourself tired out. And no one can go on as you've been going, riding and swimming and dancing and going day and night. You can't do that and keep on with your jumping horses. The glorious jumping you did at the show this afternoon, you did on your nerves. You had me heart in my mouth a dozen times. That was terrible hard you was driving yourself for a cup you didn't want.
I did want it.
Sure, for the winning of it, but that's all. It's the fighting that counts with you. But you'll win no more cups, Miss Judith, the way he's going. All I can do is to get the horses ready. It's you that does the riding.
Is it hard being a groom, Michael?
At times.
Forget you're a groom, Michael, and talk to me as a man.
This is a terrible road you've been traveling. Forgive me for all I said. I could cut my tongue out.
Oh, dear Michael, it's not so hard to die. I feel that. It's dying without having lived. Come here beside me. Hold me, Michael. Hold me close.
Oh, how I've longed to hold you like this.
Oh, dear Michael, so close. And yet I'm so far away from you. So far away. Oh, forgive me, Michael. Tomorrow I leave you. Tomorrow I'm going away.
No.
Yes, I must. I know now I must. Oh, but tonight, stay with me.
Miss Jenny.
Oh, my, you're late tonight, Dr. Fred.
I had to stay at the Fraser's longer than I expected.
It's after 9.
Yes, I know. Saw the train pull out as I came by the station.
This is the 3rd night you've been late.
From now on, Miss Jenny, I'm at your service, as always.
From now on, Dr. Fred, you're to be home every night for a hot supper.
Oh, Miss Jenny, every time I hear that note in your voice, I'm right back in the schoolroom expecting that inevitable Frederick Steele will remain after school is dismissed. Gives me a chill just to think of it.
Oh, you're tired tonight.
I hadn't thought. Yes, maybe I am.
Don't like you looking so tired.
You haven't changed any, have you?
You have.
I have everything I need now. I'm home and doing what I always wanted to do.
Sometimes I think life here is on a pretty small scale.
Well, that's because you have something to measure it against. The hills.
Perhaps it's just an old woman's fancy. You see, I've never been away very much.
Well, I have. I didn't find life any bigger. Just a lot of noisier and more confused, that's all.
There's something haunting you, and you'll never be happy until that ghost is laid.
Ghosts die, Miss Jenny, like anything else.
I wish you were contented, Frederick. If you stay up, you'd best put another log on the fire. It's none too warm. Well, I'll be away to bed now. Good night, Dr. Fred.
Good night, Miss Jenny. That's all right, Miss Jenny. I'll get it.
All right.
Judith.
Yes, Fred. I've come.
Judith, how did you get here?
What?
All the way from the station?
There wasn't a taxi.
Here, come. Sit by the fire. Tell me, how did you find the house?
I missed it the first time. Then I came back. Oh, Fred, I must talk to you.
No, not tonight. Tomorrow.
I've come to tell you something important, and I've come a long way. You'd better hear me now.
All right. Go on.
Fred, I've done what I said I would.
I thought you would.
Everything. To the last empty boat.
Why do you tell me all this?
Because I couldn't die knowing your bitterness towards me. Oh, you mustn't think of me like that. Please don't, darling. How good it is to call you that. I couldn't bear to have you go on feeling that way forever.
Do you think I found happiness in this empty house? Oh, I should have taken you with me, but never have told you all that.
It wouldn't have worked. I wasn't ready.
Oh, Judith, my Judith, I failed you.
I failed myself. I found that out at last. So I've come. I won't demand much. Your strength will help me free myself.
I can give you so much more than that.
I don't want more. I wouldn't know what to do with it. I'm pretty spent, Fred, inside me.
Oh, I love you, Judith.
A man and a girl have met to love. Oh, Fred, it's too late.
No.
Oh, how can you with what we know?
We're together now.
For a moment.
For always.
Oh, darling, a moment isn't forever.
That's all that lovers ever have. A few perfect hours. I tried to explain that to you before.
Then I must never interfere with your work. You must promise me that. It must be part of our bargain if we're to be together now.
Oh, darling, you're going to help me. It's through you that I'm going to be the kind of doctor I've always wanted to be. And tonight, it begins for us both.
Are you happy, Mrs. Fred?
Oh, terribly.
Oh, well, a 2-month bride should be.
Oh, please, don't speak of the months. Oh. Hello. Yes. Oh, Dublin is calling Dr. Steele. No, he isn't. I see. Hello. Oh, well, you may be able to reach him at Phillsborough 93, but he's probably on his way home now. Yes, but if you can't reach him at 93 and he doesn't get through to you within 5 minutes, call me back and, well, I'll get hold of him somehow. That's right. Oh, An emergency call. Oh, Miss Jenny, they want him to go to Dublin.
Oh, now, don't worry, Mrs. Fred. Even if he had to go, he'll soon be back.
Yes.
You mustn't fret every time he goes out of the house.
I know. Oh, but I can't help grudging every minute he's away. It's a second.
Oh, you shouldn't have married a doctor.
Oh, I wish it wouldn't cloud up like this.
What are you talking about?
I don't like it getting overcast so suddenly. It means a storm.
But the sun's out. I never saw it brighter.
No, but it's getting dimmer. Each second. Look. Curious how I can still feel the heat of it. Why, how dark it's gotten. Oh, Miss Jenny.
Oh, what is it, dear?
Nothing. Just a bit dizzy. I'll answer it. Hello? Yes? Oh, you couldn't get him, no. No, he hasn't come. This is Mrs. Steele speaking. Could I take the message? No? All right. Tell Dr. Platt that I'd get him somehow. Right. Goodbye.
Oh, Mrs. Fred, are you all right?
I'm all right. I just felt a little faint for a moment. I think I can hear a car. See if it's Fred.
Oh, yes. Yes, it is.
I'll be right back. I've just got to check the roast, then I'll pack Fred's things.
Here, let me do it, Mrs. Fred.
No, you stay here. Tell Fred to call the Dublin operator. Miss Jenny, say nothing to him about anything. Promise.
Hello, I'm home. Oh, hello, Miss Jenny. Where's Judith?
She's just in the kitchen. She'll be right back.
Everything all right?
Of course. Oh, Dublin's been trying to get you.
Dublin?
Aye, they've called twice.
Oh, who was it?
You're to call the operator at once.
What do they want?
An emergency call.
Oh, all right. Hello, Jack. It's Dr. Steele speaking. I was to call the operator at Dublin. Right, I'll wait. It's a different place now with Judith, Miss Jenny.
Oh, it's been such a short time. I can hardly remember what it was like without her.
Can't you? I'm glad you approved my choice of bride.
If ever I had a son, Dr. Fred, I could want no more for him. And she's learning to be a very good cook.
Yes, and just between you and me, hello? Yes, hello, Stephen. Yes, did you want me? Yes. No chance unless you operate. Yes, I've had good results. Well, offhand, I don't know anyone else who has. Yes, I know. Oh, but really, Stephen, there must be someone else. Yes, I see that, but... Well, even so, I don't see why...
Darling, you must.
But, darling, it means 3 days.
But you must.
Hold on, Stephen.
Dearest, this is your work, your life. This comes first.
But, Judith, someone else can do the operation.
The land is full of great brain specialists, isn't it? All of them better than Frederick Steele.
Darling, you're feeling perfectly well. Hmm?
What more can you ask? Don't I look perfect?
All right. Stephen, how about transport? Right? Right, I can make that by car if I leave right away. Hello, Stephen. What's the phone number at the hospital? Mount Royal 9000. And your house? Right? Right, tomorrow morning. Fine. Goodbye.
I'll get your bag, darling.
Miss Jenny, I'm just making a list of places and people and phone numbers and so forth. I'm leaving this here for you, just in case you need it.
Oh, I don't think I'll need it.
Well, one can never tell. I don't see why the devil Platt couldn't get someone in Dublin.
Don't worry, Frederick.
Oh, but if anything goes wrong, in any way, you have to phone me immediately.
I will.
You can reach me at one of the other of those numbers, okay? You'll take good care of her.
Here are your things, Fred.
Oh, thank you, darling.
Hasn't it been a perfect day?
Oh, yes, of course it has.
I was going over the books today.
And what did you find?
Certain debts owing my husband that will never be paid.
Not one that you haven't repaid 1,000 times.
Oh, have I really been a good wife?
You idiot.
Oh, I've loved it so. Every minute. Oh, how can I make you understand? Look out there. Somehow it's been like that. Shining and quiet.
Judith, I've left a memorandum there, and now don't lose it. You'll be able to reach me at any time.
I see.
And if anything... Oh, my beloved.
Darling. I walked to the mill dam this morning.
I haven't been there lately.
We'll go soon.
The moment I'm back.
There's snow on the evergreens.
Snow everywhere.
Evergreens are wiser than other trees. They stay awake all winter while the others sleep. Oh, Fred, I found out at last.
What?
What the hills do to you. I understand. Oh, darling, you must never leave them. You must go on living here where you can see them. Fred, you must go now.
Yes.
Here's your coat, dear.
No, Judith, I'm not going. I'll call Platt and tell him that...
My darling Fred, remember our bargain.
Of course. Oh, to be given so much. This little time in all my life. And then to have it taken away.
Fred, we've just 1 minute together. Look at me. I was never to fail you or keep you from your best. We've had our love and we're complete. Nothing can hurt us now. What we've had can never be wiped out. That's our victory. Our victory over the dark. And it's a real victory. Because we're not afraid.
Thank you, my Judith.
And you'll never look back.
Promise. Never.
Oh, hold me close, darling.
I'll hold you this way. Forever.
Forever is now, isn't it?
Yes. Goodbye, darling. I'm off, Miss Jenny. Take care of everything.
Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, darling. Good night.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles just saying hello before the show starts. This is your radio almanac for March 8th. The moon entered Virgo this morning. The moon in Virgo is a nice, sociable sign, friendly and helpful, like the man who sells you your mobile gas. Prudence Pratt, I think we've got a minute for a household hint.
The white of an egg and a few drops of lemon juice will enable you to whip coffee cream. Doesn't taste very good, though.
Thank you, Prudence Pratt. And now our Wonders of Science Department, Colonel P. Bristle.
Chicle, which comes from the equatorial jungles, is the basis of all chewing gum. To prevent chewing gum from becoming matted in the eyebrows, stop blowing such big bubbles.
Welcome, one and all, to the sign of the Flying Red Horse. Tonight and every week at the same time, over these same stations, the makers of mobile gas and mobile oil bring you Orson Welles. Good evening, good evening. Tonight we present, let's see, what do we present? Where's my secretary, Miss Grimmett?
You needn't snap at me. You know I can always go back to driving rivets.
Yes, but why should you strain yourself? They have machines for that now, you know. Let's forget the entire incident. I wish it had never happened. Who's our guest this evening?
Lucille Ball.
Oh, that's right. She'll be over later. She would have been here now, but she's working on an income tax blank. Can you imagine the government wants Lucille Ball to fill out her form? Anything else?
Yes, there are 3 feeble-minded young ladies out here, the Orson Welles Swoon Club.
Feeble-minded? They're not feeble-minded.
They swoon when they see you, don't they?
Yes.
I rest my case.
Well, rest it in the outer office and send them in.
Okay, girls. Swoon bait, we'll see you now.
There he is. Well,
Members of the Orson Welles Swoon Club, I bid you welcome. Very nice swooning, girls. But I must remind you that the function of the Swoon Club is to follow the chosen one at all times. Where were you last Thursday night at 11 o'clock?
At Grumman's Chinese Theater.
Oh?
Visiting the Academy Award Committee. They didn't give you an Oscar.
Oh, I don't mind. I'd sooner they gave it to some of the less experienced players who need the encouragement. Furthermore, where were you on Friday? I came out of the Players Club expecting an ovation, girls swooning at my feet, and what happened? A dog bit me.
That was me. I got excited.
Oh, what we need is more members.
Yeah, I know a girl I might talk into joining the club.
Oh, fine. Bring her around.
I can't.
Why not?
They never let her out of the cage.
Oh, well, there must be some way to get new members. Perhaps if we gave out some marvelous prize or premium. Nylon baby socks or, bobby socks, I guess that is. Bobby socks. For me, it's booby socks or something. I've got it. An autographed photograph. How would this go, girls? An autographed photograph of me. By the way, Aggie, did you get that new picture I sent you?
Yes, I put it up over my bed like you told me. Oh, Orsie, you look wonderful in a sarong.
What's sarong? I never had a picture taken in sarong. That must be Dorothy Lamour you have.
I thought it was funny. Bob Hope and Bing Crosby kissing you. Don't worry, Orsie.
And don't you feel bad about not getting an Academy Award?
Yeah, Wellesley, here's a little present we brought you. We knitted it ourselves.
Oh, girls, you shouldn't have done it. It's a lovely knitted tie. But what's this bump on the end of it?
That's the big toe. It started out to be a pair of socks.
All right, girls, run along now. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes.
Yes? What?
Yes, Master.
Miss Grimmett.
You called?
Yes, Miss Grimmett. Have you notified Miss Ball we're expecting her?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, fatso.
That's better. We must have discipline around here.
The Hotel Carlton has been calling you all week. They're suing you.
The Hotel Carlton suing me? What for?
You did a magic show in their ballroom, and the rabbits you produced did a lot of damage.
I only produced 2 rabbits. Couldn't they round them up?
No, they're short-handed.
Well, why didn't they enlarge their staff?
They did, but so did the rabbits.
Well, I'll try and straighten the matter out with them. The Hotel Carlton, get me that, please. Perhaps if I rent a suite of rooms, they'll drop their suit, and Harry Esmond will dial it on the phone.
Here's your party.
Hello?
Good morning. Carlton Rabbit Farm. If it eats lettuce, we have it.
Isn't this the Carlton Hotel?
Formerly the Carlton Hotel. Now we're in the rabbit business.
Well, this is Orson Welles. I feel I've done you people an injustice with my rabbit show, and to make up for it, I'd like to rent a suite of rooms at your establishment.
One moment, please. Hello? Sorry, we can't give you a room.
Did you tell the management for Orson Welles?
Yes?
What did he say?
Nothing. Just keeps staring at me with his big pink eyes.
Miss Grimmett, Lucille Ball is our guest tonight. Have the florist send her 2 dozen roses, please.
Roses? Vallisneria spiralis?
Thought it'd
Good
be thoughtful.
heavens, are you out of your mind? How about something of the genus Malva rotundifolio caniculatus, commonly known as Senecio vulgaris?
Definitely not.
Why?
I don't know. It sounds dirty. Sound dirty to Louis Titterton, I know. He's the censor, Louis Titterton. Of course, if you had a name like Louis Titterton, anything would sound dirty. Louis Titterton sounds dirty. Let's get back to the script. Look, just run down to the florist. Run down to the florist and get a bunch... Run down to the florist and get a bunch of the genus Magnesius perhuvus pragelcarcus.
For Miss Ball?
Yes, and what's wrong, please, with Magnesius perhuvus pragelcarcus?
Nothing. But do you think she'll like stinkweed?
Well, then you pick something out.
Oh, I forgot. Here's a package that came for
Oh, for me?
Yes.
Flowers from Lucille Ball. Open them up, Miss Grimmett. What kind are they?
Magnesius perhuvus pragelcarcus?
I know.
Stinkweed.
And
one more thing. There's
Yes?
a man from the reducing salon here to see you.
What? Send him away. It's just propaganda. I won't see him.
Oh, bonjour,
What are you
bonjour,
laughing
bonjour,
at?
bonjour, bonjour, bonjour. Monsieur Wells, n'est-ce pas?
Yes? Are your hands clean? Yes? My card. Never mind, I will read it to you. Presenting Jacques-François Louis-Philippe Pepe Moishe de Champagne. How do you do? How would you like to have an estimate on a new body, eh? We give you complete renovation.
I do not need complete renovation.
Oh, let me look you over. Ooh la la, you are one big fellow.
Certainly I'm one big fellow. What do you think I was, two little ones?
Allons, we take out the tape measure, we measure the chest. 40 inches. Take a deep breath, please. Chest expanded, 39 and a half.
Well, I expand from the inside. I'm no show-off.
Hips.
No.
Hips have to tie two tape measures together.
Nonsense.
No, you cannot argue with me. I know if a person is too heavy. I've not worked 15 years for nothing in Bullock's basement. I am the girdle coordinator.
Girdle coordinator? What's that?
If a size 44 tries to get into a size 38, I help push.
Sure, you must leave the ladies breathless.
Folks, the Mobile Gas Mathematics class is now in session. My subject? Fractions. Not the grade school kind, the gasoline kind. Gasoline for automobiles is made by blending light and heavy fractions. The light, which spark up first, are there for snappy start. The heavy fractions bring you mileage. Since Pearl Harbor, more and more of these lighter elements have gone to fuel our fighting planes. So driving's different these days. Yes, in every way. Your gasoline, your speed, the length of trips you take. Now, the makers of Mobile Gas want you to get the best results from wartime driving. Here are tips to help you. 1, warm up a chilly motor 30 seconds before driving. 2, don't jam down on your accelerator. Press it gently. 3, drive a moderate speed, neither race nor crawl. 4, keep your battery in condition to turn your engine over quickly. And finally, switch to Mobile Gas for mileage. This famous gasoline is packed with every wartime mile it's possible to give you. Mobile Gas in 1944 is giving all the mileage that it gave in peacetime. Can you beat that? Brother, you cannot. So drive in, get friendly with your friendly Mobile Gas dealer. Trade your coupons for America's favorite gasoline, Mobile Gas, at the sign of the Flying Red Horse.
Thank you, John McIntyre. Ladies and gentlemen, your radio almanac brings you now a little music, but first, here's a last-minute bulletin from Dr. Snake Oil.
If a fishbone becomes lodged in a person's throat, turn him upside down and slap him on the shoulder blades. Caution, in an upside-down position, a person's shoulder blades are not where you think they'd be.
swell, Lud. That was, of course, you recognize it, Bessie Mamucho. Lud Gluskin playing it. Extraordinary name, Lud Gluskin, isn't it? Sounds like an unborn burp. Back to our script. And here's our guest of the evening, ladies and gentlemen. An enthusiasm I know you share with me, Miss Lucille Ball.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Orson.
Lucille, we're very happy to have you back with us in the Mercury Theater, and I'd like to tell you that for the occasion, I've written a sketch which is just full of romantic love scenes.
Oh, good. Who have you got to play it with me?
Well, I'll... Oh, seriously, Lucille, I trust you were joking. We could be a sensation on the radio. I can just hear the announcer saying, "The makers of Crunchies bring you Lucille Ball and Orson Welles. Friends, have you tried Crunchies for breakfast? Crunchies is that new crispy breakfast cereal that pops and snaps, crickles and crackles, wheezes and snorts. It makes a heck of a racket. But here's the real surprise. When you put Crunchies in a bowl and pour milk over them, they get soggy, spelled S-O-G-G-Y. And now the case of the blue blood stain, or it was too utter and McKinley. On with the play.
Mickey, darling.
Mm-hmm.
Mickey?
I just want to glance over the headlines, dear. Have you seen this?
No, what?
Man found in alley, stabbed, shot, poisoned, robbed, and hung. Police suspect foul play.
Well, that's nice. This is your night off, dear. Stop playing detective.
All right. Go to bed.
Alone? My feet are cold.
I know.
Mickey, where were you last night?
Oh, Dora, don't be silly. You know how I feel about you. You're the eighth wonder of the world.
Yeah, well, don't ever let me catch you with the other 7, bub.
Oh, well, I guess we might as well turn in.
Oh, Mickey, it's so nice to spend an evening like this. Lounge around in pajamas and then flop right into bed. It's so nice, dark and quiet. Mickey, scratch my back. Mickey, is your circulation good? Your hand feels so cold. Mickey? Mickey?
What do you want, dear? I'm in here brushing my teeth. You say something, Dora?
I screamed.
Well, please don't. The neighbors will think I'm beating you again.
There's somebody in that bed and he's cold.
Well, throw another blanket on him, dear. Don't be inhospitable.
Mickey, I tell you, there's a man in that bed and it looks to me like foul play.
Well, it's probably not as serious as you think. Maybe he just died.
Then what's he doing in our bed?
Well, you know how difficult it is to find a room these days.
Well, the least you could do is turn the light on.
That's an idea. Here we are. Yep, there's a body, all right. Wonder whose it is.
Well, don't stand there. Do something.
It's strange, Dora. This fellow's got 18 knife wounds in him, and there are no holes in his shirt. What do you make of that?
Must have been an inside job.
Yeah, something of that kind. We can't leave him here. Give me a hand, Dora. Push his feet. The daisy. Well, what do we do now?
Let's go to sleep.
Oh, now, with him lying there, dear, it's practically indecent.
I don't care. I'm sleepy.
Well, I suppose we could go to sleep and clear this up in the morning.
That's better. Did you hear that?
What?
That. Look, that closet door. It's opening.
Fine thing, a squeaky door on an oil program. Yes?
Mickey, there's somebody in that closet. What's the matter? Scared to go in there?
Of course not. I'm not scared. I'm a detective. I must be brave. I must be strong. I must be courageous. I must be going. So long.
You come back here. Mickey.
Yes?
You know that body we just took out of our bed?
Yes?
He brought a friend.
So he did. So he did. So he did. Someone, and I threw a rock through the window with a note on it. It says, "Keep your mouth shut. And throw $1,000 out of the window, or you'll never get another sound effect. No, excuse me. Keep your mouth shut and throw $1,000 out of the window, or there'll be 4 bodies in your room.
$1,000. We haven't got $1,000.
Another rock with a note on it. Says, P.S. I'll settle for $9.50. Stay here, dear. I'm going to take a look in the kitchen.
Well, hurry back, dear. These two aren't much on conversation, you know.
Dora, come here quickly!
Mickey!
Dora!
What are you doing up on that chair? Did you see another body?
No, a mouse. Help me down, dear. That must be the murderer. Come in.
Pardon me, I was just passing...
I'll take that line again. That must be the murderer. Come in.
Pardon me, I was just passing the hall, and I heard you say you was going to move.
You should have kept moving, Pop.
Would you like to sublet this apartment?
Say, darling, do you smell gasoline?
Yes.
I solved the case. Stick 'em up, flat top.
No, you don't. I got you both covered. I'm going to let you both have it. Where do you both want it?
Look here, you're not going to shoot us in cold blood, are you?
He's not going to warm it up for us. Where's your patriotism? You can't shoot him.
Why not?
Don't you know the government's trying to save waste fats?
That does it.
Friends, try a bowl of Crunchies. Crunchies topped off with delicious, luscious, fresh strawberries in cream. What a dish. You can get strawberries and cream. What do you want Crunchies for? Crunchies. And now back to Mickey and Dora.
Darling, you've been hit. You're bleeding.
It's nothing.
I know, but we've just had the rug cleaned. Where's Flat Top?
Right there. I hit him on the head during the commercial. I also called the police. There you are, officer. There's your man.
I got him.
And incidentally, there are 2 corpses in the bedroom. Would you pick them up today, please?
I'm sorry, we only pick up on Fridays. OPA ruling, you know.
Friends, not long ago, we checked 10,000 cars, and what'd we find? 6 out of every 10 needed fresh oil. Now, neglect like that encourages burned bearings, worn-out cylinder walls, and wasted gasoline. It's not enough to have your crankcase full. The point is, are you sure that oil is clean? Do you think because you're making shorter trips at slower speeds you needn't change your oil so often? Boy, you're in reverse. Under these conditions, oil thins out, gets dirty faster, dust and sludge accumulate, engine parts corrode, get worn, and parts are almost irreplaceable today. So drive on into lubrication headquarters at the sign of the Flying Red Horse. Get your crankcase filled up full with fresh, clean Mobil oil, the world's best seller. Make this your motto. Fresh Mobil oil frequently.
And now we're going to hear from a young lady who always leaves the song better than it was before she found it. Miss Ella Mae Morse.
To the 7 seas, but he'll be back when the war is over, and we'll all be living in clover. But right now, he's off to the 7 seas.
Ladies and gentlemen, The serious side of your radio almanac is dedicated tonight to that solemn assumption upon which the peoples of the earth have erected their democracies. The immense premise that every man belongs to all men. This, I think, is nowhere better said than in the devotion of John Donne I'm going to quote from. You'll recognize in it the source of a Hemingway title. I'm sure you'll hear in it the just resonance of truth. Nunc lentus sonitu dicunt morieris. Now this bell, tolling softly for another, says to me, thou must die. All mankind is of one author and is one volume. When one man dies, one chapter is not torn out of the book, but translated into a better language. And every chapter must be so translated. God employs several translators. Some pieces are translated by age, some by sickness, some by war, some by justice. But God's hand is in every translation. And his hand shall bind up all our scattered leaves again for that library where every book shall lie open one to another. And therefore, the bell that rings to a sermon calls not upon the preacher only, but upon the congregation to come. So this bell calls us all, who bends not his ear to any bell which upon any occasion rings, but who can remove it from that bell. Man is an island, entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. If a clod be washed away by the sea, Europe is the less. As well as if a promontory were, as well as if a manor of thy friends or if thine own were. Any man's death diminishes me because I am involved in mankind, and therefore never send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. Well, it's time to say good night now, everybody. Please join us again next Wednesday night. Until then, my sponsors, the makers of Mobile Gas and Mobile Oil, and all of us in the Mercury Theater, remain as always, obediently yours.
The makers of Mobile Gas and Mobile Oil invite you to listen in next week, same time, same station, to your Radio Almanac. Mr. Wells' guest is Charles Lawton. Lucille Ball appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn Mayer, producers of Broadway Rhythm. And Ella Mae Morse is soon to be seen featured in Universal's new Olson and Johnson comedy, The Ghost Catchers. John McIntyre speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I Hear America Singing by Walt Whitman. Read for LibriVox.org by Zach Meisner. April 2013. I hear America singing, the varied carols I hear, those of mechanics, each one singing as it would be blithe and strong, the carpenter singing his as he measures his plank or beam, the mason singing his as he makes ready for work or leaves off work, the boatman singing what belongs to him in his boat, the deckhand singing on the steamboat deck, the shoemaker singing as he sits on his bench, the hatter singing as he stands, the woodcutter's song, the plowboy's on his way in the morning, or at noon intermission, or at sundown, the delicious singing of the mother, or of the young wife at work, or of the girl sewing or washing, each singing what belongs to him or her and to none else. The day what belongs to the day, at night the party of young fellows, robust, friendly, singing with open mouths their strong melodious songs. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
This is Red Skelton.
Lucille Ball.
George Tobias. The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Presenting tonight Damon Runyon's comedy, Tight Shoes. And here is your host, the director of the Star's own theater, Roger Pryor.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight, the Gulf Oil Companies and your neighborhood good Gulf dealer bring to the Gulf Screen Guild Theater radio's newest comedy sensation, Red Skelton. And starring with him, Lucille Ball and George Tobias in Universal Pictures' slap-happy comedy, Tight Shoes. We've less than a minute before our Gulf curtain rises, so we'd like to take that brief moment to tell you about a neighbor of yours. All right, Bud Easton?
You know, folks, no one better realizes how much proper car service at the proper time means to you than the man I'm speaking for now. The good Gulf dealer right in your own neighborhood. In his business, he sees what happens to cars whose owners put off having them serviced. He knows what makes them start wasting oil and gas. Knows why cars wear out too quickly. Most important to you, the Gulf man knows how to prevent much excessive and premature wear with his car saver services. When he flushes out the dirty, worn oil from your crankcase and refills it, when he replaces your gear lubricants, when he gives your car a Gulflex registered lubrication job, his training and his knowledge pay you dividends in longer car life. And, of course, you can rely on the famous Gulf products he sells, each designed to help keep your car running better, longer. So tomorrow, remember, stop at the sign of the Gulf Orange Disc. Ask your neighbor, the Gulf man, about his car saver services. Remember, to care for your car, for your country.
And now the curtain's about to go up on our saga of a pair of tight shoes. Our stars, Red Skelton playing Swifty Miller, Lucille Ball as Sybil, and George Tobias as Blooch. We're all ready, so Oscar Bradley, will you start the ball rolling with some suitable music? Somewhere in America, there's the sound of marching feet.
Company! Halt! All right, men. 30 minutes rest period. Make the most of it.
Oh, they're killing me. Oh, my feet. Oh, I can't stand it. Show me a bayonet and I'll fall on it.
What's the matter? We've come just as far as you have.
Oh, my feet, they're murdering me. I feel like I'm walking on hot coals. These shoes, the right size is too small.
Hey, did I hear you say tight shoes?
You sure did, brother.
Well, take my word for it and get rid of them, chum. Do it now and don't hesitate.
And march the rest of the way on my knees, I suppose.
Regardless, do it now. Take it from a man who lost everything because of a pair of tight shoes.
How come?
Well, I tell you this is an illustration of why you should burn those shoes before another minute goes by. But before I do, give me a cigarette, will you, soldier?
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Now, at one time, I'm a prosperous, respected citizen who's the biggest gambler in town. Now, on this particular day I'm mentioning, I'm in my warehouse looking over a new shipment of slot machines. 2 lemons and an egg.
Boss, why do you play them machines? You know they're crooked.
Quiet, Blutch. Yeah, 2 eggs and a lemon. Well, I'll try one more. That does it. Hand me that axe.
What'd you get that time, boss?
2 eggs and a jap. Hey, don't these things ever pay off?
You know they don't, boss. That's how we make our living.
Yeah, we'll fix up one that does pay off. I gotta have some fun out of life.
But gee, boss, they're your machines. All you get back is your own money.
Can't you leave no illusions, Butch?
Okay, boss, okay. We'll fix it up. Relax. We better get started for the races.
Yeah, all right. Hey, but there's one thing we gotta do before we go to the races.
What's that?
We gotta buy a shoe store.
A shoe store?
Yeah. I gotta get a shoe store. I got it all figured out. Now, the district attorney's making things hot. All the gambling dives are closed. Am I right?
You're always right, boss.
There's only one ward we can still operate in.
Councilman Honest John Beebe's
You
ward.
beat me to it. Correct. Now, Honest John is still friendly because Honest John likes the 1,000 fish I give him every month. So with things being in that condition, what we got to do is concentrate on Honest John's ward.
Boss, you're a wonder. Say, boss.
Yeah?
Why do they call him Honest John?
Because he only steals retreads.
Oh.
Yeah, well, now, like I'm saying, we open up the new place tonight. I already got it picked out. In the front, we sell shoes, and in the back, we sell game of chance.
We better get started.
Yeah, wait a minute. I'm gonna try this once more. More lemons. I ain't going to no race. My luck's no good today.
Look, boss, I fixed those machines myself. It's not got nothing to do with luck.
Sometimes they gotta pay off.
Now, these machines, nobody can win. Look, boss, I'll put in a quarter myself. Now, watch.
Yeah.
Oh, how'd that happen?
Yeah.
I guess I have to give that left screw a couple more times.
Yeah, I guess you better. You reach for that jackpot and your hand will never make a return trip. Now get out of here.
You're giving me $10,000 for my shoe store.
Yeah, that's right. I give you this $10,000 bill.
A $10,000 bill?
Yeah.
I didn't know the government was printing them.
You mean they're printing them too? Well, now here's the cash. You just say the word and I'll dump it in your lap.
What will happen if I want to sell?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know?
I'll sell.
Yeah, fine. Now, you understand you keep on working for me. I'll pay you $50 a week.
Only $50?
Yeah, I'll give you $50 and all the shoes you can eat.
Well, boss, now we own a shoe store.
Yeah, you know, and speaking of shoes, I could do me with a new pair. Hey, a meal fly. Get somebody to sell me some shoes.
I'll get our best salesman, Jimmy.
Yeah.
He's the college man. Jimmy.
Yes, Mr. Malfi.
Show this gentleman the best shoes in the house. It's the new boss.
Yes, sir. Sit right down here, sir.
Okay.
Hey, boss, we better get started. Sybil will tear your heart out if we keep her waiting any longer.
I said I gotta buy shoes. Now, shut up.
Size 10.5.
Okay. What's that?
Oh, I said size 10.5, sir. That's what your feet measure.
Is this guy trying to insult me? I never wore over a 9 in my life. I got a dainty feet.
Well, you measure 10.5, sir.
I don't care. I want size 9s.
They won't fit you.
Oh, yes, they will. Just fold my toes under.
But I just measured, sir, and...
Get me some size 9s, Bub.
Yes, sir.
My father had big feet once.
Yeah, what size did your father take?
I don't know. I don't remember. They just skinned a cow and put some buttons on it.